Good morning, colleagues. Welcome, colleagues from Construction CETA. Today, we had someone due to appear before us after we had received allegations on irregularities that are happening at the entity. And then we thought, in the interest of justice, we must call you to appear before us so that you respond to the allegations that have been alleged against the administration at the CETA. We do so because, firstly, we are empowered by the Constitution of this Republic to hold entities, ministry, the department accountable. We are empowered by Section 55 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa to do so. We then asked you guys to give us a presentation by Friday last week, which you did. But upon, we had a meeting with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, DG. We were with you in that meeting. The meeting took long, but when the meeting ended, we went through the presentation of the CETA and were very unhappy with the presentation because it was not responding point by point with facts or giving proof. So we then agreed that Anele must write to the CETA. This was on Friday. After that, some of us were traveling. DG, I was hoping to see you on the flight there. I could not see you. Kandi, the flight left you. But we then wrote on Saturday to the CETA to augment that presentation because it was not responding to specific issues that were written to the CETA. The CETA responded last night after 11. Which is a big problem because after 11, in preparation for this meeting, most of the members would have been asleep and they would have only received, or by the way, they send it after 11 to the secretary. The secretary just sent it to us now because the secretary himself was asleep. So the problem we have is that you are giving us no time to do our job effectively. And that's not something, DG, that we take kindly. When we ask that you submit things on a Friday, it's because we want to prepare for the meeting. If there's any information missing, we're able to communicate with you and then you are able to provide that information so that these members are empowered to exercise their duties properly. And in this case, it has not been a case. So it's not something we'll take kindly. And even when we are in the meeting or when we have started the meeting, we're engaging with yourselves, we're going to stress it because it can't be that you respond to us literally this morning. We just, on our emails now before 9, we just got the email before 9 this morning, DG. And it can't be. So you are saying these members must read these things well. when are we supposed to read and prepare our own questions? We have our content advisor and the researcher there who just got these things now at something before 9. So CETA is not treating us well as Parliament. And we are going to stress that part. So we've called you, that is why we've called you here to answer to the allegations. And I'm hoping that in your presentations you'll include, when you're explaining some of the things you have now written to us. So because the presentation itself brushes the surface. There are serious allegations that are there. And I want you to, the reason why we're giving you this opportunity is for you to clarify some of these things, Administrator, to clarify them. Because if we don't, these allegations are out there. On the email that I received them on with these members, there were people who attacked there, the president, public protector, media houses, many people were put there, those emails. And we have a responsibility to clear some of them, or clear all these allegations. So we do have few apologies. The minister is away in China. Deputy Minister Dube Ngube is engaged. Somewhere I saw an apology. Dr. Christians, she can't join us today because of the plans that she had already made. It's personal arrangement. She was attending by-elections. I will check the area where she's attending by-elections in Uppington. I'll check there, and then before the meeting ends, I'll tell you how it's going to end in that area. I know I've always said when Msazana is on by-elections in certain areas, I tell them that he's going to lose, and then he always comes here losing. So I'm also going to do a bit of a study with Honorable Christians attending by-elections in Uppington. I'm sure she's also going to lose, but I'm going to check my things first. We have apologies of those who are going to arrive late, Honorable Low, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Souls, and Honorable Ngubane. They will arrive late, and we don't have an apology of Zondo. That's the only one. Yeah. From the department, DG, I see we don't have present DDG skills, which the CETA falls under. We did not send an invitation to NSA. But normally when we have a CETA appearing before us, the National Skills Authority is always here. We don't have them here today. I don't see them, which is might be an oversight, DG, from your side, because NSA must be here. The DDG responsible, the Makulubas of skills, must be here when we have skills development institutions. I know we have a chief director here, but the chief director is not the Makulubas there. The Makulubas of the department is you. The Makulubas of skills is DDG skills. That's why we have those positions. We don't have them here. You'll probably let us know later on when we give you to open. So we're going to do introductions. When we do introductions, we do say who we are, which institution we represent, and what is our substantive position there. So I will not just say my name is Tebogo Letsie. I'm a member of parliament and a member of this committee. I must also say that I'm also the chair of the portfolio committee, so that we're clear what is your role at the entity. So we're going to start with that, and then we'll then start with the meeting. So my name is Tebogo Letsie. I'm a chairperson of this portfolio committee, member of parliament, deployed to this portfolio committee. So Anel, I'll start with you, and then I'll start with the administrator. We'll move this way until we end here, either with the Honorable Msazana or Honorable Kabo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabengis, and I'm a Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair. I'll do all the salutations when I present. My name is Opa Nkwani. I'm the Administrator at Construction CETA. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and colleagues. My name is Simpiwe Dzengwa. I'm the Chairperson of the Audit Committee at CETA.
Audit and Risk, or Audit?
Audit and Risk Committee. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brian Kebileyo. I'm the Senior HR Manager at the CETA.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. My name is Anle Jagala. I'm the Advisor for Finance and Supply Chain Management with the Administrator.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Muleboheng Daje. I am the Executive for Corporate Services at the CETA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. My name is Ngobile Tsongo. I'm from the Construction CETA under the Legal Department as a Senior Manager, Legal and Compliance.
Chair, I'm Gosinati Sishi, the Director General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe, the Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, DM, DG, and colleagues. My name is Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director, CETA Coordination. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, the PLO in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, Nikeni Pagati, Head of Office for DM Tubengoba. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampejo. I'm the Cabinet and Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, DM, everybody present. My name is Tanya Kleinhans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Honorable Letsie.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Lina Museri. I'm the admin support in the Office of the DM Gondwe Higher Education.
Good morning, members. So William Azanzi is my name. I work as a freelance writer. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is Tulani Shabalala. I am Parliament and Cabinet support to Deputy Minister Gondwe.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Nabi Samatub. I'm the EFF researcher.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mila Zibi, and I'm the caucus researcher of the EFF. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nhlanhla Ngubane. I'm the PLO assistant in the Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Minister, DG, and the rest of the House. My name is Agnetha Aronson. I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, the DG, the Minister, and everyone. Mampaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. I'm Jabulani Majozi, Parliament Communication Services.
Good morning. My name is Joy Maimela. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee as an alternate. Molweni sihlalo amalungu committee umuntu wonke lapha endlini igama lami ndinguyanga kwaGova ndililungu lale committee.
No, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Khaulatli. The surname is Khabo, and I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
The name and the surname has not changed. The name and surname have not changed. You're still Khaulatli.
Including the character, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Kakao.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo, ke hlomphe tulo sa hao le ditulo tsohle tse teng ka kakaretso. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagau, ke setho sa Palamente ya Afrika Borwa and also a full member of this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Angibingelele sihlalo kuma guest esinawo namhlanje igama lami ngumnqobo kaMsezane elithunywa umkhonto wesizwe party eParliament ngimember ye portfolio committee ngibuye ngibo deputy chair we portfolio committee kodwa namhlanje angizo deputy chair.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Honorable Msezane is correct, is the self-appointed deputy chair. I just spoke to, when I was outside, we had requested legal to come administer oath or affirmation for our people, just like we did last week with UKZN. And legal is busy in some meeting, and they are unable to be here. And they've asked that we can administer the oath, as we are commissioners of oath ourselves, Deputy Minister. So I'm going to read this, what they've sent, and then go one by one to those who will be responding today, where they will indicate whether they're taking oath or affirmation. So it says here, 1, you have been summoned in accordance with Section 16 or invited as a witness under Section 15 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004 to appear before this committee as a witness and answer questions in respect of the meeting with the construction CETA with the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or document required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act, Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act, a person who willingly furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offense, and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take oath or affirmation that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take oath or affirmation. And then DG, because you are going to answer, I'm going to start with you, then go to the administrator and all of the invited guests. So DG, I'll start with you. Would you prefer oath or affirmation? If you can press the button, DG.
The former.
The oath. So if you take the oath, DG, you say that I Nkosinathi Sishi, or I, and then you put your name. You might prefer to put Stephen there. I might say Nkosinathi and you like Stephen. But then I'll say, when I say, you'll say I, your name, and then you'll say, I swear that the evidence.
I swear that the evidence.
No, you have not said I, including your name.
I am Nkosinathi Sishi.
Please speak to the mic.
I am Nkosinathi Sishi.
I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the
truth. And you raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, DG. Administrator, oath or affirmation. Oath, you say I and your name.
I, Opangwani,
I swear that the evidence I shall give.
swear that the evidence that I shall give
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. The gentleman next to you, say I and your name.
I affirm, Chair.
You want to affirm?
Yes.
Okay, and then you say I and your name.
I, Simphiwe Tsengwa,
I solemnly affirm
I solemnly affirm
that the evidence that I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
You'll take the oath. Yeah. I and your name.
I, Brian Kibleyo,
I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Gentleman next to him.
I,
Oath or affirmation?
Oath, Chair.
Oath. Yeah, I and the name.
I, Andile Kyagala,
I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Ndincedatheke.
Thank you. Oath or affirmation?
Oath, please.
I and your name.
I, Mulebogang Taje,
I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The lady next to her.
Oath, Chair.
I and your name.
I, Ngobile Tungo.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That was very quick. So we're now going to start with the proceedings of our meeting. DG, like I said at the beginning, the problem of not having full information on time makes it difficult for us to prepare. We really like to prepare for our meetings because that's how we account to the people of South Africa. But when entities don't give us that opportunity, it creates a bit of a problem for us. I don't want us to be here the whole day, colleagues. Trust me, these members don't mind being here the whole day. But because I'm the oldest, yes, I don't like being here the whole day. I've got a committee of young people here. It's me the oldest, even when Dr. Christians and Tatengu Bane, I am still the oldest. It's like when you are a pastor, DG, you are a spiritual father to even those who are older than you by age. So I'm older here. I'm contesting that space with Honorable Kakao, but we're having a conversation about who's older properly. But so we want you to, we're going to give you time to present. I'm going to give the Deputy Minister first, DG, because I know Deputy Minister takes these meetings very serious. She comes with notes, you see. And if I don't give her, I create a big problem. I'm going to give Deputy Minister, and I'm going to give you, and then from that, then I'm going to give the CETA about 30 minutes to present their presentation. Then from there, we will engage with each other. It will probably be around 11:30, 12 when we start engaging with each other. We don't want to finish late. So when we get to that point, precise answers. Question that requires yes or no, let's stick to that. If you feel like you want to give context, I'll allow you. But answer the question first, so that these members don't get, so I'll allow you the context outside of their time, because if you do that, they're going to be extremely irritated because they've got limited time. So when they ask you a question and you want to explain, tomorrow we'll have complaints that members are too aggressive towards our invited guests. But, you know, so let's avoid those things. I don't want a situation. I know that there was one council chair and one principal who complained about these members of this committee to the ethics committee, that they are talking to them like they are children and all of that. Shame. They did not last. They were there at College of Cape Town. And I told them when I met them then, I told them, your behavior is not going to make you last year. And they thought we were joking. Apart from all the wrong things they were doing there, including briefing the legal firm of a younger brother to the wife of the principal, which we told them. And then they told us we're talking rubbish. They thought we don't do our homework. So those are the only ones who had complained shame about these members. But because I'm a fair chairperson, I wrote to the ethics committee, defended these members that no, I was in that meeting, I presided over. This is what happened, and this is video footage of what happened. So we don't want a situation where you also want to complain that Honorable Khaha was asking you question after question, was not affording you an opportunity to answer. If you do so, I'm going to again respond on her behalf to the ethics committee to say, no, she was right. I had explained to colleagues that if a member requires a yes or no answer, you must respond as such. And later on, I'll give you, outside of a time, to speak to the context you wanted to provide. So we are on the same page, I hope. So, Deputy Minister, I'm going to give to you. You can go ahead.
Chairperson, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, Honorable Tebogo Letsie, the Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, the Administrator of the Construction, Education and Training Authority, Mr. Upangwane, the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, the officials from the Department of Higher Education and Training, the officials from the Construction, Education and Training Authority. Good morning. Ke a le dumedisa lotlhe gape. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the Portfolio Committee today during this important stage of CETA's journey towards recovery and institutional rebuilding. You will recall, Chairperson, that on 19 August 2025, by way of a government gazette notice published, by way of a government notice rather, published in the government gazette, the minister placed CETA under administration in terms of the Skills Development Act. This decision was not taken lightly, Chairperson, and followed a sustained deterioration in the governance, financial management, and operational performance of the entity, including 4 consecutive qualified audit outcomes, an unsustainable discretionary grant commitment position estimated at 1.4 billion against an annual income of approximately 500 million, weak internal controls, strained labor relations, and rising litigation and reputational exposure. The decision to place CETA under administration was therefore a necessary intervention, Chairperson, aimed at stabilizing the institution, restoring governance and financial discipline, rebuilding stakeholder confidence, and ensuring that CETA is able to fulfill its mandate in support of skills development within the construction and built environment sector. Chairperson and honorable members, the administrator of CETA, Mr. Upangwani, and his team will today respond to matters arising from the protective disclosure submitted by the now suspended former acting CFO, in particular the allegations contained in the disclosure, and which have understandably raised concerns and contributed towards today's engagement with the Portfolio Committee. It is also important for me to state from the outset that CETA has assured us that they acknowledge the seriousness of these allegations. The entity has also reaffirmed its commitment to the principles of procedural fairness, accountability, evidence-based verification, and the protection of lawful disclosures made in good faith. Chairperson and honorable members, accountability and oversight remain fundamental to the success of all our entities. We therefore welcome this opportunity to engage the Portfolio Committee openly and constructively on the allegations contained in the protected disclosure. And I'm hoping, Chairperson, as well, the CETA will be given an opportunity to reflect on the progress it's achieved to date, the risks that continue to demand attention, and the measures it's implementing to ensure institutional stability and long-term sustainability. With those very brief opening remarks, Chairperson, through you, I would like to hand over to the administrator of CETA, Mr. Upangwani, and his team to take the committee through their presentation today. I thank you. Ke a go leboga, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And this is not, I know you went to Botswana last week. You might have forgotten how we do things here. We don't, you don't give to the entity, you give it back to us as it's our meeting. I'm going to give to the Director General. He must also explain why the DDG skills is not here when he presents. Director General, lead the presentation of your entity. DG? You see, DG, because Parrot just on the lock, I'm allowing you to speak freely, even when the DM wanted to. Hold on, DG, I'll give you just now. Honorable Khakha
I'm just checking, Chair, whether we extended an invitation to the sponsor of the disclosure.
No.
Is there a reason why we didn't? Just for clarity.
Yeah, it was a protected disclosure, so
yes.
We don't know who's that person. It's only the Deputy Minister who knows the person who sent us those things. Yes. From a whistleblower's principles and act, we are not even supposed to indicate who that person is.
Sure.
I'm just disturbed that the Deputy Minister has indicated that.
No, that's not a problem for me. When I asked, I meant an in-camera session. So, obviously now, here and with the Republic, that's not going to work. But maybe what we should consider is to have an in-camera, maybe on behalf of the committee, make that request, so that we also are able to have full night.
Okay. Director General?
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Walter. Let's see here. Honorable members of Parliament and members of this Portfolio Committee, in particular, my Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, who's here with us, who's made opening remarks that provide the context. And thank you very much, DM. May I also recognize the entire team from the construction CETA, led by the administrator, and all the colleagues who are here, my own colleagues in the department. Chair, I think I need to indicate that ordinarily, after the submission of names, that normally gets suggested by by Parliament sometimes, and sometimes by the department, but always it have to be approved within the ministry. In that process, one would, consider that all those who are supposed to come would have come. What then happened was that the chair. Okay. Yeah, sure. What I'm aware of is that the chair did call me to say that is unhappy about the fact that one of the people expected to be here, who is the director for legal from the side of the construction CETA, was not in the list. And so I took the initiative to make sure that this happens, and this was confirmed by the administrator that indeed this has happened. So at that point, I felt perhaps we are in full compliance. Regarding the DDG for Skills, as you know, the DDG for Skills is Mr. Mvalo. So Mr. Mvalo is currently the administrator of the LG CETA. And there has been an appointment of Mr. Mabusela as the acting DDG Skills, whose period of acting had lapsed. So the process for appointing the new acting incumbent is currently underway. I'm aware of this because a submission in this regard had reached myself, and I had requested that certain things are done to finalize the appointment. So I expect that when the minister returns, that process will be finalized. I apologize that we do not have the DDG at this point in time. But as to ensure that we do not disadvantage Parliament in its conversations, I do have a senior a colleague representing the skills branch, Mr. Mabuza Ngubane, probably one of the most experienced in the team, who is currently the chief director responsible for CETA coordination. Regarding the National Skills Authority, I think it's an omission that they are not here, and I take responsibility for that. Chair, I would like. I do not wish to repeat what the minister has said in the opening remarks. So I'll go straight to what I believe are important areas of consideration in the conversation and in the presentation that the administrator is going to make. Firstly, I need to indicate that as part of strengthening the oversight over the CETAs under administration, the department conducted further to the appointment of administrator induction sessions with the administrators, all of them, covering key areas of the administration, and these included a signed service level agreement between the Director General and the Administrator. Secondly, a diagnostic assessment by the Administrator, the Administrator's work plan, the Administrator's monthly reporting as some of the key issues of oversight, an entity's annual performance plan, including the annual report, AG's management report, and the handover report from the accounting authority. With the protected disclosure allegations that we have received against the construction CETA, this creates an added responsibility for the administrator in the report today on which must and I'm sure it's going to address the issue of how the entity seek to address the issues that have been raised. Because I think that is important, that you don't identify the problem and then discuss it, but we also commit in how we are going to address the issues that have been raised. We encourage, South Africans and citizens of our country to stand up when wrongdoing is seen to be done, so that it's addressed. And therefore, we would like to indicate that those who may have done so are protected. And I think it's important that I say this in advance, are protected, and there shall be no consequences in retribution to what they would have done. That needs to be made very clear. Chair, CETAs are not only just expected to respond to questions that you have asked them only, but the expectation is that they contextualize this within the bigger, broader thrust of why they exist. Because the purpose of a CETA is not just to answer questions about allegations. It is to confirm and assure Parliament that they are in the process of implementing their mandate. And I expect that to come through in the presentation. And I also expect that the 6 programs that I have approved for all the CETAs to implement jointly, which include the CETA integrated high impact programs, the reference and link to the presentation to these programs is made so that it's clear that we are focused in the core mandate of the organization. And these include the rural development for community impact. They include infrastructure development. And as we discuss infrastructure development, it's important that the public sector institutional delivery capacitation that goes with it is also highlighted. Unemployment is a huge issue that confronts our country, and the CETAs are playing a very important role in this regard. And we are also interested to be assured, or to get an assurance that we are moving the needle when it comes to dealing with unemployment. And therefore, as we present today, we will somehow, also get a sense, and the administrator as presentation does cover some aspects in this regard. And I think that we expect that this be appreciated. The significant reduction of unemployment remain important. Sustainable entrepreneurial, SMME, and cooperative development is one of the projects, of the 6 projects that all CETAs combined work together and not deal with it in isolation. Holistic digitization and advancement of technological infrastructure and research and development is one of them, as well as shared services on information communication technology for CETA-wide learner information learner management system. These are some of the issues that are important for reporting so that we can assure the portfolio committee that we are seized with the responsibility given to us. There is a matter which I wish to comment about, Chair, and I know that the administrator will make comments of his own about the determination of the salary of the administrator. Because this is important, I just wish to make a few remarks around this very briefly, taking into account the time. When we determine salaries of administrator, we take into account the last salary package from the previous employer of each administrator. That becomes one of the consideration in the determination. Secondly, in the case of CETAs, the CETA CEO's last salary package is also looked into. There is also a circular on DG remuneration packages that was published on the 25th of June 2025, which is a DPSA circular that has largely informed the decision on what is the final determination by the department to actually try and standardize, the implementation. And the National Treasury is always consulted in this, and in our case, we did speak to and benchmark with the National Treasury the remuneration packages in the rest of state-owned enterprises, so that the determination may be an agreement between the department and the administrator, but it falls and is informed by those guiding frameworks. Allow me to also further indicate that in this regard, in this particular administrator, in getting information on the CEO's remuneration package, we did this for all the three administrators. We requested, submission to the department information on CEO salary packages to benchmark and decide on the administrator's salary packages. And on the 1st of September 2025, the CETA confirmed their CEO salary packages. On the 2nd, that was the construction CETA. On the 2nd, the services CETA, and on the 4th, the LG CETA. So all the three CETAs did provide us the detail, on this. And I think it's important to say this because when all of this happened, work had already started. So you can actually see that when we started, the process for determining salary packages was still ongoing, with an understanding that once a final determination is made, there will be then corrections, which will result in either deductions or additional payments if there is a shortfall after a determination is made. And I trust that in the presentation by the administrator, we will be able to lift this and make it clear on how it was done. The second point that I wish to make regarding this is that there is a need for a confirmation of administrator's last remuneration package from the last employer of the administrator. In this regard, we requested a submission of proof of their last salary packages. On the 10th of September, the administrator of the construction CETA did give us the, and submit the confirmation of the last salary. On the 23rd, we received the one from the services CETA, and on the 6th of October, we received the one from the LG CETA. So all the three administrators did provide us the detail of their salary remuneration from their previous employers. Regarding the salary negotiation process between the department and administrators, we communicated with administrators, making clear proposals on the administrators' remuneration packages, which was based on the remuneration scales of the directors generals. And we made this and we indicated and we published this on the 23rd of October. Administrators were requested to indicate if they accept the proposed salary offer, and if not, make reasonable proposals towards the conclusion of their salaries. And on the 23rd of October, LG CETA confirmed, and on the 24th, the services CETA, and on the 11th of November, we received the response from the construction CETA with a proposal of the salary package that was the expectation of the I thought I needed to explain this so that the processes and that were followed also explain time frames by when the actual implementation of the decision could be expected. In December 2025, a submission with recommendations to the administrator's salary packages was processed, and the minister approved this submission in January 2026, which then is the approval of the remuneration package for all administrators. As a department, on the 23rd of January, we communicated the approved salaries to the CETA administrators for implementation. So with effect from February, we then expect that the implementation of the department salary determination is made. And that from that point onwards, we also expect that if there were overpayments or underpayments, this gets corrected and is aligned to the determination that we would have made. With the above benchmark processes, the department had ensured that the administrators' packages are justifiable due to diligence process for effective, prudent, and economic use of public funds. That's the first part of my response, Chair. The last part will deal with the rest of other matters which emanate from the presentation. And please allow me to do this because I am now aware with the opening remarks of the Chair that there are identified gaps in the presentation. And I also need to indicate that my expectation is that once the portfolio committee writes to our entities requesting any additional information, this is acted upon urgently, and it's fully complied with. And in a case where this has not been done, it must be expected that this does not meet my approval at all, and it's not appreciated, and consequences for this shall then follow. The first matter that I wish to address, Chair. Firstly, since you wrote on the 30th of April and invited the construction CETA to brief the committee, we then was made aware of the protected disclosure allegations that were reported by the finance manager to the chairperson of the portfolio committee. Following this, the CETA was then requested to respond to the following questions. Firstly, that Vodacom internet contract that continued beyond expiry date, an explanation is made. So we expect that this, in the report by the CETA, this full information on this is going to be made available. We also expect that this presentation provide clarity regarding the Pulo Consulting contract that is alleged to have been extended irregularly. The administrator's remuneration matter I have addressed. The irregular payment of the acting allowance of the administrative advisors, not in line with the capacity, the acting policy, including the appointment of the Johannesburg Development Agency and the Development Bank of South Africa to perform, activities on infrastructure which is alleged to have been without proper procurement processes that should have followed. We also will address the issues of the Johannesburg, University of Johannesburg, the issues of consultants and individuals through HR recruitment channels, and the performance of DG window evaluation work, and allegations around this, and that will include, allocation of work to law firms considered to have followed a rotation process from a panel of law firms, appointing RFQ and incurring expenditure exceeding $1 million threshold that is supposed to be made. We expect that these issues, as I've raised them, are fully responded to, and in the response today. And in view of the nature of these allegations, the department urgently requested the CETA to submit a detailed report on all of these allegations. On the 8th of April, the administrator duly submitted a report on the allegations that have been made. And we trust that that report will further enhance the explanations that we would like to make that available to you, Chair. The CETA responses can be summarized as I look into the presentation. In fact, let me not summarize it, but let me indicate that as I have indicated the areas on which the responses must be made, we will then engage the portfolio committee depending on whether the responses are adequate or not, and ensure that the portfolio committee is given the information that is seen to be outstanding. And that is my commitment and that of the team that we're leading. It's expected, and I think it's a reasonable expectation, that in any submission that we are making about any allegations, and in this case, our expectations is that the corrective action plan is developed to address and ensure that no action is taken against any employee for making a protected disclosure in good faith. That is my expectation and my commitment to making sure that if this happens, action is taken against whoever would be considered to have, not complied with that directive. We need to ensure that any disciplinary processes involving particularly Mr. Hatton is procedurally fair, it's proper, and particularized and legally sound. That there is cooperation with the Auditor General, the National Treasury, and the Portfolio Committee, and any other competent authorities regarding whatever questions that may emerge on the issues that have been raised. We also expect that we preserve, or the entity preserve, all relevant records. And I have to say this, that this must include procurement files, this must include SCM submissions, this must include payroll records, including contract documents. And I'm saying this because as a department, we reserve the right to also further make investigations where we feel unsatisfied about any responses that are made. And therefore, these documents, that as official documents, we expect them to be, to find them, intact and in a proper, archival system as determined by the guidelines of the department. This must include payroll records, audit correspondences, including emails that the portfolio committee would have sent, or any other oversight committees, including minutes and system records. We expect a review of the Vodacom, MTN, and CETA, PULO, DBSA, UJ legal panel, payroll, and discretionary grant matters against applicable laws, against applicable policies and delegations. We expect that these are reviewed and aligned to that, should the allegations that are made are found to be valid. The strengthening of controls in contract management is important. SEM documentation, payroll processing, expenditure approvals, and record keeping is important. Now, some of these issues that I'm raising might fall outside of the terms of reference and the SLA signed between myself and the administrator. And our team in the department will look into ensuring that these matters are locked in the agreements so that we are able to follow through on the responses on them. Strengthening controls, reporting material findings and corrective actions to the accounting authority, including the department, is our expectation. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that that is our submission. Having noted your comments, and I believe that the administrator and the team that he has brought, which is competent and very senior colleagues, will be able to complement their presentation with very specific responses to the questions that we will be responding to. Thank you.
So thank you very much, DG. It's interesting that you are saying services CETA and construction CETA responded to you when you wanted their salaries from the previous employer around the 23rd of September, and LG CETA provided you on the 6th of October. And it's interesting because the one of LG CETA, you would have gotten it first because he works in the department. So these colleagues who work outside, they were able to give you information. And this one who works in the department submits a few weeks later. It's interesting. It talks about what we always talk about, which is the efficiency of the department. I mean, it should not take a day for me to write to HR of where I work or where Honorable Khachau works. And I say to you, as a DG, you can write to HR and say, HR, give me how much are we paying DDG Mvalo, because we want to fix his salary at LG CETA. But that comes late. It becomes the last one to come. Services CETA and construction CETA respond on time. Well, I don't know if it was on time, but they respond a few weeks before. This one, it speaks about the efficiency of the department, which is what we've been talking about. If you can give us, there are dates that you have spoken about. If you can just email us, because I think it's very important for us to have those dates. If you can email us the speaking notes whilst the construction CETA is presenting, so that we're on the same page. Administrator, please take us through. You see, DG takes advantage because I don't give him time. It takes 30 minutes. But I think he has also done some presentation for you guys, so you may not need more, but you have You have 30 minutes, Administrator. It's 10:28. We're giving you until 11 o'clock.
Once more, let me greet you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee. It's good to be here again. Our Deputy Minister.
In a church where I come from, they say when you say it's good to be here, we say kumnanduk bala. So that's what the church.
There was a proposal to pray and you didn't subscribe to it. So there's a contradiction from that given point. My colleagues, DG and colleagues from the department, it's good to be here once more. Let me start with a problematic issue that has a potential to derail a number of interventions that we're trying to make at Construction CETA. Chairperson, you said that the protected disclosure is anonymous. The information I've received, I've got the name of the person who wrote it. And then we based our response on the fact that we know the person, and it's got legal implications because on Thursday, if I'm correct, we are going on CCMA, and subsequently on Friday we're going to CCMA with the person in question, and subsequently the investigations are still going on, and then there's a planned number of there's a disciplinary processes that are underway. So my indulgence and proposal is that I'll request, if possible, we go off record. I don't know what you call. In camera. I'm not used to. Yeah, so I'm that will be my proposal so that we not prejudice and also we not prejudicing the person at large, because some of the information is going to be very sensitive, private, confidential, and it can be used against construction sitters when we embark on other legal and disciplinary processes. And I've seen this happening before, where the committee information was used in a court of law, and it compromised a number of interventions that we made. I thought, let me make this point, then you can make a ruling on that one before we proceed. I don't know.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to what I read to you guys earlier on. Just to answer that question of that you've just raised. The section 15 that we have invited you under says here, and I want to quote, I said, please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you, expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected, and this is where I want to draw you, in that the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or document required in these proceedings. So there is no one who is going to use this information that you are going to give us. In your case, you are saying you are going to CCMA. In your case at CCMA, because you then produce that this information was acquired in a portfolio committee meeting, which was protected under the section 17.2, and therefore we continue with our meeting in the current form. There's no any other matter. We've received a number of people wanting us not to discuss certain matters on the basis that the matter is at court. Your case with the the employee in question in court is not about the protected disclosure. You are at CCMA because it says you are unfairly suspending him. So that is not related. Whether you are in court or not, it does not affect our inquiry here. So what we are going to be asking, we are not going to be asking you, why have you suspended? Now that is a part that is in court. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the allegations made to us by this person about yourselves, and we're asking you to respond to those ones. So, so we proceed with the meeting in its current form, as the other issues are not affected. So I'm giving you till 11:05 now. Yeah, no, because I ate some of your time.
Fishana, Chairperson. Secondly, let me apologize for the late submission of information. I'll take personal responsibility for that, and I'll hold everyone accountable who just didn't do their part to get the information submitted on time. I sincerely apologize for that. Like I've said before, some allegations that are made are currently under investigations, and then the charges that are leveled against the employee who was suspended are still going to be preferred when the disciplinary sitting is done. So we'll be responding to the issues that the portfolio committee raised, but we want to start with the following principles. We acknowledge the seriousness of the disclosure item, very, very seriously. So some of them, I must say, I wasn't even aware of them, and so we engaging on those kind of issues, and we support an independent verification. We'll propose that they be subjected to further verification and research, as well as the investigation by oversight bodies. We undertake to cooperate with any structure that is legitimate and mandated to deal with the investigations in this case. And then where irregularity, maladministration, and control fail to establish meaningful, decisive interventions, we need to be advanced. The CETA policy is very clear. We are respecting wholeheartedly the disclosures. We receive a whole lot of disclosures on average every day on our website and through other means. And then we are responding to them through a number of practical interventions that we're making. But the principle is that the disclosure must be made in good faith. The disclosure mustn't be used as a preemptive strike when certain interventions are being made. When matter of consequences management, when we're trying to hold people accountable and responsible for certain acts that they've done, then the preemptive strike is it's a protected disclosure. We'll argue the merits and the demerits of that. Let me not talk to this slide because the chairperson, you've spoken that we have received it's an anonymous, although in our books it's not necessarily anonymous. The situational context. Everyone knows that CETA is under administration for a whole number of reasons, but largely if you look at the material conditions that led to the administration, it's finance. Characterized by extensive overcommitment, mismanagement of finances, the mismanagement of the DG grants, poor record management, and just mismanagement of the entire supply chain processes, and especially on the issues around the concept of the special grant. Contract management weaknesses in SEM are not in good space, and organizational and human resources control issues, and operational deficiencies in the ICTs as well as in the facilities program. With respect to Vodacom contract, historically it's been the irregularity and brief that started in 2022. If you look at the history, when the contract was even onboarded, it was signed off irregularly by that given point in time. And then the intention was when it expired, the plan was that they would then onboard through CETA, what you call a participation contract. But that process of also onboarding the CETA contract was flawed on its own, because if you participate on a contract from another state-owned entity, it must be directly linked in terms of timeframes, content, and as well as the T's and C's must be applicable. So the contract was extended largely because we didn't want to disrupt the services whilst we're going out on a tender for a new service provider. We currently extended the contract. I put on record that we extended the contract. We tried to go on market almost 3 months ago, almost 4 months ago, Chairperson, to try to onboard a new service provider, but the response from the market wasn't that good, and the tender is now being re-advertised. But it just shows the challenges of the ability to spec, provide, and profile of tendering in the organization. So it remains currently as we engage in now, it remains an irregular expenditure. And I think the chairperson of the audit committee will talk to matters and the actions that we've taken to really correct it. So, but there's a fundamental risk here on the fact that at some point in CETA, you had 2 active contracts. How do they of 2 service providers, MTN and Vodacom? It's just a mismanagement of the worst case. We are now having a liability to pay, a potential liability of MTN on a contract that didn't have an SLA, didn't have even an appointment to that effect. I've not seen any evidence of the appointment, but there's always allegations that there was an MTN there's a CETA contract. I've not seen that effect, except the gadgets that I've seen. So we're still having a potential liability of MTN coming to us and saying we owe us and showing us a contract that is invalid. So there's a character of mismanagement of procurement in that organization that we are nipping it in the bud. We are institutionalizing controls. The intervention period is a bit difficult and tight. Then the response from colleagues, it's almost difficult to subscribe to that. Pulo Consulting. Indeed, the intention of developing an organizational structure that is responsive, fit for purpose, and the pure intentions of CETA was very clear. So then in 2022-23, the PULO was then appointed to do an organizational structure, but then their contract lapsed without necessarily completing the item. For a number of reasons that I've briefed, that there were differences in terms of how the organizational structure should be designed and repurposed. But then the former accounting officer then approved the structure unilaterally without necessarily consulting with the staff, and even advertised some of the positions. You can't advertise a position that doesn't have a job profile, job specification, job evaluation, and the remuneration framework. So when I came in, I realized that almost 30 or so % of the positions are in the office of the CEO. That didn't necessarily make sense. So I had to review and relook and reorganize the structure, and I had to deviate to reappoint the people who started the work to complete the assignment. And we have not even as yet completed the expended or the budget that is being profiled for this exercise. I think the colleagues who from HR and OD, when they engage more, they will substantially deliberate more on this one. But the intention was about contestation over which organizational policy structures and efficiencies could then work. I think on the issue of my muholo salary, I think the DG has gone to task on that point. I'll pass it. Then there was an issue about the ICT secondment and payroll control processes. The minister requested that one of our senior manager on ICT be seconded to help the department on a number of issues in the ICT space. I only agree to that if there's going to be some form of a reimbursement of the cost associated with, because you'll be working there. You'll not be working with us. So we signed an agreement. I think the whistleblower didn't necessarily, was not exposed to the agreement that we have with the department on the agreement we had with the department on the secondment of the colleague to play a very critical role in the ICT environment. So that agreement exists. It is submitted as part of the of the information that we submitted to the portfolio committee. The fifth issue, which is also critical and very much important, is the fact that the first one is that the disclosure said we have an agreement with JDA. We don't have an agreement with JDA. Do we have an agreement with DBSA? Yes, we do. Why? Why do we have to use DBSA? CETA's program for the next 4 years, infrastructure program, chairperson, is 420 million rands on skills development, on skills centers. Then there's not even one engineer or a built environment specialist in CETA. What is a built environment specialist? Project manager, civil engineer, structural engineer, architecture, at least town planner. Not even one. But how does an organization of that nature begin to manage complex infrastructure projects without even one engineer? So when I came in, I said, but guys, we might be in construction, but we're not constructors. So let's partner with credible entities that knows the art of construction. Then we onboarded DBSA through a government participation program. We subjected it to MOU and we signed the agreement with DBSA. We're even seeking National Treasury advice on how best. We're even getting advice from them, DBSA, because DBSA, they're the experts in the infrastructure delivery on behalf of many other government departments. We are not the only one. And then they've safeguarded our revenue and our money. I mean, we picked up, because we don't have a QS at Construction CETA. They picked up issues of overpricing on some of the projects. They verify the invoices. They literally project manage. They hold the contractors accountable. Some of the contractors they even want to pack and go. We say it's fine, it's okay, but you are not performing. So they are holding the contractors that I found appointed at the DBSA at the Construction CETA accountable for the project, and then they are making sure that the basics, man. The basics of constructions are in place. But also another flaw that we made was that when we were building all these skills development centers, we didn't do the basics of feasibility. Is this thing viable? Is this going to be done? Is the land question ours? Do we have the infrastructure? Who's going to be using this infrastructure post development? Because we're running a risk of creating infrastructure that's going to be the white elephant. So we're moving. So DBSA helped us repackage, restructure. The basic of stage one of the process. It's only now that we're signing SLAs with potential TVETs that will then assume responsibility in terms of the implementation, in terms of ownership and operations and maintenance of those TVETs, that we're building now. I need more water. More water. It happened in Makandla.
Don't worry, let me go first.
Yeah, it's a bit hot now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me continue whilst another 4 liters of water is on the way. So indeed, we are partnering with DBSA for our infrastructure build program so that we can really correct the logic behind our infrastructure program. Because we really want to give sense to the infrastructure and the skill centers that we are doing. The appointment of University of Johannesburg for our research program. We have a current memorandum of understanding with almost 8 universities. University of Cape Town, University of Pretoria, GIBS program, University of Johannesburg, University of Stellenbosch, and University King, Bloemfontein, CUT. So these universities, we're partnering with them on programs that we call the research chairs, so that we can do specialized research programs with these universities. So I'm pretty much uncertain on the logic, the thinking that we didn't necessarily subject the MOU and structuring and the partnership we're having with the research chairs and the universities as an MOU, as a process that didn't necessarily subscribe to the SCM process. We're seeking an opinion on this one. If there could be any errors, we'll make any meaningful intervention. But that logic, therefore, will mean that all the interventions that we've been having with GIBS, CUT, University of Cape Town, will then be at risk and will be considered in a different light. So those are the programs that we are running with a couple of universities to drive programs on skills development. I'm sure the biggest one that is famously known is the GIBS program that the CETA is sponsoring as part of the special project. So we'll review it. We'll get an opinion if there could have been any material error in the approach of onboarding universities for this type of program. We could reconsider and will hold people accountable on areas where there could have been errors of judgment administratively or any potential irregularity. DG window and evaluation. I think I was 1 week in office when there was a report on my desk to sign discretionary grant to the tune of 1.4 billion rand. I think I was 2 weeks in office. So I subjected it to a meaningful, thorough exercise just to make sure, is it fully funded? Was the process of compiling of appointing, because this is practical appointment, of appointing the series of service providers of about 220, was it fair, transparent, subjected to proper decision making, and credible in a way? So I found the biggest mistake was that it was not funded. And we're going to stretch the budget, the commitment register of CETA by about an additional 1.4 billion. What does it mean? If you don't have 1.4 billion and service providers are working, on average CETA we pay every week because the line of the stipends on the learners. Even if we pay weekly like that, we still have challenges because of the administrative problems, but also the challenges of non-compliance. So if we could have onboarded 260 or so service providers, skills providers, and they start submitting invoices, I can assure you they were going to burn that 1.4 billion within an average of about 8 months. Those are the projections. I think Angela can talk that later. So we took a very tough decision. It was extremely unpopular. It costed me sleepless nights to terminate that type of a window. But I also found 3 major issues. One, the company that did the evaluation was irregularly appointed, and the AG put it on record, very clear. And it's one of the things that we need to investigate. Secondly, the methodology of evaluation was flawed. It included not also go into all the sites to prove. I mean, there's a case where learners are being taught in a church. Some skill centers don't even exist. So the process is fraught with challenges, and those I think we are picking up. We also picked up some of the people that are not even on our systems of accredited service providers. The reality is we have 600 we have accredited 1,000 out there. We have 1,180 accredited skills providers, but in our database we have 480. Yeah. On our system we have 480 accredited service provider, but out there is about 1,200 and something. So it's an area that requires attention. And what are we doing about it? I think we investigated that, and colleagues have been subjected to disciplinary process. Because the fact of the matter is, colleagues have been selling accreditations at Construction CETA. It's a fact. And then we are taking people on a disciplinary processes on that one. So that is a dramatic problem and a challenge that we are having. So after the cancellation of this DG window, we re-advertised with the proper criteria, qualification, and the capacity internally couldn't be doing that. If you look at the amount of money we spent on the consultants that did the evaluation, was about almost 6 million rand a year. I have it here on record. About the consultants that we used, about 6 million rand a year for the past 3 years. So we decided that we'll do this thing internally. We rather have temporary staff rather than taking out these things on tender and contracting service providers. Benchmarking that we did with other CETAs. And I'm pro insourcing. I don't like necessarily to outsource functions that I strongly believe that if we build internal capacity, we can do that. So we then appointed independent colleagues as contractors for that particular period because the window period comes and go. And ideally, I thought we will receive, being new in the CETA space, I thought, come on, you'll get about 1,000. We receive about 5,100 applications during the window period. It's good and bad. It shows that the appetite for people to participate in the skills development in construction sector is there. But the second thing is that are these credible people that are that are applying for this crime. So we have to be thorough, extremely thorough. One critical criteria is that you must have the credible infrastructure to train our people. Things that we are hearing about the type of skills development providers out there. So we want to be thorough with the capacity temporarily that we have appointed to that effect. I think the gripe here is the fact that one took a decision that we're not going to go the current contract that we are having. I'm not going to go use it. It's irregular and there's a lot of challenges. And AG recommended that it be one of the contracts that must be investigated. We have a panel of law firms that we are currently using, albeit to a limited scale. We still onboarding them as we are gradually writing terms of references for the assignments. So I will argue that the allegations that the current of work it's limited. I will disagree with it because we still onboarding as we go around, as and when we have responsibilities that requires legal services. I wrote an email last week to say we know very well that the limit it's a million threshold. Anything that exceeds that attracts my rough attention. So I was very clear on that one. So this was raised prematurely, and like yeah. Mr. Hadebe, whistleblower or protected disclosure writer, alleges that he was removed from acting as a CFO. To act in a position, it's at the discretion of your boss. I think so. Then I had a challenge because, as an KTC is to say when you go abroad, you tell your boss, sorry, I'm leaving for work-related activity. I hereby, in my absence, appoint somebody to act. So I just woke up and then the colleague is abroad. No one is acting. I've not been briefed to say who's going to take responsibilities for finance. When he came back, I found me having appointed somebody who will be responsible for the group finances. But I must also say that I've had challenges of working with people that were not necessarily buying into my vision and always threatening me when I raise issues. I mean, I raise a very simple issue of say, the question of the building, the head office building. Every month we, City of Joburg switches off electricity. A very simple ask. It results in a heavy-weighted response. So I had to make a decision that you are no longer going to be acting as a CFO. I'll get somebody to act as a CFO. We advertise the position, then we now have a permanent a CFO. I did everything in good faith. I did everything in a full courteous manner. I consulted. I was very courteous. In fact, I was extremely more decent than warranted. The other problem is that if you look at the issues that the AG says I must deal with, they coincide with the period that he was in charge of the finances. So I wasn't getting a response on those kind of issues. I was struggling and I couldn't even respond to issues that the Auditor General says wanted. So we respect wholly the protected disclosure. We are subjecting the whole process to the labor relations processes. And a precautionary suspension is not a guilt. We're giving you an opportunity to say, so that we can investigate, process, and subject everything that we are doing to a thorough process consistent with the labor relations. Chairperson, that's presentation number one, just directly responding to the issues that the portfolio committee raised. I just want to, with the last 15 minutes of my presentation, just give you a synopsis of where are we as CETA.
Well, 5 minutes. I don't know where the 15 minutes come from. Thank you, Upa. I'll give you extra 5, so you have 10.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. If you look at this presentation from the numbers don't lie. We had 4 conservative qualified audits. If you look at the last 2, they are horrible. They just reflect that the systems were near collapse. If there wasn't any meaningful intervention this year, we were heading for a disclaimer, one thing for sure. We had a potential DG overcommitment risk of about 1.4 billion. That's what I came in to say, wait a bit, what is our financial model? It wasn't necessarily informed by any financial model. We currently have a risk of about 2.7 billion of overcommitment. You might have seen, if you went out to newspapers like we do with your town planning issues, we invite people. If you have this type of a contract with CETA, we are going to cancel them because we have had dormant contracts that we are cleaning the system because they sit on our balance sheet and then they are not getting billed. Later on, 2-3 years, you get an invoice that was for a project that was done 3, 4, 5 years ago. How do you verify that it's substantially correct? So we want to have, but it's a function of contract management, which was weak. Our intervention was targeted into 4 phases. We wanted to restore governance, tighten controls, manage the DG risk, and rebuild the stakeholder confidence. We did well on that one. We revised the targets that were not necessarily consistent with the financial base of the municipality. We reviewed almost all the policies and governance control. We restructured and dealt decisively with the ICT procurement reforms. We're even considering that we're partnering, and I'm happy that the Minister of Communications has established a strong governance systems at CETA. So we're exploring partnership with CETA to do a lot of, a procurement via State Information Technology Agency. We enhance risk management and institutionalize performance and discipline. On discipline, honorable members, I am not wavering. I'm not going to bend backwards. I'm holding people accountable. At the rate we are going, I'm likely to come here with another protected disclosure because we have started. It's now that we understand the system now and we have commissioned reports. We now know, Oguchi, where's Allah? So we have an audit and risk committee sitting next to me. We have a clean auditors team. Last week, we have even received an interim report from AG. He still has issues, just the interim, but he says, you guys are on the right track. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 issues, you are guaranteed that you will be out of a financial mess, especially on the DG commitments and old contract, especially on irregularity and the performance and SCM. You get these 2 things right, then CETA it's on a great track. We have the ICT steering committee, we have the loss control committee. We have revised and reviewed almost all the delegations of authority during the administration, where we are demonstrating that power lies somewhere. It's me. So that the systems of delegation is controlled, and then accountability, it's lies. People must be held accountable. In terms of consequences management and investigations, we are doing career development program. These are as a direct of the findings from the Auditor General. CETA head office, you know that we bought a building that we didn't necessarily need. Sponsorship as well as the disciplinary processes of the 5 staffs, colleagues that were busy selling accreditations out there. We established the chambers, we're aligned with the constitutional requirements of CETA, and we are restoring the stakeholder. I mean, one of the stakeholders in one meeting says, him alone, he can employ 15,000 people over the next 3 years. If CETA was functional and strategic and consistent with core mandate. It's going to be an exciting program when we sign it off. On the skills development centers, like I've said before, currently we have the 3 that are 4 that are under construction. 4 of them are in KZN, 1 in Northwest, 1 in Western Cape, and then 1 in the Northern Cape. Just to bring them into the NCOP 1, which is going to be taken over by Umfolozi TVET. The construct administration we're at stage 5. It's almost complete. Taletu is under construction. Ngojens, also earthworks. It's still in the early stages of earthworks. Perth, Noloth, we are doing the detailed design. And then Ukasamba, as well as in KwaZulu-Natal, we are doing the drawings and the Nambit. So the entire program for the next 4 years of the skills development centers is about 420 million rands. Hence, we have had to partner with a credible, capable implementing agency to actually do this. Other issues, I'm just rushing, Chairperson, before you hang me. Key stakeholders that are quite engaged and then they are quite content with the work that we're doing. We've got a good relationship with the CIDB, Forum for Civil Engineering, Council for Built Environment, and the master builders, and even the organized labor in the construction space. We went to town to engage them, so we have received an extremely positive response from all the key stakeholders. Strategic areas that we're focusing on, over and above your normal traditional courses of bricklaying, painting in the sector, we're now building a new set of curriculum on alternative building technology, on alternative sanitation technologies, on green building technologies, as well as on microgrid development. So those are the innovative courses, training, occupational, that are now in the built environment space that we are advancing and we'll be working on them. Since the cancellation of the 2024, we have reviewed almost every aspect that got to do with the discretionary grant. We have reviewed the policy, we have reviewed the targets, we have reviewed the funding model. We redesigned the committees that are approving, because previously even the 1.4 billion, it was not even evaluated or even adjudicated by properly constituted structure. If AG could have been approved and realized that it was not adjudicated, immediately that was going to be irregular expenditure of about 1.4 billion rands. Chairperson, we have made meaningful interventions on what I call stacked projects that were not moving, largely in the public sector, largely because the culture of signing contracts at the CETA was not there. Contracts were not signed for reasons that I don't know, and that caused many projects to stall. We have recalibrated and restarted the project in Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, as well as Gauteng. That project that was stuck, and funding was committed, but projects were not necessarily moving. I went around and engaged all the provinces to sign off on all major contracts. So we're wanting to see all the apprenticeship, learnership, the bursary, just because contracts were not signed. For some odd reasons, I don't know why contracts were not signed. So we're signing contracts dating back as 2020, 24, 25, with funding commitment and projects having been announced, but they were not necessarily moving. So we have recalibrated, reopened, and then restarted those projects. And now we are, from a governance point of view, we are now very, very, very strict. And DM Gondwe, it's one of the problem here, Northern Cape. It's one of the problems. The payment was that there was no contract. So we forced the college to sign a contract and the CETA to sign a contract. Because payment were made in CETA, and I'm told it's a tradition. Pay without a contract? No, it doesn't work. It's irregular from and it's grossly unfair on our side. So we did that, and then we now on board in terms of signing all the contract. We recomposed a structure called the DigiPack, which is basically evaluating all the grants that we're doing. It also evaluates all the proposed special projects. It gives guidance. It's chaired by the executive in charge of the core business and project, so that we can mitigate any potential conflict of interest, guidance and compliance in terms of the processes, and ensure accountability and transparency of this project. We're running a risk. We're working together with ETQA on a project, but the main worry that they flagged recently is that the credibility of our accreditation process is at stake. And we are revamping that. Firstly, let's hold accountable the colleagues that did wrong things in the ETQA space. Those that did wrong things, we are holding them accountable because they're running a risk. I even engaged AG. I said, AG, you never audited this part of the work. And AG argument is that he follows the man. But I'm saying this is where the problem starts. Fake accreditation and subsequently make it to the DG grant, not necessarily in my CETAs alone, even in other CETAs and even in Maspala. There's a famous case I can't talk about.
Let's wrap up.
Yeah. So, Chairperson, we are. So, indeed, we are making a significant impact on governance and oversight, financial management, discretionary grants, people management, and ICT, stakeholder management, compliance, as well as the delivery of the core mandate of the organization. And we are decisive and resolute on consequences management. We're going to live with it. It is in this committee, when I presented I think I was 3 weeks old, where I was given clear marching orders. Administrator, understand the situation and be decisive when we are going to deal, when we are going to be holding people accountable. So I'm exactly doing what the committee recommended that I must do.
Thank you.
And then the last part is that, let me quote the former president, Thabo Mbeki. He said, the future is bright, future of CETA. The end is glorious, and it is peaceful. But the intervening period is dark, bitter, and finds glory in the act of struggle. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. A very nice quote. Very nice quote. Let me just warn you, Administrator. The case that I made earlier on about the former principal who took these members to the ethics committee. We went to that college. He said, my college. And I'm hearing you are saying my seat. I just want to warn you that we don't have my issues. DG, just, I've asked you, I went outside with you so that I lobby you to give. Oh, you have sent now. Okay, please send to members. Let's establish facts quickly. Director General, come back to the meeting. Let's establish facts quickly. I'm going to give members But before I do, you are saying, if I heard you correctly, on the salary, Director General, you are saying you asked, when you went to National Treasury, you benchmarked with with the salaries of CEOs, of state-owned entities. Did I hear you correctly? No, press the mic, DG.
Chair, can I repeat, because I think you've quoted me correctly. That's exactly what I said.
But you want to read it. You can read it.
Yeah, I would be satisfied if I read it. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. To determine administrators' remuneration packages, baseline information from the following sources was considered. So I then mentioned one, CETA CEOs, salary packages, DPSA, secular, and then the National Treasury, where we requested to share the benchmark information on administrators at remuneration packages in state-owned entities, because that's my statement.
And why would you consider the previous CEO salaries when you look at the employment of administrators?
Yeah, if you look at we wanted a holistic sense of what public servants are paid. That's why the National Treasury benchmarks is important, because the minister is required by law that before he approves, there must be concurrence with the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
And so consulting the Treasury makes sense because that means you are able to align your proposal with Treasury before concurrence can be sought.
So the administrators are being paid salaries of CEOs?
No, our decision was not to pay them salaries of CEOs. Okay. Our decision was to pay them at the level of the DG remuneration packages. But that is a decision after we've considered all range of payments of senior leaders in the public service.
Okay. So when you appointed them on the 19th of August.
Yeah, that's correct.
And when they were paid their first salary, what motivated, how much did they get? What motivated it? What was when they signed, you said you are signing, there must have been financial commitments there.
I hope I got your question right. We had said that because when they assume their responsibility, at that time, the determination of their salaries would not have been finalized. You know, the sense is that they would then, once the determination is done, we revisit the payments that would have been made, such that if there were underpayments, that is corrected.
But
I think.
But you may have said to them they must earn this much. You can't say you then gave them a blank check to either get 10 million per annum or 1 million per annum, and then if there is a redetermination, then
Okay.
they will be
I
on
hear you.
underpay. So how much did you guys, how much were they paid on the 15th of September when they were getting paid? I just want to redetermine these things first.
Please, can you come in? To you, Honorable Chairperson, when the administrators were appointed, there was no salary determination already made for their salaries because we're in the process of benchmarking the remuneration packages. So the CETA, in particular construction CETA, communicated to the department, indicating that while awaiting the approval by the department of the salary, we will process the salary of the administrator. But on getting the final approval by the department,
No, that's
we will then conduct the adjustments of either the overpayment or the underpayment to correct the anomaly.
when was this?
I can check that.
Yeah,
and
because the first salary should have went in September. Have that in mind because it's appointed on the 19th of August. So check that, whatever you are going to check. Because the reason why I want to get the facts here, DG, it's because something abnormal happened. And that's why I want us to get the facts. And that's why I don't want us to speak in riddles. I want us to be specific. That's why I was asking you that please send us your speaking notes, because your speaking notes speaks of timelines, which is one thing that I prefer. I know you said the CETA on the 1st of September, construction CETA, confirmed to you the salary of the former of the administrator. Then you then say on the 10th of September you got the administrator's package, the last administrator's pack on the 10th of September. So this is what I'm asking you is extremely important because there's something I want to ask, but I want us to align the dates, because the administrator would have been paid the 15 or the 25, but the administrator would have been paid in September. And the administrator would have been paid an amount. And that's where I want us to go. Because you can't say he worked September, he got no pay. He worked October, he got no pay. That's not true. So the administrator would have been paid. What is the answer?
Honorable Chairperson, I want to believe that in September he was not paid, but because he's present here, he can confirm that. I'm
And
under the impression that they were not paid for several months. Hence, they took a decision to determine the salary of the administrator while awaiting the department's approval.
Okay.
But I will kindly request to you, Chairperson, to
Okay.
confirm that. Thank
Okay,
you.
so have you gotten the date that I asked you to check there?
I'm still looking for that, but I'll definitely confirm that.
How much do you need? Because you're seated, you're no longer looking in your phone, so I thought you were fine. That's why you're answering what we had not asked you now. What I've asked is when did that happen?
I'm still looking for
Yeah,
the
go look
communication.
at that.
Thanks.
So administrator, they did not pay you for September, October, and November.
Yes, Chairperson, I can confirm for September, October, I wasn't getting paid and I was living on my my savings and my pension.
Yeah.
And then we are fair.
So they only paid you in November.
Yeah, in November. And then the letter from the minister confirming our package.
No, that was this year.
Yeah, it
No,
came
that's-
on the 21st of
February.
This year.
Yeah, let's not get to that one first. I want us to deal with the previous one. So DG, The administrator was paid in November. So let's go to your speaking notes. You are saying to us, you made the recommendation to all sitters on the 23rd of October. And you asked them to indicate if they're accepting or not. If you can just confirm that. You can press the mic.
The first step that I reported on was getting information on CEO remuneration packages at each of the 3 sitters. And then I indicated that the 3 sitters were then requested to submit the information on the salaries, of which on the 1st of September, the construction sitter confirmed the CEO salary package. And then I moved on to say the 2nd of September, services, and LG the 4th. That's my submission, Chair.
Go to October.
Okay, that is now the step number 2, confirmation of administrators' last remuneration packages. They are indicated that administrators were requested to submit proof of their last salary packages.
And construction sitter gave it to you on the 10th of September.
On the 10th of September,
Yeah,
construction
that part
sitter.
I've covered. I said, let's go to October where you make offers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Step number 3.
Yes.
Salary negotiation process between the department and administrators. On the 23rd of October,
Yes.
the department communicated with administrators, making a proposal of the administrators' remuneration package, which was based on the remuneration scales of DGs, and the administrators were requested to indicate if they accept the proposed salary offer, and if not, make reasonable proposals towards conclusion of their remuneration package.
Yes.
And on the 23rd of October,
Same day.
the LG CETA responded.
That's on the same day.
Yes, with a proposal of a salary expectation. A day later, the services CETA, and on the 11th of November, the construction CETA administrator responded with a proposal of his salary expectation.
Okay. So in your letter of the 23rd, there were no time frames. You wrote to the city and said, this is what we are proposing that you pay, or we pay you. There was no timelines.
We can produce the copy of the letters because I cannot recall exactly the detail in it, but there should be guidelines in this process. Because
Okay.
in the first place, you would have loved in a perfect system to have an established benchmark already, So the fact that we are establishing a benchmark is also a problem, which I think we accept.
No, I take that. Now, on the 11th of November, CETA writes back to you. And they say, we don't accept your proposed payment to the administrator. We are proposing our own. This is on the 11th of November, right?
Yeah.
And what does the department say?
In December 2025.
Okay, so on the 11th of November, they write to you, you don't respond.
No, remember, they are not writing to us, they are responding to us. They are responding to us by indicating what their proposal is for consideration by the department. And then, obviously, the department has a process for considering this, of which in December 2025, recommendations.
When in December 2025?
Okay, I do not have a date right now, but we can find out the date on which a submission with recommendations of their salary package had been finalized, which then was submitted to the minister. And then in January, the minister approved. On the 23rd of January, the department then communicated the approved salary packages to the CETA administrators for implementation.
Okay. In December, you said you processed it.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means a submission must be developed that shows the process. How did we arrive at saying this administrator would be paid this? And then that would then have to go to the minister. And then the minister, considering the options, decide which way to go.
Okay. Out of interest, Services CETA and LG CETA responded in October to your offer, accepting your offer, right?
Yes.
It means they were paid in October or November because they accepted.
No, remember, this is a negotiation process, right? That's why I said step 3 is thorough negotiation process. Here, what is happening is that we say to LG CETA, respond, of which on the 23rd of September, LG CETA administrator responded with a proposal of their salary expectations. Because the first thing we do is to say, we propose to pay you at a DG level. Then they then respond and say, no, look, here's...
That should be at the presidential level.
Yes, yeah. So that is how it went. So it was a really negotiation process. The 4th step is the determination now. Negotiations are done. We've consulted them. We've indicated what we intend to pay. Now it's our turn to determine. And that determination happened in December and in January, the approval.
And the expectation is that the administrators have not been paid from August.
Yes, indeed, they were not paid earlier on, and they were paid as the.
So the expectation is that they would have been paid after the determination was concluded and the minister said you'll be paid this much.
Mr. Ngubane, would you like to come in there?
I think, let me indicate that when we are conducting the salary benchmark, given what DG has explained, that it would not be proper to make a determination based on only one aspect. So it was important to look into various factors as outlined.
What are you responding to now? What are you responding to?
The DG was requesting that I must confirm whether they were paid in September or not.
No. I'm asking, the understanding is that they would not have been paid from August since they were appointed until January when the minister gave them the, so not what you are trying to respond to. Is that the correct understanding?
My understanding is that they were not paid until January, with the exception of Construction CETA, who wrote to the department to indicate that while we are waiting for the approval of the salary of the administrator, we are considering implementing a salary which we will do a reconciliation once we get the approval from the department.
And that's the letter you're looking for?
Yes, I've requested the colleague to provide me because I didn't have the... Sorry. Yes, that is the letter I'm looking for. The colleague is here who forwarded the letter to me. It's only that I'm struggling to get it.
No, we'll get to constructions. They wanted to understand from the department. So the department, so CETA wrote to the department.
Correct.
And said, as the CETA were going to pay the administrator this much.
Yes.
And the department said, okay, continue.
No, we did not give any approval. We just received the letter.
Okay. This was in November. Because you are refusing to see the letter and CETA send it to you. We are not seeing it. Aiko. Okay. We'll come back to this one. Members, I'm going to note you. I'm going to start with Honorable Msezane. Followed by Honorable Maimela. Will be followed by Honorable Khachau. Will be followed by Honorable Governor. Will be followed by Honorable Souls. Will be followed by Honorable Ngubane. Will be followed by Honorable Khabo. There's Honorable Low as well. So we have 25 minutes, members. It's an interactive session, so you ask, they respond. I'm going to ask that, like I said earlier on, we don't want members to be interjecting when you are speaking. So when you are asked a question, please respond directly so that we don't have matters where members interject you and then belekwata. So I'm going to start with Honorable Msezane. I just want to time you quickly. Your 25 minutes starts now.
No, ngibonga sihlalo. DG, I'm going to start with the department before I get to the construction sector. Firstly, DG, you considered that it was an error on your part as the department that you did not bring the National Skills Authority, whereas there are certain questions that also need us to ask the National Skills Authority. What are you actually conceding to DG if you are saying that it was an error on your part, that a fundamental body that is responsible for the CETAs is not here? What actually are you conceding to?
Normally, when we come to Parliament, all right. Normally, when we come to Parliament, propose names depending on this, which branch. Or if, for example, in this case, matters are skills branch, the DDG would propose a names of the delegation, which then goes to the minister for approval. But sometimes the chair and the secretariat would recommend that in your delegation include so many people. In the recent past, there has been a strict management of that process, where names were not actually a decision of the department. There are certain people I would have brought to my panel, and now I can't bring them because we have agreed on. In this case, I was only alerted on one matter of who was missing, and it was just the director. But I had not seen the actual list of people who are going there. It was a discussion between my office and the office of the chair. But because these are things that happen under, our own teams, as a leader of the team, I take responsibility. I can't say I no one, I have to accept that under normal circumstances, these things must have been shown to me and I must have approved it, and so on. And that didn't happen,
Yeah, so DG, that's why I would have asked you a direct question as to what you're conceding to, not the other part of your explanation, because to me you are conceding that there's shortcomings from your part as the person that should account for this. You know very well that the NSA is a fundamental part of the CETA space. They are responsible for the CETA. So them not being here is a problem, which you must concede that there's just shortcomings from your part of accounting for the department. That's what I wanted to gather from your response, which you had highlighted.
I accept that, Chair.
Yeah. So secondly, DG, I want to understand, as per legislation, how do you go on to appoint administrators without a remuneration package? And the chair had asked the question of, if the assumption of the department was that the administrators would have not been paid until January when the final confirmation of their remuneration package was finalized. Was that the assumption of the department? And then what did it mean then? When the CETA in particular would have paid the administrator before that finalization of that remuneration package from the department. But firstly, the first part, when the department through the minister decided to put the CETAs under administration, the CETA in particular, why was it put under administration without a fundamental part where the remuneration package would have been part of the Gazette? And what does legislation say?
Okay, I think the first thing that I need to indicate is that the salaries of administrators are negotiated. And the negotiation is based solely on their experience and how would have been paid by their previous employers and what is an employer prepared to know. So once it can't be determined prior to them being appointed. You use your benchmarks, and the benchmarks, I've indicated what those benchmarks are. And that's what we do. I have also considered that in my mind, I think we can improve on this area.
So, that's why I want you to guide us through legislation, because if you are saying, I appoint you first, then we bargain later in terms of how much you pay me. What then would happen if I say I'm not satisfied and this is what I'm proposing, which you have indicated that there would have been proposals that would have been made by the administrators or the administration in question that you should then either concede to or disagree and then make adjustments, which might be a process that might take more than a month or months, it would have, as the case on this matter. So what does legislation say? So you hire a person, then you discuss their payment later. Something would have guided this process in terms of remuneration package.
Well, we can look it up in the legislation, but I can assure you that as a department we are fully compliant with the legislation in the manner in which we've managed this.
So, DG, I want to know, what does legislation say? Does it say you appoint first and then you discuss how much I'm going to pay you later? Because that is what guided you in this process, which you've only finalized in January. And the chair asked you a simple question as the department. Is the expectation that the administrators were not paid until you finalized your remuneration package in January this year? So this question goes hand in hand with that one.
There is no guidelines that specifically indicates this in the legislation.
Okay. I paused your time. Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to assist my honourable member here because if the DG said there was no legislation, there was a letter of 2022 remuneration levels, service benefit package for office bearers of certain statutory and other institutions. And where you derive your salary issues with regard to construction CETA, you go to the CETA Board and Governance Remuneration Policy. That will give you remuneration accounting authority on category S as per the treasurer. Now, for you to want to go above what has been given by the law, Chair, as per category 6, as per PFMA, you must therefore allow the minister to go beyond. The minister must give motivation. So I don't get it when the DG says he does not know where does he get reference. We are very clear. The letter is here, and there's reference in PFMA in your finance category S. It classifies what should happen. It's 1.4 million per annum per as per the AA who's full time. And if you want to go beyond, is the minister who should therefore make effect of that intervention. So I thought I should seek to make that intervention and refer the DG and remind the DG. Thanks.
DG, is there any comment?
No, no comment, Chair.
There's no comment, DG.
Mission here. I presented a four-step process that defined how the administrators were appointed. And I indicated that in the first step, what we did was to look into four key areas. Last salary packages of the previous employer, how the CETA CEOs are paid, how DGs are paid, and then we considered National Treasury benchmarks. That would have included legislation, that would have included circulars and Treasury instructions that informs salary pay. It can't be just one source. That's what I said, Chair.
The point that Honorable Law is making is that this is not the first time CETAs go under administration. And this is not the first exercise you've went through. And he makes an example about the document where he's reading. And you are not responding to that. There was a process that you undertook at the time. And you are saying in this period you did not undertake that period, that route or process.
I beg your pardon, Chair.
I'm saying, Honorable Law is saying he does not agree with you that there's no established process. You are establishing a process for the first time, including benchmarking process. And it was the first time you are doing that.
Okay. All right. No, that's not what I said. What I said is that each administrator's salary package is considered on the basis of the merits of that particular administrator, their experience and how they would have been paid and what are the current policies. And I indicated how, as a department, we've managed each of the CETA salary, administrator salaries differently in accordance to the guidelines that are there. So what Honorable Lowe said is quoted a circular and read from the circular that I do not have at this point in time. But what I said to you is that we looked at all relevant legislation, which would have included circulars previously done. Obviously, I'm not the CETA coordinator, and I would not have, given the operational, steps that would have taken place. I gave an overview of the process.
Okay. Honorable Msaza.
So, DG, is the assumption that the CETA administrator in question, that he was not supposed to be paid until you finalized the process in January 2026, from the department's point of view?
My determination is that only after the approval of the, my submission is that only after the approval of the salary of the incumbent shall we implement, the determination by the minister, because it will not be the same from one administrator to the other.
So you are conceding that the assumption from your department is that the administrator should have only been paid in January?
There would be transitional arrangements that could be made. For example, in this case, we received a letter from the administrator indicating that it seems like it's taking long to finalize the determination. Our proposal is that, this is the following proposal, of which the team looked into it and agreed with the
DG,
submission.
what does legislation say in terms of guiding a process? Now, a person can motivate in the department that they feel otherwise, and these are their conditions or circumstances. But you are guided by legislation. Hence, I was clear in my question to say, do you first appoint a person, then negotiate? You see, I haven't even gotten to the questions that I have for the CETA because your responses, DG, are not satisfactory and they're not clear as per what I'm asking you. So you haven't told me what legislation says in terms of the appointment. So to appoint a person first, then negotiate later in terms of their remuneration package. That was my first question, which you have not responded to. Now, I'm asking you, as per legislation again, which should guide the process, is it correct to assume that the administrator should have only been paid in January after you concluded the process? Which part of it you're saying that is what is supposed to be the case? However, there would then be concessions, for lack of a better description, that are made, or exceptions to the remuneration that should have then been given to the administrator outside of the agreement from the ministry and the department.
Clearly, from our part, there was no plan that will commit the services of administrators and not pay them. That's not what we would have considered. This happened, unfortunately, because there were delays in the finalization of the negotiation and determination process.
So who must then enjoy the consequence management on this matter? Whether irregular or regular remuneration of the administrator?
I think I would not be able to determine that.
So, DG, I'm asking you what legislation says. You are really running away from that part. Now you are not responding so that we know who's wrong between yourselves and the CETA that would have prematurely remunerated the administrator before you finalize the process. But you said there would have been a letter sent to you, which you haven't told us as well. That did you then say, go ahead, pay the administrator? We'll look at the other issues after we have finalized the process.
Okay, those are functions that are delegated to the colleagues that are responsible for the branch. That's why I did not address this. That I'm sure that they can. I don't know if they can comment on that, Mr. Ngobane, if you may.
Through the chairperson, I don't think that was the intention to delay the payment of the salaries of the administrators. That is not what was intended. Let me also clarify that with regards to the appointment of the administrators, it is normally impossible to determine the salary beforehand, because the salary of the administrator forms part of the whole administration project. So the administrator is appointed through a gazette, which is followed by the signing of the service level agreement. After that, the administrator is inducted and allowed the time to go back and conduct the diagnostic assessment, which will assist him to come up with the scope of the whole administration project. Thereafter, based on the diagnostic assessment report, he will be able to come up with the work plan, which will stipulate the activities, the milestones, and the timelines. Then he will be able to submit and finalize the work plan, which will also indicate if he will need.
Let me stop you, Mbomvu. You say are deliberately just taking my time, and what you are responding to is not what I asked. And you are even contradicting the government gazette that appoints the administrators, because the gazette is clear on the task and mandates and timelines of the administration. So I'm not sure what you are saying, if it's in line with what the gazette says. But I've just requested one guidance. Is the department guided by legislation in terms of appointing a person or an administrator without a remuneration package? And then if that was in line with that very same policy of the department, to then say the assumption is that you can't be paid until we have concluded that process, and what would have then transpired in the CETA, where some letter would have been sent by the CETA crying out saying that the administrator can no longer survive now, we're paying him. And if that was what you considered to as a department, and that if that was in line with legislation. So I'm just sticking on, I'm stuck on one question, and I'm not getting any response that is in line with what legislation says.
To you, Chairperson, the legislation does not make any provision of the salary. It ends with the appointment of the administrator. I think there is a policy gap when it comes to the salary. I will accept that.
So is the assumption from yourselves as the department that the administrator should have been paid only in January? And then also just speak to the letter that the DG highlighted that we didn't know about, where he says that CETA wrote to the department requesting to make the payment to the administration or to the administrator, and if the department considered to that.
It was not the assumption of the department that the administrator should be paid in January. And the department did not concede to that.
So what did the department in this process concede to? If the assumption was that the administration should be paid, but not when it concluded the process of the package, what was the assumption of the department? And does this mean then that the administrator was illegally or unlawfully paid without the approval of the department? DJ, maybe as Mr. Ngubane responds, I think he's also expecting that you also assist. While he's about to respond, if you could just tell us, why is it that the department did not timeously fill the vacancy of the acting skills DDG? Because obviously you knew when his term was acting was lapsing, but you still haven't filled the vacancy till to date. As a result, we don't have a direct accounting person of the branch. Why is that the case? Whilst obviously Mr. Ngubane is responding, because I think he has contradicted himself in terms of his latter response as you assist him on that one. And I think from there I'll just go to the CETA, and with the hope that I'll get another opportunity to come back to yourselves.
I indicate that I have received a proposed filling of the vacancy of the skills DDG, and we're currently in the final stages of doing so.
DG, you're not responding to my question. So if your contract, if we know that it's lapsing in December, the filling of it will not start in December, and there will be a vacuum in your office as the DG. Timelessly, it's done. So you're not responding to my question.
No, it's fine. Let me help you. The DDG skills can be filled because there's a substantive person who's been asked to be an administrated LGC. So you can't fill that position. Unless if you are saying to me, since he went there, his contract has ended. Because to defend They can't appoint there. Their issue is on appoint. They've submitted. Yes. Are we saying we no longer have an acting?
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. I understood the question to be about the acting incumbent. And that's what I said earlier. I said we did appoint an acting DDG, unfortunately, whose term has ended. You know, a new process for appointing an acting incumbent is underway. And that process has not yet been completed.
Then the question of Honorable Msezana then becomes relevant. It says, you knew that the appointment of this acting ends in March. So you must then start the process before March. Because it's not like this person was appointed by Department of Social Development and you did not have the documents. They're appointed by you. You know it ends in March. Why wait for March to come and then only start the process? Or start the process before March ends and not end it before, so that on the 1st of April, if the contract ends on the 31st of March, on the 1st of April we have an acting incumbent.
Okay. As a DG, I do not have a delegation to appoint anyone above level 13 or below level, above level 13. From 13 upwards, including DDGs, that would be the executive authority.
So that will be you are saying to us the question must go to the minister.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why you are laughing when the DG is honest. So that question, Honorable Msezana, I will reserve it for the minister so that you are being fair. This level 13, what is it in the department?
It's a director.
Director.
Yeah.
So principals of college are directors.
Yeah.
So that's where you end, or even them, they are appointed elsewhere.
No, I end below that, level 12.
You end below that.
Yeah.
It's interesting because you've charged the principal, so you've charged people you can't appoint.
Well, they are charged appropriately.
Okay.
There are delegations. I'm just talking about
The appointment. Okay.
Yeah, but there are other HR delegations
That are given to you.
that are given to me.
Okay. No, thanks. Kubeka Honorable Msezana.
There's another question that I posed, I think, for the last 15 to 20 minutes, which still needs a response from the DG and unfortunately the coordinator that is present, Mr. Ngoban, in terms of legislation.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so in your response, you said that you need to determine the task of the administrator, amongst other things, that when the gazette is issued, it has already those things in it, except the determination of the remuneration. Then I asked, what does legislation say? And you said that the legislation is not clear in terms of remuneration. Nonetheless, your expectation was not that they should have only been paid in January. Then I asked you, does that mean the CETA was illegal in paying the administrator? Because DG said that there was a letter that was sent by the CETA requesting to go ahead and pay the administrator. And you said you conceded to neither of the two. You don't believe that they should have waited until January, but equally you did not concede to the CETA paying the administrator until you concluded the process of remuneration package.
I can't comment whether the CETA did what is wrong by proceeding to process the payment, but I can confirm that the department was notified about it, and the expectation was that it needed to be corrected. How it will be corrected is that in case the salary that was determined for the administrator was higher than what was approved by the department, then a recovery thereon had to be done. And so will it be in case the salary determined by the department, if it was higher than what they determined, the expectation will be for them to make the adjustment.
So your answer is that there's no policy.
Yes.
And then you are saying that your expectation is that you'll ask somebody to leave their employment elsewhere, come be administrator of one of the entities and not earn a salary for 5, 6, 7, 8 months while you are negotiating with them, you are benchmarking, you are doing all these things that you are saying. You are saying the expectation is that somebody must leave their work or their job where they are earning, and they must come 6, 7 months into this job where they are not going to earn. That's the question.
Chairperson, I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
Even myself, I wouldn't work and expect not to be paid.
So your expectation was wrong. So expectation is you expected the CETA to pay them and then adjust after the minister has signed.
I expected, Chairperson, that the process of determining the salaries of the administrators would be concluded, approved, communicated to the CETAs for implementation.
For how long? After how long? Because you have done exactly the same thing, but you have done it after 7 months or 5 months in January. The minister wrote in 21, was it 21 January? 21 January to the CETAs. So that process that you are saying you expect, that process happened. But the question is, after how long? They were appointed on the 19th of August. September, October, November, December, January. 19 January, it was 5 months. So what is the expectation? So they were supposed to do what in 5 months?
Chairperson, I can own up on the delayed process, but I'm trying to explain that the delay was not intentional. But it's a fact that any person who gets appointed to perform a particular responsibility must be paid. So the delay is not something that is accepted. I can own up on that. But it was not intended to not get them paid. But it was to ensure that the payment should be approved before implementation. But I own up on the delay.
Honorable Khacha.
Chair, just clarity as Msizana. Khona into engiyizwile la u-DJ khuluma ngangayiqonda kahle. Ngiyaxolisa. Chairperson, DGR, the appointment approvals of DDGs depend on executive authority, ne? Because everything level 13 up depends on minister. And then DGR yana ki level number 12. So he approves up until okay, that's yes, thank you, Gabonga. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Sazan. Okay, DJ.
I think it's important to indicate that there's a difference between what the Gazette says about the appointment of accounting authorities and the appointment of administrators. We should separate that because in our circular, that's what the circular is about. It's about the payment of accounting authorities. As far as administrators are concerned, administrators have two roles, a role of both the board and the CEO. That is why when you appoint them first and then you negotiate the salary. That's the sequence. The minister appoint and then the negotiation for salary then will pursue. It's guided.
So, DG, that's what I was looking for.
Okay.
In legislation, just point us to where we must get that so that we understand that.
You are protected.
So the part about the delays is I think what Mr. Ngubane has addressed, but it's a process that, at some point you must put to an end, and we put to an end that process by making a determination, of what salary we intended to pay, and that ended the process, and then it led to the agreement between parties.
Okay, so you are saying there's a difference between appointing somebody as an administrator
And accounting authorities.
and accounting authority.
The circular speaks of accounting authority.
Yeah, your gazette.
Yes.
This one's, you appointed them to be what? These administrators, you appointed them to be what?
They are both the CEO and the board.
Well, but that's not true, DJ. Let me read the gazette for you, because you know it's not true. And we took oath earlier on. Let me read for you. It's signed by you on the 18th of the 8th month in 2025. Then you say above I Nkosnatisishi, Director General Warawara. But here's what you confer, the Schedule 1. You say powers and duties of the administrator. Powers of the administrator as follows. A, assume the role of and perform all functions and duties of the accounting authority of this. This one is, but it's the same. It's a copy and paste of services. This is the one I opened was the one of services. But they are copy and paste. They are the same, all of them. So we'll read this one as accounting authority of the construction CETA, as prescribed in the Skills Development Act number 97 of 1998 and the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 1999, read together with the relevant regulations. B, facilitate the process of the appointment of the CEO in accordance with Skills Development Act. C, so you do not appoint them here as CEO and accounting authority. If you did, by the way, the administrator will not have coexisted from August until end of September with the former CEO. If what you are trying to tell us was true, when the administrator was appointed on the 19th, the former CEO would have left immediately. But this is how you appointed them. And that is why there was a CEO, not only at construction CETA. It happened at LG CETA. It's happening now at services CETA. We have an acting CEO there because there was no CEO. And then we have an administrator. So it's not true what you are telling us.
I object to what you are saying.
Okay.
Because you consider your own interpretation as the truth, and anyone else's interpretation is lies.
Give us yours, DJ.
And so you make reference to the fact that I am speaking under oath, as if I am interpreting a policy from where I sit, and that does not meet your own understanding. It is now a lie. I think that is wrong. I can be wrong, in what I say, but not that it's a lie.
No,
DG. Lying is deliberately misleading. Lying is not what I would like to, So I strongly object to a suggestion that we are here to lie. I took the oath here deliberately, knowing exactly what I'm doing. You can disagree with me, and that's fine.
DG, you are misleading us. You are saying to us, you are not misleading us deliberately. That's what you are saying. Because what you are saying to Honorable Msazan, I've just pointed out to you that it's not true. So answer that part. Let's leave. We'll get into politics when we leave here. We'll have a political discussion.
You have read my my letter to the administrator, which I don't understand which part of it you find incorrect or inconsistent. But you are reading it yourself. You have it in front.
No, you said these administrators were appointed as both the accounting authorities and accounting officers. That's what you said, and I'm saying that's a lie. That's not true.
Yeah, that's why I disagree with you when you say it's a lie, because your interpretation is
It's not
is
true.
different.
Okay, it's not true. Because I've just read what you wrote.
You are arguing that it's not true.
No,
And it's not necessarily true what you're saying.
okay, what is the truth? What is the truth?
It is what
You appointed
it's what
them.
you've read. It's what
What is it that I've read? So they're appointed as accounting officers and accounting authorities. Is that what I've read?
administrators assume both the role of CEO and the role of the board.
The Gazette doesn't say so. Okay, let's leave the Gazette. Let's assume you are right. Why did the administrator get into construction CETA and coexist with the CEO? Why, as we speak, the services CETA administrator has got a CEO?
Because there are different circumstances under which administration is instituted. In some cases, the very CEO that is himself under investigation by the administrator. In some cases, the administrator needs to redetermine the role of the CEO in the light of the fact that he is both the board and the CEO himself. So he reallocates responsibility to who was the CEO before.
But that's not what
And
happened
that
here.
doesn't mean
No,
DG. He might be there.
No, DG.
You ask the question, give me a chance to
No, you are
respond.
responding in general. I've asked you what happened here. That's not what happened here. Because I can ask the administrator seated here.
You don't like my answer. So
No.
because you don't like it, you want to now represent it as if it's not sitting in it.
So DG, you are going to give us the letter that the administrator gave to the former CEO, giving him those powers that you are saying this is what happened. Because I'm asking you a direct question. Don't tell me that at NSFAS we might do it this way, at this thing we might do it this way. We're asking specifically. And please, we don't have time. Don't waste our time.
I'm not wasting your time.
No, answer us what happened with this seat.
You can't ask me a question and answer it yourself.
Yeah, but you must answer the question. You don't tell me about what would have happened in another instance.
I've answered the question already.
What is the answer?
I said each and every one of the administrators would have a letter including of appointment, including their terms of reference, that specifically indicates what our expectations are of them. And those would depend on the circumstances that informed the declaration of the CETA as under administration. In some cases, the CEO himself...
No, let's speak about this one. Let's leave some cases. Let's speak about this one.
Well, your question was general about administration, so that is why my answer was specifically about that. If you ask me about this particular administrator, you know that at the time that the administrator was appointed, there were circumstances around the CEO who was, which are well known to us. And we therefore were very specific in terms of what the role of this particular administrator is. If you want me to indicate what that role is, I can pull the letter and read it for you.
Please pull it.
Okay? I'll ask the team to send it to me now.
Honorable
Please,
Msaza.
Chair, if you disagree with me, it's fine.
Oh, sorry.
But please don't then, insult me by saying I'm lying, because that is not fair. I do not come here to lie. Got 40 years of experience in public service, and And you can't come here and tell me that I'm lying. Because what you say, a lot of people will disagree with you who know who I am.
DG, you must tell us the truth. And it's not true that if here it's a matter of interpretation, it's not.
You've asked me to give you that.
No, but
And
I've given you time to speak. Now I'm speaking, you are coming over me. Please close the mic. You have just spoken, I'm responding to you. Now you want to have a dialogue with us. Please, Honorable Souls.
Chair, just for clarity, we are here now to establish and probe and test the allegations made in the protected disclosure. The protected disclosure frames the remuneration issue as financial misconduct by the administrator. The discussion here points to the fact that it is a departmental discrepancy, not financial misconduct. My interest in focusing on why we are here, I want to just establish so that I don't need to do it in my segment, seeing that Honorable my learned colleague has already dealt with the matter. I just want to conclude on the matter to ask, what are we concluding? Is the department saying by the acceptance that the delay was caused by the department, etc., are we then concluding it was not financial mismanagement by the administrator and it was a administrative mishap by the department? That's the point of clarity I'm seeking. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, we have not arrived at that point. My understanding is that the members want to get to the root cause of the problem. What may have caused, if it's true that it's a financial misconduct, what would have caused it? And therefore they are providing the department with a view to say, to avoid this thing from happening in another institution, you might need to fix 1, 2, 3, 4. So the reason why I allowed Honorable Msazana to ask this route is that we don't only concentrate on the problem, but we also want to get to the solution. And to get to the solution that will help the whole sector, you need to understand the root cause. So my understanding is that we're establishing the root cause of what might have led to this thing being an alleged financial misconduct. So members are probably still going to ask the CETA itself on the role that they played on this particular matter. And I don't want us to say that that did not happen because Honorable Msazana's view was to concentrate on what might have caused this thing from the beginning. Honorable Khacha.
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, I'm not having the chat on the finances. That's separate. We'll have that conversation. I just want clarity on the administration part, because I think what the conversation you and the DG are having is important, because here's why. You would recall, Chair, in the previous meeting we had with NSFAS, I raised the same problem because logically and legally, when you put an entity, a department, or even a municipality or government under administration, you do not put a certain wing under administration. You put the entire entity under administration. That, in my understanding, means when a person becomes an administrator, they do not become the board and the chair of the board overseeing the work of the administration, because at the heart of the problem is the administration. When a person becomes an administrator, they become the overseer and the muscle of administration that has been compromised and needs to be corrected. Where the problem comes, Chairperson, is in practice, the logic and the principle of what administration is not being applied. That's what causes confusion, number one. Number two, the gazette of the department and the letter of the minister is the one that is creating chaos for us because it gives us a reducted comprehension of what an actual administrator's role is, giving us the mess we are currently in right now. So when a person is an administrator, the CEO does not have equivalent power or superior power to the administrator. The administrator is the god of the ship. And whatever power, whatever position that is currently occupied, when the administrator comes, that power automatically assumes reducted power and a reduction of muscle. So that's what I'm trying to say. Can we get a legal opinion, Chairperson? Because right now, Karabo has her opinion, a legal opinion. You have your opinion. The department has an opinion. I'm asking so that we don't rely on our own different views. May I request on behalf of the committee that the secretariat of our committee gets a parliamentary legal advice on what exactly the concept of
the get a legal opinion is the chair. So
secretariat. Okay, you yourself, Chairperson, get Anele to write on behalf of yourself to get that thing so that we're able to move and clarify this thing. Because for me, it's not just a problem for this CETA. It's a problem across board. Thank you.
Honorable, I'll give you a thing. Let me start with the young one. The young
No, Chair, I partly agree with Honorable Karabo, but I also differ with her. Because all these different entities are guided by different legislation. For example, the CETAs would be guided by the Skills Development Act, NSFAS, the NSFAS Act, universities, the Higher Education Act, TVET colleges, the CET Act. Now, if you read administration when it comes to the CET Act, it's very explicit that the administrator may take over the duties of a council or, and that's very instructive, or the duties of management, which means that in the context of the CET Act, by just appointing an administrator does not automatically mean that the administrator is the god, as Honorable Kakao was saying. That is when the Gazette would then come in to say that this is the framework, but based on the different circumstances of that particular college or entity or what, either the minister or the DG, depending on who is empowered, must be explicit in their letter that this administrator is going to take over the entire entity, or this administrator is just going to take over the board, like how they did with NSFAS when we were here last week. They've got a clause there on continuity where they say, no, in this case, we must allow the CEO to. So maybe the broader problem here, Chair, is the inconsistency amongst all these different guiding legislation. Maybe we need one legislation that deals with administration in all entities. So the problem here is that CET is saying one thing, SDA is saying one thing, higher education is saying another, and the NSFAS Act is also saying another. So I don't like administrators, I don't like giving like total power to an individual in general. So I thought, let me jump in when Honorable Karabo says the administrator is a god, because we'll have issues somewhere else. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable, the birthday man.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was about to comment on that as well. That when Karabo says Honorable Kakao, when she says administrator is a god, she's precisely right by saying that. In all my life, Chair, in all entities, we used to believe that an administrator has even a right to go and fire a receptionist, a tea lady. That's why in some of the appointment of administrators, it's always asked that when an administrator comes, they must come with a team of knowledgeable people in CFO space, in SCM, in all spaces of the entity, because their aim is to come and take over the whole entity and not rely on the existing executive, CFO, COO, and all the others. Is to remove all of them, inclusive of the board.
So I think, though I'm sure my party wouldn't like me to say I agree with Honorable Kakao, but this time around, Chair, she's she's slightly right, Chair. The administrator becomes everything of the institution. There's actually not supposed to be, as soon as the administrator is appointed, there's actually not supposed to be a CFO, COO, CEO, even the head of the SEM. He takes over everything. That's my understanding.
So you are saying we should not have a government gazette?
No, it was a clarity, Chair, that somewhere, somehow in this department, there are things that are crossing one another and people don't relate. And there's not even consultative activities with the public, public service department about these things. Hence, they're creating a chaos for us like this, because some goes the explanation the other way, some the other way. The NSFAS, you saw the administrator was saying the CEO is appointed by me.
Let's stay
and all
away
this
from
stuff.
what people say. We
Yeah.
should be guided by what the gazette says.
Correct.
Because this is a government gazette. This is a legal document that directs these people to do this thing. So we must base our understanding of what is the role of the administrator on a gazette that is out there. What I think the two colleagues said before you is that maybe in future, in order to run away from the fact that of I interpret it this way, I interpret it this way, we must have legislation that says X, Y, and Z. I think I'm amendable to that point that maybe let's get legal opinion. But we do have a process of the amendment of the acts, this act, which will come to us in any case once the department decides to give it to ourselves. So we should be able to deal with it that way. What is important here is that we base our understanding of anything on the act, on the gazette. And if the gazette says your duties here as construction CETA are on accounting authority, we can't come here and say the assumption was that the CEO was supposed to have left at that time. And maybe the administrators giving the CEO some duties. Because we know that did not happen. That's not true. And I've said, if that is the case, then we'll ask the administrator to give us that letter of giving the CEO those duties, because we know it did not happen. What happened here is that the administrator, according to this gazette, and what happened in practice, was that the administrator was appointed to be an accounting authority, which is what the letter said to him, to the administrator of services, to the administrator of LG CETA. It's there anybody, and we can take this government gazette, by the way, and give it to somebody. Give us a legal opinion of what is the role here. It is not. It is very explicit, clearly, in the duties that are given there. So any other explanation, it's not true. Did you had your hand up?
Oh, thank you, thank you.
No,
Chair.
he had his hand up first, Honorable Souls.
Thank
Continue,
you.
DG, sorry.
Firstly, I'm in agreement with the inputs and interventions by honorable members. I also agree with you in your last comment, but I do need to indicate that our administrators for CETAs, in terms of their roles and responsibility, is informed by Section 15(1) of the Skills Development Act. And that is very clear. It's not only saying they are the, you can actually say they are the God. The administrator takes over the administration that includes day-to-day running of the administration. That's taking over the role of the CEO. So I think it's possible for us to disagree in the nuancing of it, but the Act guides us. When we write the Gazette, we try to, the Gazette flows from what the Act says. Where the difficulty is is when the very CEO that is, located in the system, like in the case of LG CETA, there was a CEO there, in the case of the construction CETA, different circumstances. So it then informs the nuancing of the letters, of which I think we need to tighten and clean up in the revision of the new legislation. But our decisions as a department and our directives as a department is informed by Section 15.1.
Press the mic.
We were talking of NSFAS last week, because it's NSFAS Act and it's not the Skills Development Act. What Honorable Lonzi and other honorable members were saying, it will be different in how you then engage the roles and responsibility.
So in practice, what the CETA administration is happening is against the Act 15.1. Because we know there was no letter that gave any, from the administrators, that gave any CEOs powers to do anything. If the Act says you take over day to day, which means it makes them the administration and the board. So it means what then the administrators did is against the Act. That's what you are telling me, because if they coexisted, it means they could have only coexisted if there was a conferring of powers from the administrator to the acting CEO. But that did not happen. So you are just augmenting the point of members that the department has got a big problem in their hands. Honorable Souls?
Chair, can I come in there, please? Please, because it's really important.
I don't want us to have a...
I'm not debating what you are saying, Chair.
Yeah, but I don't want us to have a back and forth.
I need, as a leader of this department.
Yes, I'm going to give you, but you can't open your mic and speak, DG, because I hope you are also going to answer something that is relevant, not give us a lecture on what you know that you guys did not do. And then when we call you to order, you are going to close your mic. I'm giving you a space to answer. What do you want to say?
I will do my best, Chair, to show respect to you and the House, even under the extreme conditions you are putting me in. I am going to say to you that Section 15.1 informs the approach and it informs the terms of reference that were given to our administrators. But circumstances from one CETA to the other are different. That's what I'm saying, and I need that on record. Secondly, I think it's important, Chair, that you have made the comments you've made at the end, because they are a hypothesis that you brought in prior to the meeting, that the department should be, at the end of the meeting, be considered the problem. So,
No, close your mic.
So we are
close your
working-
mic. Close your mic, DJ. I've never said that. Honorable Souls, I've never said that. I've never came here with the preconceived ideas of saying the department must be considered a problem. The department has got its own problems that these members have raised for more than a year. So please, DG, don't try me. Honorable Souls?
Chair, you know, we must be patient with Honorable Khachau. The founders of her party is used to creating gods. You know.
No. Honorable Souls order, no.
No, now I must deal with this issue. It's very personal.
Let's hear the point, Honorable Sols.
It's a strong point. It's a habit that we must end because now there's gods with blue eyes and long hair sitting at a long table with 12 funny looking guys.
Yeah.
So in this instance, I wanted to agree with the DG until the DG also considered that the act creates a god. And so then 15.1 of the act, Chair, does not say that the administrator, in so many words, the DG says he quoted section 15, that he runs the day-to-day. 15.2 says that the minister, through the Gazette, prescribes the duties of the administrator. It's not explicit as the DG has said. So that's not true.
He doesn't want you to say it's not true.
Well, I'm saying it's not true.
Okay.
What I'm saying is not true is only the statement made by the DG that section 15 says day to day. It doesn't say that.
Yeah.
That's 15.1. 15.2 says that the minister prescribes. So I was leaning more towards the comments you made, DG, before you considered, and I understand historically many considered to the God issue by, the people that came here by ships. But before you consider to that, I was more leaning towards that explanation that you gave first, because you said that, and that's what Honorable Lonzi also tried to explain in my understanding, that it's general to say an administrator will be appointed, but based on the circumstances of the particular CETA, the minister then prescribes, based on the need of that particular CETA, what the role of the administrator will be. So it's not general, and that is done through the Gazette. That's what you explained in the beginning, DG, and that's the one, that's the version I'm with. And I was going to agree with you when you said you didn't lie in the letter, because you would now have said this is now the prescription for that particular CETA. But then you went to God and all of that, and then you lost me. That's my submission, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mseza.
No, Chair. I'm not sure whether it was deliberate that my train of thought is totally messed with, but I think I'll conclude with one question to the CETA. And maybe before that, Mr. Ngubane, the CETA coordinating officer, said that the letter that was sent by the CETA was not considered to. I just want to get the DG's response on that, to say, does that mean, out of the expectation of the department, that it shouldn't have been the case that the CETA administrator was not paid for at least 7 months? Does it mean then that the CETA unlawfully paid the administrator without being given the green light by the department after having reached out to the department?
No, that's not our submission, that they did not break any law by in this regard.
So they were correct to pay the administrator?
In my submission,
DG, we're recording here, so when my people tell me that you are not audible, I come in and I tell you, speak to the mic. Please speak to the mic. We did not hear the first part.
I'm speaking to the mic.
Yeah, don't look this way.
I'm not responsible for...
Please speak to the mic. I want to check with my people that if you are edible.
Yeah, but look at me now. I'm speaking to it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah, please can you repeat?
The question was, do you think the CETA was then paid, the CETA paid the administrator unlawful or illegal or
No,
irregular?
it was not unlawful. It was not unlawful. It was with an understanding that once the determination is finalized by the minister, there would then be normalization according to what the minister would have determined.
Maybe Chair, during the course of the meeting, if we can just get what legislation says, either services, Public Service Act or whatever act is required to guide us on this aspect, because I think the department is doing what they like and not guided by the legislation. But I think what Honorable Souls would have also took a bite on this matter, because here we wanted to establish who was wrong in terms of this particular matter of remuneration, which would have been a bone of contention for me when we were reading the letter from the anonymous, what we had understood to be anonymous. So maybe during the course of the meeting, if you could just give us a response as guided by legislation on this matter, DG. Administrator, could you please clarify? You said Pulo Consulting extension contract. In your presentation, I would have picked up that you said by the time in which their contract had lapsed, they had not concluded the organizational development work that they were supposed to conclude. Did I capture you correctly? And if that's the case, how do you then go on to extend a contract of people that would have not concluded their task as per their contract? So the first part is, did I hear you correctly when you said they had not concluded the work that they were given as a scope? And if that's the case, then how did you decide then to extend their contract, having that in mind that they had failed to do what they were supposed to do?
Thanks, Chairperson. I will get Brian to respond to that, then I'll come back to give. Okay. Pulo was responsible for the post-OD project, drafting the structure, placement of people, grading of positions. However, I was the project manager, and the contract needed to be extended because they had been working on this project and it was delayed through a fault not of their own. As far back as December 2024, they were ready for the structure to be signed off. The structure was never signed off up until 2025. I think that's the time I was suspended, around July. Yeah. So there was just this non-responsiveness from the CEO to say, please, let's finish the project. And this project just kept on hanging and it lapsed. So the reason why it needed was not because of the service provider. It was purely because of the CEO was not responsive. And he just never responded to them to say, please sign the structure, and it lapsed. So that's the reason why they could not have delivered. It's because the CEO was unresponsive.
So you are saying, hold on, you are saying you extended them to do what?
To finish the project, because there's a project that needed to be finished, but it was delayed through a fault of not of their own, but through the CETA not being responsive.
What is the project?
It's post-OD. What had happened, Chair, is that the previous administration started a post-OD. They were brought in. My understanding was that CETA was put in 2019 through a administration because of pension fund issue.
2020.
Yes, they were put under administration because of pension fund issue. But that administration then did something called an OD project. They reassessed people, they moved people around, you know.
The Gazette said so.
Yes.
Yeah, so they
Yeah.
followed the Gazette.
So yeah.
So don't enter that part.
Yeah, so
Let's
people
stick
were
to
moved
this one.
around and it created an issue. So come 2021, when the new CEO comes, he says there are problems in the organization. People are not properly placed. People had objection of positions that they were placed. People were demoted. Then we say, okay, we need to fix this thing. Then we agree that you are going to go through a post-OD, meaning to fix what went wrong and the structure. And then it goes through tender. Pulo is appointed, and they were supposed to do this project over, I think it was meant to be 6 months. I stand to be corrected, but it was not meant to be a long project. But the project keeps on just missing milestones purely because of, unresponsiveness. So the project runs over its timing purely because of, as I said, there was just lack of responsiveness to the service provider and to the project plan. And that's why when the administrator came, he found the fact that we've got an unfinished project, and we did show that, listen, the reason that it was not finalized on time was purely because of there was just this lack of responsiveness to the timelines. And therefore, we needed to finish the project because they had started it and they needed to finish it. And the administrator was seized with that headache of either you go back to market and you end up with a different service provider who's probably going to start from scratch and not continue, or you go with these guys that have started with the project and say, okay, finish off the project that you started. So that's the reason why the project was extended.
What is
by
the work
administrator.
that they've done post the post the contract being extended? What? Yeah, I'll give you. What is the work that was done there?
Right now, finally, I think last week we finally signed off the structure.
And then what is the difference between the signed off structure and the one that they found, or the one that you extended them? Since you have extended them, what is the difference that was done there?
The difference is that before they were extended, there was a structure that was created which all of us were uncomfortable with. As administrator mentioned, there were a lot of positions that were created in the office of the CEO. One of the things that in that structure was that ER is going to move from HR and move to the office of the CEO. So there were a lot of, the structure became loaded in the office of the CEO. And everyone was saying, even the service provider said, the structure that's now being put on the table, we don't agree. It doesn't go according to the design principle of structures. So therefore, we disown it, in essence. That's in short what they said.
That's what they said in writing.
Yeah, well, if it
Or in
needs
a
to be in
report.
writing,
No, I'm saying they said that in a report or
I
something.
can't recall if they put it in writing, but I know in my discussion they were unhappy with that structure, and they said we will even express that view, that this structure that now is being put forward is not the structure that we are proposing. And post them being extended, we went back to the original structure design. We did the job profiles were not done. If you remember, before they were extended, the job profiles were not even done. And positions were advertised without having job profiles. So post their extension, it was not actually even an extension of the time. It was not extension of the amount. It was an extension of time to say, finish the project that you've started. Because starting from scratch would have been an expensive and fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Okay. My understanding is that if I hire you on a contract, when you give a report, it must be in writing. So there should be a report in writing, at least from these people who say, this structure we did not agree with, number one. And I hope that is the case. We will write, including to them, these people. Because if public funds are, I told you KZN last week, if public funds are involved, there is no such a thing that this one is a private company, they must account. And we'll have to make sure that we take them through these things. That is one. Number two, when did you extend this contract of these people?
The contract was extended just after the administrator came, because now we're stuck. Employees
Okay,
are waiting.
administrator came in August.
Yeah, I think
So
it's
you-
around October,
okay.
November.
October, no problem.
Yeah.
You see, Honorable
31st
Lonzi,
October. Yeah.
it's fine. You see, Honorable Lonzi, this is the problem we've raised. They've extended a contract of a provider whose contract had expired in June 2025, in in October. So that is not an extension. It's a new appointment. It's not an extension. You can't appoint the matter that these members have raised about the appointment of CEOs of certain CETAs is exactly the same. You can't appoint somebody who's not employed in the CETA and then you say it's extension. It's not true. So you have not extended the contract. You have appointed a contract of somebody who did not go. And I hear the reasoning. The reasoning is fine that if you went on a competitive process, you are likely going to come up with somebody else who are going to give something else. But there's a process that you should have followed if you wanted this particular person to finish the project. And that means you should have went through National Treasury, went through different processes. And therefore, we can't then say, because this is exactly what the protected disclosure indicates, that we have contracted somebody irregularly. And I don't know if the AG has looked at, I know AG Barake, samples, and she might not have sampled this one. But it's a cause for concern that we're raising an issue that should be simply understood to be, and it's an irregular appointment. The reasons are here, the reasons were not there, but it's an irregular appointment that suggests that we have appointed this Palo people, whatever, I don't know them, those people without a prescribed method. You can continue on that path.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, you're quite correct. In fact, when we, on the 31st of October, when the administrator approved it, it was a deviation, not an extension. The reason it was a deviation because the contract that was appointed for 6 months died. Now, it was going to be, if we go out on a competitive bidding process, you know, it was going to be, we're going to be incurring another cost as well. So the motivation for that deviation, invoking the regulation, was the fact that there was work that was done, and therefore we are deviating from a competitive bidding process so that they can conclude the work that was done. So, Chairperson, you're quite correct. It was not an extension of the contract. It was a deviation of the contract. And indeed, when you look at the deviation register, this is also declared in the deviation register as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, you know, Angile gave a lowdown on the fact that it's a deviation. It's allowed in terms of exceptional circumstances consistent with the law. Obviously, we declare it in our deviation register. And AG has just landed. It's just part one of the things that we're going to disclose to AG. In fact, we're not hiding anything, Chairperson. In that, our approach, we are disclosing every potential irregularities. By law, we must declare even things like your deviation, so we have to declare them. It's up to AG to test it, whether it's irregular or not, because it will be tested on the strength of the substantive grounds and reasonings that we are advancing. The biggest fact is that we are avoiding a potential loss of a fruitless expenditure to the tune of about almost 2.8 million that we have that was paid before, if I'm correct. Yeah, that's the actual amount. So the law is very clear that under exceptional circumstances you can deviate, and that's the option that we opted. Thank you.
Yeah, you did not give us this deviation document. We don't have it on the documents that we've asked you to supplement. You did not send it to us.
Okay, we'll submit it just.
Please send it, Honorable Ngubane, please send it now.
Chair, is just to quickly get the clarity on the deviation. Normally, when a contract has come to an end, the moment you enter a deviation, you need a concurrence with Treasury. Does this contract fit that criteria as well? Do we have all those concurrences that makes you safe to call that a deviation? Thank you, Chair.
That's why I'm asking them to send it to us, because when they started saying deviation, I went to what they've sent us, and I can't find it there. But if you can answer quickly before you send.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Member, if you will recall that Treasury's got threshold in terms of submission of deviation to them, and this one is just under $1 million. It's 943,559. So it's just under $1 million for the remaining of the amount that was contracted for. So, however, we have it's in our disclosure notes for further auditing to the AG. But Chair, we will make that available. Thank you very much.
You know, the story of Tembisa Hospital, where codes, one company will get 1,000 codes of less than $1 million. Yeah, so when you say this one did not reach that, it's just under you. Yeah, you are scaring me, because you are making us relive those things of Tembisa Hospital, and I hope it's not the case. I hope you'll give us those things. Honorable Msezana, finish your time.
No, Chair, I'll be monitoring the entire engagement if other members are going to be thrown out the trail like I have. So I'll really object as members are interacting, because I always lose my train of thought. So I'll just ask my last question, and I think I'll subside from there. And I think maybe before I do, let me ask my last question and clarity from the project manager. The project manager said, Chair, in his response, that the Polo Consulting was ready to make or to sign off since or by 2024 December. So I would really be interested to know, as you had asked, Chair, what would have then been different, or would have then they made a submission when they could, then you decided that you are not satisfied with what they were submitting because you said they were ready to sign off by 2024 December. Then my last question to the administrator, in your report, administrator, you said that there's only 480 accredited entities in your database, whereas out there, I think you would take that from the applications you would have got by now. There are at least 1,100 accredited service providers, whereas in your system there's 480. What I would want to know is, what have you done, or what are you planning to do from those that you flagged out, which are at least 600 accredited regularly service providers in your applications or systems. So are you planning to reflect them into what exactly?
Yeah. As you answer, you must also have in mind that there's a forensic called Abacus. Was it Abacus the one that dealt with the accreditation? Yeah, so as you answer him, please note that we have that background.
Yes, Chair. In 2024, the structure that was designed was following what we found to be the design principles, which the PULO had advised us, and most of us were comfortable. The union was consulted on it, and we thought everyone was on board. But then the CEO by 2024, literally blunted the process of saying, listen, please can we meet so that you can look at it and approve. And as I said, it never happened. And later on, when he started engaging with the structure, he made a lot of changes which the consultants were also not happy about, to say, listen, this is going against the design principles. There's positions that you're just loading a structure under the office of the CEO. So we really don't recognize the new structure that's been proposed. So the reality is that structure in 2024 was not what we all had understood it to be.
and the consultants were also not happy with the design, with what the CEO requested post December 2024. And that's why it delayed, it never got signed, and now I think what we have is a product that has been properly consulted, and it actually satisfies the design principle that were required of the structure.
Before you come in, Administrator, when we had a conversation with you last year, HR, you said the reason why this thing was not signed, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, was because the CEO refused to sign and actually, or delayed to sign, and not what you said you are the senior manager. Yeah, what he's saying now. Now I'm becoming worried because that's not what you said last time.
I don't think that there is an inconsistency between what I said and what Brian is saying. The structure was ready for approval in November 2024. The CEO was not comfortable with the structure that had been proposed by the Pulo Consulting. I think we started then talking to the board secretary to schedule a date for us to meet with one of the board committees that was responsible for HR, so that we could present the structure to them, because the CEO was not moving on it and we wanted to move on it. We could not get a date from the board secretary because the CEO was not in agreement with the structure. So by November, we were ready to move with the structure. Till the board left in March 2025, the structure was still not approved. The structure was approved by the CEO after he had made changes to it in, I think it was in June or June. It was actually sent to us at the beginning of July 2025. That's when he had approved the structure that he had made changes to. And at the same time, he then went on a recruitment drive to fill that new structure. The problem with that new structure is that even the positions that he advertised did not have job specifications. So the project was designed in such a way that the structure would be designed along with the job specifications that went with the jobs on the structure. But because he made changes to the structure that had been designed, there were no job specifications for some of the positions that he had advertised. So from an HR point of view and from the service provider point of view, we were ready to take the structure to the board in November 2024 for approval. The CEO was not comfortable with that. He even indicated that he would explain himself to the board why he was not comfortable with that structure.
Okay. So the advert that appointed this consulting firm would have said, or the SLA would have said, this is what we want you to do. It will include this and that. So you'll give that to us.
Yes.
In writing.
We'll send the actual contract.
Yeah. So, but we are saying the structure was signed in June, or you saw it in July 2025.
Yes, we received an email from the board secretary, Mr. Dawood Dada, in the first week of July with the approved structure.
Yeah,
it was
so
on the 4th of July.
Yeah, so it was signed.
It was signed by the CEO because at that stage we didn't have a board and he was the acting.
Problem. Does not explain.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
You see, she says it was signed, right? And then because you did not have the job specifications on certain jobs that were advertised, you then said you are not comfortable with this work. You are deviating, using the word now of, you are now deviating to give this consultant to come back and do what? What is the deviation saying?
The project plan is not yet finalized. Post the structure, you need to do job grading, job profiling, and placement of people. So the whole project was not about only the structure. So there's still work to be done, including job profiles.
So what was the CEO expected to sign when all of this was not done?
To sign off on the structure.
Only on the structure.
At that time, it was a milestone of structure by December 2024. It was a milestone of start so that we can move to the other milestones. So he delayed that structure, therefore that delayed the other things.
So when you deviated and appointed them, you wanted them now to do what? To job grading?
Job grading, job profiles, helpers placement, remuneration strategy. So there's still a number of things that need to
And
be
then why
finalized.
did you have to deviate? Because any other person could have done that. Because I thought when I agreed with you earlier on, when you said you wanted them to continue, it's because you want them to do this job because they've done this job before. Only the CEO changed the structure, and you wanted them to fix that thing and then plug this thing. So why would any other consulting firm or not have graded senior manager HR as it's in the structure?
There's a couple of processes that were still outstanding, and normally most companies don't want to come in at the tail end. You've got a structure. Now they have to draft job profiles, a new consulting firm. Let's presuppose that's the case. You appoint a new consulting company to say, these people have designed the structure, please draft the profiles. And that company did not know what was the design principle of that structure for them
They'll
to
get
draft.
it from you. Again, it's you who tells them, I want my company to work this way. I want you to design the structure that will make sure that I reach my vision. It's you who tells the first. So you can't tell me that this what is this consulting, would have designed a structure that they've thought about it themselves. They would have gotten inputs from you.
That's true.
So it's you, it's your vision. So it's not true that people don't want to enter into something that have been done by somebody because they don't know what you want to achieve. It's you. They should know because it's you who briefs them. It's there on the specifications. So when you advertise, you say these are the specifications. I want a firm that will be able to do an HR heavy firm that deals with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when you tell them this is what I want. I want a CETA that will produce at this level, that will be intensive on training or intensive of paying of allowances if you want to pay them yourself. So it's you who designs this thing. So it's not true that they won't know this the second company or the third company.
Chair, it was an option that we could have taken.
It was an option and you did not take it.
Yes.
That's an honest answer, which I think I'm willing to accept because it's an honest answer. Not that you had nobody to do this thing. That's not a correct version. This one is an honest answer I'm willing to take. You wanted to add?
I wanted to write on that one. Let me respond to the question of Honorable Msezana.
So you want me to move away from this one quickly?
It looks like.
No, I'm joking. Now you can answer Msezana's question.
Yeah, this one is my passionate one because it touches the heartbeat of our existence and our credibility out there and the questionable status that even the QCTO is beginning to flag, especially when we're advancing towards the occupational trades qualification. One thing good that the CETA has done is that when these allegations emerged, there was a forensic exercise to look at it. So there's a report that the chairperson is referring to by Abacus, and we are using it to discipline and subjecting disciplinary processes to a few colleagues right now. But then to discipline people at again, administrator, official level, it's fine, it's okay. Who's the brains behind this concept? So the problem statement is that on the system you have 460 something accredited service providers that have gone through a thorough accreditation process. But on another database, you have 1,100 people. So that is a problem. So what we've decided to do is that we want to then go deeper in terms of understanding how to verify the credibility of in these 463 and get to understand these 1,120, how were they accredited? Because the process of accreditation, the systems leaves fingerprints. If you tamper with it, you do it, it leaves fingerprint. At this stage, I'm very comforted by the fact that there's a disclosure that was made to how the systems works, and we're going to act on it. Given there's a number of resources, just that we are thin on the budget for investigations and the like. So it's one of the suggestions that I'm thinking that maybe we should subject it to agencies that have huge budget for this type of investigations, Chairperson, because it's complex, it's big, and we are thin on the resources. So it's a very critical aspect. We've drafted the terms of references. We just need to look at the budget and the methodology of how we can onboard a service provider. But ideally, in a perfect way, I would have wanted the SIU practically to look at it, because in my view, possibly it could be even a generic problem within the CETA system of service providers that are not fully having gone through a fully accredited process. So terms of references to appoint are there. We just need to go to market to actually do that. But like I said, Chairperson, the risk associated with not doing anything about it is just too big to can contemplate. Chances are even that when our mandate expires in 30th July, the question will be like, how do you recognize and structure that on this database it's characterized by fake accreditations? It's going to be a problem. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, you are left with 4 months at the seat. Yeah, Honorable Kakao showed us that. Is it 98 or 96? I think she said 96, 98. So one of the points that was written to you by the DG, at the time it was not emotional. He wrote on the Gazette that one of, one of your points is that you must go and implement forensic investigations. You are 8 months in, 4 months left. So this abacus, how far are you in implementing? I know you are saying you want the big dogs, but there are people who were pointed out there who you must consequence manage. How far are you with those ones?
Do you want to respond to that? But I know that, can you be very precise in terms of the 5?
The 5, it's Gobodo. Are we talking about Abacus or Gobodo? So I need to be clear, because there is a Gobodo report that impacts 4 employees, which are
But
currently.
we're talking about the setting of accreditation.
Yeah, they are in the accreditation units. There's 4 of them. 2 have gone through the disciplinary process. I think the 3rd one they finalized yesterday, and we just left with 1, which is happening next week. So we already have verdicts for others. There's a dismissal. There's final written warnings. So yeah, it's progressing. And as I indicated, then the next one is next week. The other one was finished yesterday. So all 4 would be done by the 19th of this month. All 4 disciplinary hearings would be finalized, plus the 5th one of. Actually, there's 5. Let me put it like that. The last one is on the 19th. So all of them would be finalized by the 19th of May.
You wanted to add something?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The most important thing is that if you look at it, we're chasing mice. The engine, the thinking, the mastermind behind this need to be subjected to a thorough investigation. And this is the phase that I'm proposing that we need to go into. And given state of resources, that's where we need to go. Otherwise, it will just rear its ugly head again and again and again. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll spend some time on this thing of cons management. Lunch is ready. When I arrived in the morning, the people from construction CETA did not want to take our coffee and tea. I hope now that you can see, we're not hostile, so you can eat our lunch. We're inviting you. We're inviting you to have lunch. We're back here at 2:00. We start at 2. After Joy, we'll then adopt the minutes, and then we'll continue. Joy, your 25 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I was just saying outside during lunch, Chair, so you'll indulge me that I'm a new member as an alternate in the committee. I was still just a bit surprised in how proceedings unfold in the committee, but I think I will get there. I'll get there. Chair, I wanted to start with the first question, which is the question that I know we belabored on, but I still have unanswered issues on, and that is the issue of the remuneration of the administrator. Earlier on, we established, and I want to get this, that's the first question I think I wanted clarity on, so that the department confirms if that is my understanding, if my understanding is correct, that it's the minister who determines the remuneration of the administrator. Is that correct, DG? It's the minister who determines the remuneration of the administrator.
Yes, that's correct.
On record, DG.
After recommendations from the department.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Now, the administrator got his first salary in November. Is that correct? Or in January? When did he got his first salary in November? In January. When did the administrator get his first salary?
You want to
Yes.
I practically started, the Gazette was started on the 15th, but I officially started on the 1st. So the whole September and October, I didn't earn a salary. So that's when we wrote a letter to the department to make an interim measures. Thank you.
So you got your first salary when? In November? Yes. That's in November. So who determined that remuneration of November? Who determined that salary of November?
It was based on a proposal that we wrote to the department.
Who determined that salary? Was it the minister who determined that salary of November?
It's not the minister. That would be the CETA itself.
Was that lawful? Because earlier on, the question that I think Susanna asked was it lawful? Because what we heard is that the letter was written, the letter you wrote as a CETA, proposing a salary that you want to pay the administrator based on the fact that the department was still busy with that determination. And I think it's Mr. Ngubane who said they did not respond to that letter, said that. So the salary you were paid in November was not determined by the minister because there is no formal letter or any indication that the minister said, yes, as a provisional matter, you can actually give the administrator that salary. There was never that indication. So who determined the salary of November? And was it a lawful determination? Okay. Chair, through you, I see there's somebody who wants to respond.
The salary that was paid in November was determined between myself and the the administrator. We cannot comment on whether it was lawful or not. And that was based on the proposal that he had made to the DHET when he was negotiating with them.
Do you have the authority or the powers to determine a salary of an administrator?
I do not have the authority. Sorry. No, I don't have that authority. And I think that's why we wrote to the DHET to say this is what we intend to do. And once you have determined the salary, we will then implement any corrections that need to be implemented.
DG, I want you to advise the committee because here is an issue. The person with authority and the powers to determine the remuneration of the administrator is the minister. the minister did not determine the remuneration and the salary of the administrator in November, but the administrator was paid. They wrote a letter of intention. The expectation, my understanding is that the expectation was for the department to say, yes, you can continue, because they hold the authority and the power to determine that remuneration. That was not done. But still it was paid. So tell me, how do you arrive at your, because earlier on you said it's not unlawful. How do you arrive at that conclusion that it is not unlawful for the CETA to have determined a salary and even implemented that salary when the CETA do not have those powers?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that in responding the way I did, I may have only considered one aspect, which says once the minister has approved, then we determine, and that's what the DG implements, the decision of the minister. But in the case like this, where there is an administrative arrangement between officials on the basis that there is a process that is going on, still that process needs to be regularized. Even if it can be understood, but it still must be regularized because it could be an audit finding. How do I expect that to be regularized? It must be a submission that says, whilst awaiting the ministerial determination, in the transition, we have implemented the following arrangements. That is the duty of the skills branch that is overseeing that aspect. Sometimes it overlaps. Sometimes, it's. So I think may I then augment my earlier comment in that regard.
Okay, I want to pass this point, Chair, by saying I think the department is acknowledging that one, that payment that was done was not determined by the minister. The first salary, which is the first salary and the second salary, because the only salary that we can say for sure was determined by the minister is the one that is in the document that you've sent us, the 2.5 million after. So we must then come to a conclusion that indeed that salary was paid unlawfully because it was not determined by the powers that should determine that salary. Because in your response now, even DG, you don't even tell us if that submission, because you are saying, yes, there is room for that provisional arrangement, but it must be regularized. And you are not saying to us it was. You are not saying to us that unit, the skills unit, did make a submission. We did receive the submission. As a result, we would have a submission with us.
You can repeat everything that you've just said on record.
Correct. You are correct, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to move then to the next aspect of this very same question. Okay, I want to move to the next aspect of this very same question. So when the DG was responding earlier, the DG says, this is how we determine remuneration packages of administrators. We do it through negotiation. And I recall Honorable Msezana was at pains to say which legislation. The response was that the legislation is quiet. It doesn't speak about how you arrive at remuneration of administrators. Now, here is my question. You see, this is government. It can't be because you say, DG, no, we negotiate based on which policy? Because in government, for example, as a portfolio committee, we can't arrive at a meeting of a portfolio committee and decide, when you are going to speak, and we just establish that. That's not how government works. There must be a policy. So which HR policy was the basis of you having that, utilizing those factors to determine a remuneration? Even if the legislation is quiet, which I understand, but in many cases when the legislation is quiet, we develop a framework. We develop a framework or we develop a policy which outlines, or regulations, which then determines exactly the process. So what you've just said, we want to know, where do you derive it from? Which HR policy, which specific framework within the department that says when you determine the remuneration package of administrators, you look at these factors?
I think, firstly, I need to indicate that once the minister delegates the responsibility to appoint to the Director General, then the Director General will issue a gazette. And that gazette will then, in terms of that notice, officially appoints and determine the powers and duties of the administrator and terms of reference for the appointment. Unfortunately, in the legislation of higher education, in the post-school education and training, each sector is regulated differently. CETA Act have other provisions, but in the Skills Development Act that is relevant to this, that this part is silent. I now agree with you that under those circumstances, it is required that some mechanisms are established to close that gap. And I think that that is what, as the revision of legislation, the current process that is happening, those are the gaps that we seek to close. May I also indicate that the legislation, the gaps in the legislation are not always caused by the errors, but they are caused sometimes by the fact that they are just old. For example, the white paper on post-school education was published in 2013. The Skills Development Act, 1998. So you can actually see that between that period and now, there needs to be, amendments. We take responsibility for ensuring that this is done. And I think that we are reported to have come to Parliament to indicate how far we are with some of those.
Chair, also secondly on this one, I think it must be on record that the department utilized, they did not base their determination of the package of the administrator on any piece of law, any policy. I think it was just, I don't know, thinking of one person. Because the problem with that is that you will not be the DG in the next, maybe you are not a DG in the next 3 years. I come in and I say, I want to use to benchmark internationally. Then the salary moves from 2.5 probably to 6 million. Because there is no established framework. There is no policy, there is nothing that we utilize to establish remuneration packages. My very last question on this matter, so how much was the salary, how much was the remuneration package of the last administrator? We had an administrator in 2020. We had an administrator in 2020. How much was the remuneration package of the administrator that was in office in 2020?
I'll request that we come again.
You're not sure. Maybe answer first.
40 years experience. No, we will provide that in writing, Chair, if we can do so. Okay.
Chair, that response is very important for me. I don't think I'll accept the in writing because I also now want to understand what informed the determination of the CETA. Because they, the first one who recommended a 3 million. I want to understand, Bona, what were they basing that determination on? It will make sense to me if they say we're basing it on the previous administration, because that's the first place I will go. If I'm trying to determine a salary of a member of parliament, the first place I'll go is to check how much was the member of parliament earning in the previous administration. It's the first point of basis. So I really, really want to get that answer, Chair, not in writing. So whilst they're still looking for it, yeah, okay.
I'm going to request the office to send it. I was not there during that administration. I came in the last month of that administration, so we'll request HR from head office to send us that information. Thank you.
How long do you need? How long do you think? 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll allow you 30 minutes, is fine. But I can tell you how much it was. It was 1.7 million, because I've told you I've been in this committee for about 7 years, but please bring it. Yes.
Yeah, now I'm shocked. Okay. Because if that is the case, now I've got other questions, but maybe let's get the
The Deputy Minister's got something to say.
Apologies, Chair and Honorable Maimela. I think Mr. Ngubane, you wanted to say something? Okay, he says he sent it to the DG. DG, check. Error.
Okay, DG, Barry, you have it now. Maybe, or okay. Chair, so I now want to go to the issues that are in the presentation. Now, in the presentation of the protected disclosure of the whistleblower that now we know, so the first issue that he raises is the Vodacom internet connectivity contract. Now, he makes allegations about how this contract was irregular, flagged as irregular, having been awarded on an irregular basis. The response of the CETA there is that, and for me this is very problematic response. It says, Vodacom was a long-standing concern from 2021 to 2022 and flagged before the current administration. They then say that this administration inherited the problem. This matter reflects contract management, SCM, ICT planning, and executive oversight weaknesses over time. Now, I want to hear now from the department, because you play oversight over the CETA. A Vodacom contract is flagged in 2022. What happened after it was flagged? What steps were taken? Because you are even saying in your own presentation that this contract reflects contract management issues, and it reflects planning and executive oversight weaknesses over time. So I want to hear from the department who plays oversight on the CETA. What happened with this matter, with this contract that was flagged? Because it can't be that 4 years ago, a contract is flagged to be irregular. 4 years after it is flagged, we're still speaking about it. And we don't get any explanation as to what interventions were put in place, the implementation progress of those interventions. We're not getting that. And that's what I want to get. So can I ask from the department, because that unit you're speaking about, remember, it is directly responsible. The fact that they're not here, it means the department was confident that it will be able to respond to all questions, including this one. So can I get a response on that one?
I'm not aware, it was not flagged to the department. No, it's an honest answer. Through Chairperson, it was not flagged to the department. We conduct monitoring of entities, but we don't do 100%. There are certain things that we can miss, but we look into it that the audit action plan is in place. If there are any issues that are flagged by the Auditor General, we make sure that the entity have got an audit action plan and we monitor implementation of such. So if it is not flagged as such, it might have not came to our attention.
Now my question then will be to the CETA. Your response, your presentation says the Vodacom was a long-standing concern and flagged before the current administration. Flagged where? To who? Where was it flagged? Because the department says it doesn't know. It has never been flagged to them. But your response to this irregularity that you've inherited, that it's still a problem as we speak, is that it was flagged and it has always been a long-standing problem. You even conclude that it is actually indicative of a weak planning and executive oversight over time. That's your presentation. So I want to hear those details.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it reflected a bit of not being decisiveness on the contract management when the first time the contract, when it was loaded into the system, was irregular, but it still continued for a particular period. Knowing very well that that particular period of that contract is going to lapse, then you don't go out on tender, then you don't go out on tender to onboard the new service provider. Then the option that they then had in 2023-24, colleagues who were there would give context better. Then they opted for a services CETA participation contract, whilst this contract was still active and in force. Yes. Pardon? I did.
No, I was saying switch it off. The question there is, where did you flag it? So you must respond to where did you flag it, and if you please answer that part, because I have a member asking a point of order, so I want him to answer first. Administrator.
Thank you. It was flagged by the Auditor General, and secondly, it was even flagged by us and subjecting it to the Loss Control Committee for a determination on what do you do, what is the way forward. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, thank you, Chair. I think that's the point I wanted to say. Dadema Buzanguban is misleading the House. In 2022 already, the Auditor General made it clear. All Auditor General findings of the Republic of South Africa are made known to the departments that are being audited. So then already the AG flagged it with the department that the awarding of this contract was irregular. So it is not true that your department did not know about it. Thank you.
I want to come exactly there because I want to demonstrate what you've raised earlier. The problem we're seeing here of having an entity, a public entity being under administration for about 10 years now or more, is exactly what we're establishing. It's true, there is weak oversight. And I'm saying, if the department says, no, this thing has never been flagged, but they say they monitor audit findings and audit actions, which audit findings have they been monitoring if they did not pick up this irregular tender that we must discuss 4 years after? Pella, we shouldn't be discussing this irregularity now. You should be saying to us, this is what we did with this flagged irregular tender, and this is how we've dealt with it. So I want to agree that the department is lying, that it did not know. And now I want to know, because you're saying it showed weak contract management. Who is the person in the department who was responsible for contract management? 2, from the department, who is responsible for the audit outcomes monitoring and actions? Because then there must be consequence management to those two. We must start getting into a point where we name and shame officials that are failing us as government. So that's my second question. Who are these two people who are responsible for this? Because the whistleblower wouldn't have raised this thing if it was dealt with. If a person who was responsible to deal with it had dealt with it.
I'll be very direct. The contract management function when these things happened, it was during the period of the acting CFO. So, and the managers for the entire SCM processes. So the loss control committee made it very clear there must be action, and we will be implementing the action on that one. Because we are tired, very honestly, of regularizing without action and accounting at the National Treasury and other forums if we are not going to be resulting in consequences management. Thank you, Chairperson.
Just for my notes here, you are saying the person who was supposed to do consequence management, there is the former acting CFO that we're talking about. What was his role?
As SCM, it falls under that him during that particular time, that particular period, yeah. And the acting CFO then. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Correct me.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members. This matter was first raised by internal audit. I think they were doing a probity audit on this tender, and they flagged it as being irregular with a lot of other tenders as well. This matter was sent to the CEO at the time and the CFO at that time, who was Mr. Mkhize. And subsequent to them receiving this internal audit report, this is before the AG flagged it as irregular, the supply chain manager at the time wrote to the CFO to give her own recommendations on what needed to be done to regularize this contract. Her recommendations were not implemented, and the contract was permitted to run. The contract was due to expire at the end of April 2024. MTN enters the picture. Okay. Okay.
We want to establish facts here. So who was responsible for having this irregular contract done? Who's that person? Regularizing that's what you call in your, what do you call it? You call it, what do you call it? If regularizing an irregular, there's a term in condonation. That's not what we're asking for. Because that's you trying to fix the problem. But the problem was done first. So we're asking you who was responsible for putting the CETA into this position?
When this contract was awarded in 2021, it is my understanding that the chairperson of the BAC committee responsible for this contract was the former CEO, Mr. Shezi.
So Shezi was the chairperson of the BAC committee. So he's the responsible character on this one.
That is what I was informed, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then the department, when the AG flagged, now the AG flags it. Now this is the CETA internal. But now the AG flags it. And you said to us, you do monitoring of AG findings and actions. So who was responsible to do that? After now the AG flags the matter, who was responsible?
I've got the team that, through you, Chairperson. There is a team that reports to me that is responsible for monitoring. But let me also clarify that I might be wrong to say, let me correct the statement of saying it was not flagged to the department. I don't have information handy to respond because we oversee the performance of 22 entities. Each and every entity has got the management letter with the issues of emphasis from the Auditor General. So I cannot, on top of my head, remember each and every finding from each seat. But the team that reports to me is doing the monitoring. Thank you.
Chair, the chairperson, the question was who? Who? Maybe the leader of that team or who? Specifically who?
The team is big, so I can establish that. I cannot say who. I don't know in 2020 who went to do the monitoring on that particular day.
But the team is led, right?
Correct.
Who led that team? Who leads that team? Who leads that team?
The teams that is conducting the monitoring are clustered into a group of 4 sitters under each manager. So I will have to establish if on that particular day who exactly was heading the team. I can provide that information.
Chair, it's really disheartening because even if you have clustered the sitters and you've established different teams and the managers, you would know that these sitters are clustered here and they are managed by this team. And at least you should know, even if you don't know the members of the team, at least you should know who leads that team. So it's disheartening to hear that, because I don't think it's true that they don't know. We want to know who exactly was responsible for the team, where the CETA, this CETA, was clustered. Because you're saying it's 4. So you know out of the 4. These are people that you interact with constantly because you must get reports. So there is no way that you don't know who was responsible for which sitters. At least the manager.
Through you, Chairperson, Honorable Member, I know the managers who report to me, but I'm saying on the particular day and with regards to this particular matter, because I will say it's so and so only to find that he was on leave, because we are talking about a matter which happened in 2020. So I needed to establish the facts so that when I give you the name, I will be sure of what I'm saying.
Okay, Chair, I'm requesting that similar to the issue of the salary, can the Mr. Ngubane establish that information and share with us before perhaps the end of the day? Because maybe I'm sure you can simply go into your records and establish that fact. Chair, on the issue of the Pulo Consulting and Extension, I think I am covered because I wanted to agree with the assertion that it was not an extension. It definitely did not appear as an extension. Now, the issue of the UJ appointment, and I think the administrator was saying it's just an MOU. And the allegation here is that how the MOU was constructed is not in line with your established policies. So how do you establish, okay, maybe the first question is, this research that you've sanctioned, are you expected to pay for any part of that research? As a CETA, are you expected to make any payment? Because research must be funded, must be resourced. Are you expected to make any form of payment for that research?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there was a payment for that research.
Now, my question is, because it's supposed to be funded, what is the established policy in terms of entering? Because wherever you spend public money, there must be an established framework so that you are able to account for that money. Even if you think that money is insignificant, it's public money, you must be able to account for it. So there must be a framework. If it's not a tendering process, if it's not a bidding process, what process is it? And what is the established framework in terms of you entering into memorandum of agreements on sanctioning researches of that nature? That's my last question, Chair, but I really hoped that DG would respond on that one.
So the CETA has got an APP target that talks to partnerships with universities, TVET, CETs. So this MOU responds to that APP target for partnerships. So there's a number of universities that we have MOUs with. And part of the MOU speaks to conducting research and other projects that would be beneficial to both parties. When we also have an APP target that talks to commissioning a research study on an annual basis. So when it was time for us to conduct that research study, we actually requested advice from SEM to say, how do we go about appointing a university to assist us to meet this APP target? And the advice that we received was that we did not need to do an SEM process, but that we could use the MOU that was already in place. Thanks.
DG, there's the issue that we must respond to, the issue of the salary of the previous administrator.
Thank you, Chair. The salary of the previous administrator was determined the same way in terms of process as we've done now. At that time, there were guidelines, DPSA guidelines.
Please take the mic closer to you. Recordings are saying your voice is very low from...
Yeah, I trust now that I've moved it. It will pick it up. Yeah. The guidelines and on the conditions of service and appointment of administrators and the circular, on the public service, DPSA Circular 19 of 2019 were the key determinants. But I think guidelines are never the best instrument and tool for dealing with matters like this. So I would still agree that gaps do exist in the determination of salaries, but a specific response to the question is the DPSA guidelines as indicated, Circular 19 of 2019.
How much was the question was how much? We don't want the process now. We're now dealing with how much was the previous administrator paid.
It is the last bracket of the DG salary.
You don't know how much was he paid?
How much was
Mr. Wasa paid?
Yeah, it's 2.2 million. Yeah.
2.28. Yeah. It's 2.28. 2,228 million per annum. 2 million.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This was his exit salary. This was when he left the CETA.
This was in Feb. This is the payslip of February. Yeah, this was February 2020 salary.
Okay. And then this was not taken into, because the question of Honorable Maimela was did you take into consideration the former person's thing? And that's the argument that she was making there. Okay, it's okay. Honorable Maimela, so have you guys attempted to implement this abacus forensic? Is there an attempt to do it? This abacus forensic? It also speaks to the Vodacom issue there.
There was a report from Abacus that I once received, and we had to decipher, what it means, who gets charged. It had certain SCM colleagues. Some of the charges were already in Ms. Mputi's charge sheet, so it was already happening. Some of the charges are sitting with Ms. Thabiseng Sinkoto, and we have given her a letter be charged based on the Abacus report, and she's got the...
So you are implementing?
We are implementing, yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking this, Honorable Maimela asked who was responsible for the irregular appointment of this. And Ms. Taji said, according to her, it's the former CEO, who was the PAC chair at the time. Now, I went to, on the same report, 8.5. And it says the employee is responsible for the regular expenditure. It does not say what you are telling us. It says here, I want to read it. We conclude that the SCM unit is responsible to ensure that procurement processes are fair, transparent, equitable, competitive, cost-effective. In this instance, we conclude that the regular expenditure flowed from lack of reasonable care by the SCM practitioner, specifically Mabaso as the custodian of the SCM function at the time. Mabaso was an independent contractor of CETA. As this was a competitive tender, the BAC open code is responsible for compiling of bid specifications, close quote, as stipulated by the implementation guide issued by SCM. The CETA SCM policy further prescribes that specification endorsed by the BSc must be approved by the BAC. We find that local content was referenced as a bid conditions for the tender, despite SBD 6.2 not reflecting the same. We find that despite listed as a bid condition, the BEC failed to consider evaluate local content as stipulated in the bid document as required in SBD 6.2. We therefore find that SCM unit Mabaso in bracket and the BEC was responsible for the irregular expenditure flowing from the appointment of Vodacom. So what do you have to say, Mr. Taj, about what this thing says? Because this is the report that is in your care. And when we ask questions, want you to, because now I'm worried that you are saying you're implementing consequence management there. You have given people letters. And you at HR, you don't seem to know what the report is saying. So those people that you have charged might say you are targeting them because you know certain parts, you don't know other parts. Ms. Taj.
Thank you, Chair. I think I need to explain what I was responding to. I was responding to the internal audit report that came before the AG's report, where I indicated that the CEO was informed that the contract was irregular, even before the AG.
No, I said, don't tell me about a fixing, what do you call it? What is that word? I specifically said, the question here is at the beginning of the appointment of the I specifically said, you were responding to something I entered. And I said, I understand what is condonation, whatever the case may be. It's fixing or regularizing an irregular appointment. You say, okay, I'm going to ask the board to give us condonation on awarding of uh, a building purchase to these people. We go to the board. It doesn't mean it was not irregular. It was irregular, but it went through the fixing called condonation. I explained this part. And I asked you, who was, and then you said the BAC chair was the former CEO. And I listened to you. So I'm asking you, colleagues, with the humility I have, explain what did you mean? Because I asked the question precisely. Ms. Taj.
Chair, I said that I was informed that Mr. Shezi was the BAC chairperson when this tender was appointed. And when the internal audit did a probity audit on it before the AG came and audited, he was informed that the contract was irregular. So I was responding to a question where a member was saying, who was responsible for the contract management? And I was saying, the CEO and the former CFO.
We will go to, don't make it worse. We will go to hindsight. Because this meeting of ours is recorded. I don't want us to go there. But we'll go on hindsight. So you are saying to us, what you are saying now is the same as what you said a few minutes ago.
Yes, it is the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. We'll process ourselves properly. Honorable Law, you had a follow-up barracking and order on this one.
Chair, I wanted to jump in here because I don't know, maybe the answers we're getting, I'm the one who's slow. Ne? And I want to base this on this. If Vodacom was indeed irregular, I want to be simple, I want to try and assist the process. If Vodacom was indeed irregular and MTN was in place through a participation with CETA, ne? CETA was the one that could have been benchmarked for MTN to have been used because Vodacom was an issue initially, Chair. Now, if indeed we used CETA for MTN, why did there were deviation after performance issues were experienced with CETA? Because we need to know what derived you to go out of a proper procedure of CETA and leaving the ages one and whatsoever. So we can have the reason, because I want to get to the gist of that, because you will have to be confident on that.
Administrator, I think to be fair, I stopped you earlier when you wanted to respond to this question.
No, then earlier I wanted to respond on the university one. I'll come back to it. But I'll still ask them to add on the CETA sequence of events. Thank you.
Okay, so CETA was the MTN through CETA. We received an appointment letter on the 2nd of April, 2025. But so that happened, but the contract with CETA was expiring on the 31st of March, 2025. So we were going to be under contract for 2 months. When the meeting with MTN took place, they indicated that it would take 6 weeks for them to finalize implementing the infrastructure in the CETA. So that would have taken us post March, the 31st of March in 2025. So we would have been out of contract by then. We then requested the former acting CFO to give us proof that that contract with CETA had been extended so that we could continue with it. We did not get that proof until September 2025, but then that extension was until the 30th of November. So we were going to be out of contract again within a space of 2 months. We then asked him to say, if we expect MTN to lay out its infrastructure and the contract expires in 2 months, are we not then going to be found wanting when MTN wants to recoup its costs? He did not respond to that. So we don't have any, and at the same time, that extension did not apply to construction CETA because we did not have a signed SLA with MTN at that time. So we couldn't continue with it because there was no signed contract between MTN and construction CETA.
No, finish it. I'll give you Honorable Souls after. You can finish this point. Before, please give us the 2.2, what do you call it? Payslip. Please send it to us because I just opened the annual report. I told you I was here. I've been here I'm a furniture here. So the annual report that was presented before this parliament indicate that Mr. Wasa here was any 1.8. And we had for Pizzo Tetsi, GNC Jack, as Mnisi, as I'm just reading to show you. I've opened that document that was emailed to us when they appeared. So I want to see because it means these people might have lied on an annual report, or that salary advice might not be true. Both of them can't be true. And this thing was sent to us on the 2nd of February. Honorable Lowe, please follow up on this one. No, I want him to follow up on this one. Then Souls and then yourself, Honorable Kaka.
Chair, I still don't get the answer of Vodacom and MTN. By the time the administrator arrived, I want to assume MTN was active, Chairperson. And the irregularity was that for Vodacom to have not been allowed to proceed, there was issues of DTI with local content requirements and whatsoever. Now for proactiveness, there was CETA. CETA was used because it's already there, Chair. When it's actively there, you take the MOU, the SLA, you proceed the work. So when it was active, it was cancelled. They went to fetch MTN. I'm saying that. That's why now we're sitting with this particular conundrum. And I'm asking why would you leave MTN that is having a reference point where there was no findings on it and you went to Vodacom where there were findings on it?
We could not proceed with MTN because we did not have a signed contract with MTN. It was not active.
Was the contract with Vodacom active?
The contract with Vodacom had expired, but it was on a.
So both of them
month-to-month.
are not active.
Yes, and what the administrator had, what he had to make a decision on was, let us whether we needed to regularize the Vodacom contract, which was irregular, or start another irregular contract with MTN. And he made a determination that he would rather regularize the Vodacom contract, which was irregular in any case, than to take on another irregular contract. Then he would have been sitting with two irregularities.
So again, let's go back. He was not regularizing the irregular appointment. You are appointing them because their contract had expired. The contract with Vodacom had expired. Is that true?
Yes, the contract with Vodacom had expired, but they were continuing with us on a month-to-month basis as they were still providing services to us.
So there was no contract. It was, this is a month-to-month. I'm going to give you, Ms. Taj, you see, your answers are making these members raise 12 of them their hands, and it's because, it's because you know that what he's asking is that there was no contract with Vodacom. So you are not regularizing the irregular appointment because that is a different program of condonation that must go through certain aspects. So you were creating or you were entering into a new irregular appointment of Vodacom. You want to come in? Please help, and then Honorable Lowe will give I know I've noted you in that fashion.
No, thank you very much. Maybe let me just assist quickly, because what is being raised by Honorable Lowe from a time process, it's correct. When Vodacom was declared irregular due to local content, which for the contract that expired in 2023-24, it was declared irregular firstly by the probity then after that by Auditor General. Then we referred it to the Loss Control Committee as part of consequence management. And of course, Chairperson, what you've referred to as well, that abacus report kicks in. Then subsequent to that, when the Vodacom irregular contract was expired, the CETA did not, the SCM process did not kick in to either extend or deviate. And it ran through for the period from 2025 for 2025. That is irregular. Because what happened is the fact that you were naturally extending a contract that was declared irregular in the previous financial year. So naturally in the opening financial year of 2024-25, it's an irregular contract in every way. So it was declared as irregular in our register as well. Now, how the CETA tried to mitigate now the continuation of an irregular contract, then they went to participate on the CETA MTN contract while the Vodacom contract was running. So in essence, there were two parallel processes running, right? However, it was discovered that because there was delay in onboarding, signing of the MTN contract, it was discovered that MTN at the CETA was only left with 2 months. In the event that we could have signed that participating, CETA was going to be irregular. Sorry, the MTN was going to be irregular. It's in black and white. So now the question becomes, what happened to the infrastructure of MTN? The infrastructure of MTN still exists. So the question that we were asking in our in our discussions as well is the fact that, by the way, while we are declaring the irregularity of Vodacom, we're gonna have to declare a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of MTN. The reason we're declaring that MTN is going to charge us for the utilization of their infrastructure. In actual fact, an invoice does exist now, Chairperson. Yeah, MTN. I'm not quite sure, Honourable Member. However, I can get back to that because we are currently finalizing the disclosures and we are going to disclose that irregular. So what Administrator was saying that the collapse of contract management within SEM is the reason we are in the situation with that Vodacom contract. Now, CETA tried to go out on a tender again, and the tender failed as well.
When did you go on tender again?
I think it was in December. It was in December, and it was evaluated as non-responsive, and the tender had to be recancelled recently, Chair. So hence we are now even trying to get an assistance from the SITA to be from a contracting point of view, and therefore there was a continuation of that irregularity. So, Honourables, you are quite correct that there were two contracts that were running parallel. The other one was, I called it in one meeting, dead, in the fact that MTN was there, infrastructure was there, but not activated. But Vodacom was continuing without a signed agreement. So when Vodacom switched off the CETA, then they had to write a deviation for payment of Vodacom and for continuation. That was another material irregularity that had to be looked at. It's also subjected to the Loss Control Committee. We have declared it in the irregular for further investigation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want us to do it this way because you know why I wanted you guys to give us documentation is to avoid this thing. Because the protected disclosure, the allegations there, is that one, this contract was due to expire in April 24, right? But the contract was, this is the allegation, the contract was allowed to continue by ICT management based on unverified assertion that CETA allegedly had a credit with Vodacom due to certain lines in provincial nodes, satellite offices being down for periods of time, right? When finance requested substantiation of the alleged credit, it was either not provided or eventually reflected on estimated amount of just above 400,000, equivalent to approximately 2 months. Despite this, the contract continued without lawful contractual basis until June 2025, when Vodacom disconnected services due to non-payment, right? At this stage, the unpaid exposure was approximately 2.9 million, representing more than 15 months of invoice services. The disconnection significantly affected operations. In his capacity, he intervened to facilitate a settlement agreement with Vodacom so that services could be restored. To keep continued irregular expenditure arising from services rendered without a valid contract, he says he advised the CETA to urgently migrate through a lawful participation arrangement under another organ of state contract. Now, this is the assertion of where Honorable Law comes from, right? CETA was identified as a suitable entity already using MTN for similar services. Participation was facilitated through supply chain management and information shared with ICT. The MTN CETA contract was due to expire end of May 2025, but was extended for 6 months to November 2025. So the 2 months that you are talking about, you'll come and tell us when the protected disclosure says that there was an extension. After the administrator's appointment, I was requested to provide a report and I did so. Thereafter, a deviation memorandum circulated for reappointment of Vodacom for a further 4 months. Strangely, there was no space for me to sign in my then acting CFO capacity. So you guys did the deviation and CFO was not part of that when you decided that you are going to extend this thing by 4 months. I expressly informed administrator that the proposed deviation was regular. My advice was ignored. The participation arrangement with MTN was later cancelled after costs had already been incurred for supply and installation. I see the administrator shaking your head, so you're saying there was no supply and installation on this one. We'll ask for proof. They will even write to MTN. Because I don't like this thing of leaving things hanging. In April, approximately 1.5 million exposure remains. In April 2026, AGSA reportedly raised a finding treating the matter as irregular expenditure, thereby confirming the concerns that he had raised last year. Now, I want you to answer, Honorable Law, having noted, responding to this allegation. So this thing of 2 months, 6 weeks, let's be specific on time frames so that we are able to respond now factually to these issues. Who's responding? Ms. Taj?
Yes, I just want to correct something that's written in that disclosure to say that there was an unverified credit that was not shared with him. It was actually shared with him on the 13th of September. The senior manager of 2024. So we got on the 12th of September, we got an email from Vodacom confirming the credit. We then forwarded that to the acting...
The credit of 400,000.
Yes, we forwarded that to the acting CFO and the CEO to say that Vodacom has confirmed that we have a credit. So he did have that information. We can send you that email. We would have then thought that he would contact Vodacom from a contract management point of view and make sure that the invoices were reconciled.
So this was September 2024,
Yes,
after the contract had expired.
yes. I think there was an extension at that stage. Okay. I also want to comment on the fact that the MTN was a viable solution for us. It was not. And he was informed of that by the ICT service provider on site, I think it's Kaixis. He was informed on the 26th of September 2025 that that contract that he entered into with MTN was not a viable solution for the CETA, and this is what the service
The
provider
contract
said.
was signed already.
No, well, we were still asking for the contract last year in September, and we didn't have it.
So you are saying he was advised by whoever that you are quoting that they were advising him that the contract he had entered into
The agreement,
was not
yes,
viable.
yes, they informed him. I just want to read the email to you. On the 13th of October, 2025, there was an email that was written to him by our service provider in ICT. And in fact, it was written to the both of us. He says, thank you for considering the connectivity restoration through MTN. Before proceeding with the MTN link activation, I must bring the following critical risks to your attention for informed decision making. Immediate security risks. Number one, unmanaged firewall exposure. The MTN link currently has no dedicated managed firewall protection. While the Cisco Meraki MX85 can provide temporary perimeter security, this creates a significant vulnerability. There is no 24/7 security monitoring or incident response. There is limited threat intelligence capabilities, potential compliance violations, depending on CETA's regulatory requirements, increased exposure to cyber threats during the transition period. Then the next one is, he says, single point of failure, relying solely on Meraki without redundancy or external oversight increases organizational risk exposure. Then he
This
goes on
is-
to the next one.
Oh, this is 13 September.
This is last year in September, yes.
13 September.
Yes.
The contract has already been signed.
No.
So,
We then asked him,
so when was this contract with MTN signed?
there's no clear indication. I think that's what I'm trying to
So
bring
how do
across.
you know? You are saying no, the contract was not signed. How do
He
you
never
know?
gave us a contract. We asked for it. He
So
didn't
you
give
don't
us.
know whether at this time it was signed or not.
At this time, it had not been signed because one of the requests that was sent to him was to give us a signed contract. We even requested MTN to give us a signed contract between CETA and MTN, and they don't have a copy of a signed SLA between CETA and MTN.
Okay. So you don't know, you can't say it was not signed, but you don't know when it was signed. Because if you read what you have just been reading to us, this person, your contractor there, is saying you have entered into this contract and these are the risks that you are exposing the organization to. So this person suggests that there's a contract. The paragraph you have just read started at the top where you started. I want you to listen to it so that we are on the same page.
Okay, that's fine. Can I just go back to the 26th of September because an email was sent to him to say...
It was not 13 September now.
No. There's another email that's connected to that where
No,
we
that's
are
after.
requesting. Yes, we are saying...
Let's not go to after. Let's start to this. Well, let's start with this one.
But I'm answering your question about the contract. It says, confirm the 6-month extension terms. Those have never been confirmed.
Okay, let's leave. Let's go to the 13th. I want you to listen to what we are going to read.
Okay.
From where you started. Read there.
It says, thank you for considering the connectivity restoration through MTN. Before proceeding with the MTN link activation, I must bring the following critical risks to your attention for informed decision making. So what I need to clarify here is that there were 2 contracts here.
Okay.
There was a contract, there was an appointment letter that was given to us in April 2025, which expired on the 31st of March 2025. Which means we didn't have a contract with MTN after May 2025. We then requested the extension because he said that there was an extension because we wanted to know how do we proceed with MTN if we don't have a signed contract. He then said that there's an extension that CETA has given to MTN, and therefore we are going to piggyback on that,
Okay, so you had a contract with MTN,
which expired on the 31st of May.
no problem.
Yes.
So it started when?
It started on the 2nd of April 2025.
Okay, so it expired at the end of May because?
Because
That's
it
what
expired at CETA.
No, but at CETA, you are saying they extended it.
We had no proof of the extension. We did request it.
Yeah. So yours expires. You are saying to us, your contract with MTN would have expired on the basis that their contract with CETA expired.
Yes, that's what we are saying.
And if that was proven not to be true, then you are saying your contract expired how?
So remember, when you piggyback on a contract with another state entity, Mr. Jakalelo, you'll correct me, you have to take on the terms that had been agreed with that institution. So what was given to us was an appointment letter that expired on the 31st of May.
Yes.
This letter was given to us
This is
on the
the one
2nd
you
of
used
April.
to appoint them.
I don't
Now,
have that
you as a
appointment letter.
CETA.
Yes, yes.
That's the contract that ended on the 21st of May is the one
Yes.
that you used
Yes.
to appoint MTA.
Yes, based
What
on
do they
the-
call it? RP something. What do they call that
I
thing?
don't know what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah. So that did. So if CETA says to you, I extended these people, how would you have known that they are extended, these people? Because so it means when you cancel the contract from your end
No, we didn't cancel the contract.
at the end of May.
Can you explain the participation?
No, through your chair. As you know, as you are aware, Chair, that with the participation, you take the time and the conditions of that contract. So, as you know, Chair, that the CETA one was expiring on the 31st of May. So while the CETA was doing their checklist, because at that point in time there was no contracting, they were doing a checklist, then they picked up that that contract is going to expire on the 31st of May. Now, based on chronology of events, then CETA indicated that we have extended that contract post the 31st of May. And what Metajo was saying, that then there was no submission of that extension post the 31st of May. Meaning that, coming back to the issue of extension and deviation, I mean, I think naturally the risk there was that CETA would have, in the event it was declared irregular, would have attributed that irregularity. But I don't think we are there now. I think the question is that at 31st of May, when they were doing the checklist, that's when they realized that this contract is expiring. And then they requested to tell us what is it beyond that. Thanks, Chair.
Administrator, you did not know that CETA has extended MTN contract that side. Press the mic and.
You know, also, if you check it,
No,
Chair.
it's fine. I did say that. Let's answer the question, and I'll give you space to support your argument.
Yeah, that wasn't necessarily forwarded to us, the messaging that it was extended for 6 months. You see.
So you did not know that you have such a thing? Sorry?
Yes,
Okay. DG said I must choose my words. On the 13th of October, you received an email. Maybe let me not start there. It started on the 23rd of September. You received an email where you are getting a report detailing compliance implication of the current CETA ICT matters. The report. It's on your email. It was sent to you. It was CC'd to Makoma Munyela. You have this email. It was sent just before 6 p.m. Then on the 13th of October, You received an email, and it says, "Dear Mr. Good day, Mr. Ngwan. Please receive the attached email from CETA confirming formal extension of the internet service contract until 30 November 2025. A purchase order was issued to MTN. MTN confirmed that they are ready to cut over and contract the CETA on the internet, but awaiting confirmation from the CETA. I did say at the beginning, when we ask you as a belief, don't push us to a corner where we must now exercise what we don't want to do. And I've asked you, Mr. Taj, are you sure you don't have this? You said, no, you don't have. The administrator had it. Now, administrator, answer why you had it on the 13th of October. You can go to your emails. It's at 10:48 a.m. Check your emails. It's there. It's written to you. And I've told you it's CC'd to somebody. So you guys had it. So this explanation that you want to give us, you know it's not true. Please, Ms. Taja, let's hear.
This extension did not reach us until October. What we were contracted on expired in May. So between May and October, we had no proof that there was an extension. Secondly, we could not have switched on MTN. There was no security on that infrastructure. So we were going to expose the organization to cyber threats. So we wrote to him and we asked him, because he did not consult with ICT when he entered into a contract with MTN.
Yeah,
He did not understand ICT requirements when he contracted with MTN.
Yeah.
So even if we had switched
No,
on
it's fine,
MTN.
it's fine. Honorable Souls, there's too many orders now. Let me go according to line. Honorable Souls.
No, it's not order, Chair. For me, it's clarity, just so that I frame my train of thought around the discussion. Earlier, when you spoke about the report, you said to Ms. Taje that when she named the former CEO to be responsible for the beginning of the contract of Vodacom, you then responded and said the report says, the forensic report, mentions expressly another name, Mabaso, I think you said. I haven't had sight of the report because we just received it. But I'll take your word for it. So, are you saying that it replaces the assertion that the CEO, former CEO, Mr. Shezi, was responsible? I want clarity on that.
Yeah, just
and I want to understand.
Just quickly, the former CEO was not CEO at the time.
At the time. So I want to, that's my next question, to say, Ms. Taje said that he was the BAC chairperson at the time. That was her response. So I want to know, with the replacement of the name, does that change the fact that he was indeed the BAC chairperson? Was Mr. Cheze the BAC chairperson at the beginning of the Vodacom contract?
Yeah, even that is not true. It was Paul Sotates. I told you I've been here since before they went to, even that is not true.
Just be simplified for me, Cha. You say
the person who was the BAC chair,
yeah,
was a guy called Paul Sotates. Yes. He was not there. He was part of the administration team, but he was not the BAC chair. That's why I asked her twice. Honorable Khakao, you are
So no. This I think the reason why I'm saying is because the conversation is clumsy. It's all over the place. There's no structure in how we are approaching this thing. So I don't even remember at what point I had my hand up because now we've moved to 7 other things afterwards. So
We're talking about the Vodacom. But Honorable Souls had an afterthought on a question that was
my
there.
question, my clarity was on okay, at this point. Me Taje, how do I pronounce his name? Is it Taje? So Me Taje said that there were 2 contracts under consideration, being Vodacom, isn't Me Taje, Ntate Takale. Kyakala. Ntate Kyakala said that there were 2 contracts that were being considered, Vodacom and MTN, saying hore, they ended up having to continue with Vodacom switched you off, and then but you were considering MTN, but then you only had 2 months left, and then after that 2 months you had to consider whether you go on. But what was happening with Vodacom during that time? Because that is central to the problem, which then leads us to post the administrator who's responsible for switching off the lights of all forms of irregularity. How did you end up in a case where even during his tenure, we're talking about a resuscitation of an irregularly appointed contract?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think that when the irregular contract of Vodacom expired in April 2024, remember the disclosure speaks about 15 months. There was a continuation without a signed contract for that period. It was when Vodacom switched the CETA off, then they realized, then there was a deviation that was written.
When was this? I said let's speak about dates because I don't want us to speak general. When was this?
I can give you those
Yeah, then answer us when you have details because I don't want general answers because you'll deviate. I'll come back to you, Honorable Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my confusion is just here. Earlier, when Ntate Nkwan was making the presentation on behalf of the CETA, he made mention that when we were speaking about when he was responding to the allegation on the MTN, that there was no contract, we couldn't pay people. Even now, we're receiving a lot of invoices from people where there's no contract, we don't know. And he was making this comments specifically on the MTN. Now, with what you've just read to us, I don't know what, I want to ask him if he still wants to say that. Because he was saying even now, and he was saying now, they're receiving invoices of things that they don't know, there's no contract, there's nothing on the MTN matter. So I want to know if he still wants to say that because based on what you've just read to us.
Thanks. Yeah, like we said that I've not seen any evidence of a functional, acceptable contract between CETA and MTN that has been onboarded accordingly. But then, what I know of is the fact that MTN was mandated to come and deliver the gadgets. The reality is, as we're talking right now, like Mr. Jagala said, we are bound to receive an invoice of some form of a service, of some service that was done by MTN on a contract that I have not seen, I have not signed.
You will not have signed it. I got one out like August. The contract, according to Ms. Taji, was signed in April.
But, you know, I'm struggling also to gather one thing. How did you have 2 active contracts of one same service?
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Honorable Msezan, I'll give you Honorable Msezan.
No, thanks, Chair. I,
No, I want us to finish this thing, because
yeah,
I
we're on
want
the
to
item
give.
of
Yeah, but
MTN
let's
and
go to the
Vodacom.
point.
Yeah.
This point of, yeah.
Yeah. So Chair, equally, I'm now confused because CETA participated in a contract of CETA, if I get that correctly.
Yes.
Now, the contract of CETA was Vodacom, right?
MTN.
It was MTN.
Yeah.
So, which contract, when you said you were informed, but you had no written contract, but you were informed, how were you informed that the contract was lapsing in end of May before you took your own decision to deviate and create your new contract with MTN? Or I think I'm getting lost in between there.
I think let me state that CETA is today, and the 31st of May 2025 MTN contract. CETA never had a written contract with MTN. Now, when they started the process of participation, they requested CETA to submit documents so that they can participate. And one of those documents is an active contract. So they realized that the active contract is expiring on the 31st of May. However, CETA never signed a contract with MTN. But what happened is that subsequent to that, MTN continued with the infrastructure onboarding without a contract. Chair.
Yeah. So maybe you'll come in, Honorable Khabo, first. So let me help him. What he's saying is that they had no active contract. So they piggybacked on a contract with CETA, which is allowed by law. That is the first thing we must accept. So he's saying they piggybacked on this contract with CETA, right, on the terms and conditions that the MTN had with CETA. So they just said, CETA, recadime this contract, or like userly too, right? Basically, yeah. Now, that is not illegal, right? Where he must then have a problem is when CETA extends the contract on the other side. It means it obliges them to be extended because they are on that. So they have a responsibility to ask CETA on a daily basis, China, Pella, remember hotspotting from you. Is this thing still continuing? Right? But they don't do that. In fact, that's what Ms. Taja says. Says we have never seen the extension. So because ours, according to the initial thing, was 31 May, we then did our own thing, this side. Meaning there are two processes now running because they did not officially even ask CETA. Probably the acting CFO might have done so. Or the CFO of that side would have written to the CFO this side. But because you did not ask, you will not have been told. In fact, I'll go to more emails to show you that. No, I watch a lot of TV, so to show that this thing happened. So that is what they are trying to say to you, Honorable Khabo, as you come in. I thought I must just unbundle what he's trying to say. You can come in.
Look, Chairperson, whatever that has been said here does not make sense. And I'm sure even the person who's trying to make sense out of the presentation is even lost himself. Chairperson, this thing does not make sense. There was no way that construction CETA would piggyback. They were attempting to piggyback. They never piggybacked on, they were attempting. Now, on the attempt of piggybacking, on the contract of which is left with 2 months,
My understanding is that the discussion was taking place between the two CFOs. And the two CFOs would understand that in an event that the contract is coming to an end of another state entity, there is no way that we would want to piggyback on that contract. I think that one is a straightforward one. My question would now get in there. How is it possible that, number one, without any contractual obligation, how did MTN get on board? But secondly, there is a process that administrators must observe. And part of it is making sure that the supply chain management process is being followed to the latter. Where is the CFO in the process? Where is the chief financial officer in the process? And I'm raising these things because of Chairperson. I'm sitting here and listening to some of the responses that we are getting from construction CETA. Some of them, they don't make sense. Unfortunately, in Setswana, they have not really came up with a wording or mogolo if he or she is not telling the truth. But the least I know of, ke hore motho o bua maaka. So I don't want to come into this meeting and claim or people are not telling the truth, but we can tell or bagolo ba raketsa and also ba bua nnete. My proposal would be, Chairperson, this process was initiated by the two CFOs. For us to get to the bottom of the story, we would need the two CFOs on board. For us to resolve also the I'm not.
Honorable Msezana, let's allow Honorable Khabo to.
My proposal was that, number one, we should be able to bring the two CFOs on board because these are the two these are the two people who have initiated the process. That is number one. But number two, there is no way that as much as we can get into the point of the new administrator, there must have been a conclusion either by the CEO or the CFO on this matter. I'm raising this because of Chairperson. It's highly impossible that after realizing that the contract is left with 2 months, if not mistaken, the CFO would not provide any recommendation on what needs to be done. Me, with my little understanding of supply chain management processes, the expectation is that the CFO was supposed to advise the entity through its chief financial officer that, look, there's no way that we can piggyback on this contract. Rather, we must start the whole contract afresh. That's why my proposal would be, for us to get to the bottom of the story of the ICT, we'll have to bring these two people on board. Earlier on, I heard you speaking of, in fact, I'm not sure whether were you threatening us or not, 181 pages affidavit that was submitted, including the former CEO. He must come and appear before us so that we can take him, or he must take us into confidence on the process, particularly of the ICT. We are going to sit here and discuss the two issues of the ICT. And my worry is that, listening to, I'm not sure of your surname, Maranak, yourself, I'm not sure of your surname.
Chebekai.
Chebile. All right, like wrong. But on my face value analysis, on your explanation on the implementation of Abacus recommendation, I'm not a Sangoma, I'm not a prophet, but if we were to conduct that verification process, our Sangoma will tell us that you are not telling the truth. Some of the people that we might be interacting with might in a way be implicated on some of these recommendations of these forensic reports. It is for that reason, Chairperson, I'll propose that it's useless for us to playing hide and seek with administrators. They are quite aware that we should be done in the next 3 hours. So what they are trying to do is to bring or develop these new ways of giving us answers that they know very well they will require us to dive deeper. So it is my proposal on that matter, specifically on the issue of ICT. Because, Chairperson, my worry is that we still have issues of salaries. I mean, Mr. Obama still tell us as to which yardstick is used for him to move from 2 million to 3 million or 4 million. He must clarify the allegations that are there in the public. So how are we going to get to that point when we are still dragging on and around this thing of an IC? That was my proposal, Chairperson. And the last one, I will also propose that can you respect the list of names that you have identified? Because in a way, I am beginning to suspect that you are managing us now. Thank you very much.
The problem is, you only want to see it when it's me. But on a serious note, I don't think we'll be done with the CETA here today. I don't think we'll finish our matters, we might need to look at our calendar again, bring in everybody, get a whole day again some other time. But what I'm not comfortable with is when colleagues decide to mislead us. That shows disrespect not only to these members, but it shows disrespect to Parliament itself as an institution of the people that is expected or empowered by the Constitution, Section 55, to hold people accountable on behalf of the people of South Africa. So you are not only disrespecting Parliament, you are disrespecting the people of South Africa. When you come here and want to mislead us. The DG said we must not say lie. Because lying, it says it's deliberate misleading. But certain things are deliberate, DG. Because I don't want us, I don't want us to leave you on a sour note. Because it's going to create problems for us. You see, earlier on when the administrator presented, when he was saying the protected disclosure, said that the former acting CFO went abroad and he didn't know. Then he says, I must just wake up and I'm told somebody's abroad. And I put somebody here. That's how he put it. I had to go in hindsight. For me to make this point, I had to go. You see, when I put my AirPod there, you must know I'm listening to what you said at the time. So I had to go and listen to it. And that's what he said. But again, administrator, you know that's not true. Because there's a conversation of, what do you call these things? Allowances, S&T, where you approved, S&T to be paid to this particular person that you are saying to us. You just woke up and somebody's not in the country and what must I do? No, that's not correct. Because it creates a problem for us. As you know, we have a problem. Are we fine? Okay. So you know that's what happened. And I don't want us, honestly, colleagues, sometimes I sit here and I listen to you guys. And I know what you are telling me. I've got documentations of this thing. I've read it. And we'll have a problem. So, Administrator, you had your hand up, and then after that, I'm going to give Honorable Khakhao.
Oh, thank you very much. I wanted to address all the members on the issue that I think Honorable Khabu raised, but equally raised on the sentiments of misleading and then concept of lying. I think we started on a very good note of affirmation and oath. And it will be disingenuous on our part to take an oath and subsequently lie. If any statement that comes out as purported to be lies, I'll sincerely apologize for that. But I think we are truthful. I think we're trying our best to project issues as to the best of our knowledge, as we have affirmed and taken an oath. If there could be errors, lapses, because of memory and sequence of events not necessarily being correct, we'll sincerely apologize for that. But Chairperson, to lie to this committee is an extremely dangerous exercise, especially after having affirmed. In fact, there was only one affirmation. The rest was oath. So I would sincerely want to raise that I can't lead a team that comes to Parliament and lie. So on that note, I would want to reiterate that. Again, on the issues of my salary, my wife didn't know how much I'm earning. Now she knows. So it's a problem now.
Yeah. So you are saying if you are giving us answers that are not correct, it's not lying, it's, as the DG says, the interpretation of facts. So So you are interpreting it the way you are. Well, we'll get to the closure of these things. Honorable Khakao.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndata Nkwane, let's start here. What is the status of the Vodacom contract right now with yourselves?
Active for the next 3 months.
Active for this next 3 months. So you extended it when?
I think if I'm correct, it's 3 weeks ago.
And the terms and references, everything about the contract is the same as 2022.
Yes.
Why?
It's a continuation, it's a continuation, like I said.
Okay, ke batla ho tseba ke akere responsibility ya hao as administrator is to reset the button. So you have a contract that the Auditor General flagged to have been awarded irregularly. You've just said right now you have extended it for the next 3 months, 3 weeks ago, with everything that was inherited previously. So you did not start from scratch and redo the thing. Everything is still as is, and you just took it. How do you legally justify that?
It's similarly, like we said on the concept of deviation, it's a deviation because we went to the market, we attempted to onboard a new service provider. I was very strict on that
Yes,
one.
apart from
Yes,
that, legally
yes.
would say, so did you go to so explain, pretend I know nothing. Pretend I am very, very illiterate. Explain what deviation means.
Deviation is not necessarily following stipulated procurement processes, and it's allowed in terms of the law.
Yes, so
thank you.
explain how that process is different from a normal extension which is not allowed according to the law. So like explain it in layman terms.
How do I explain it? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, agree, you said you decided to extend it for an additional 3 months, and you did so via deviation,
Yes.
which is allowed according to the law. I get. What I'm trying to get you to pinpoint is, what is your legal justification for it?
Yes. The legal justification is to deal with the fact that in the absence of a type of service at that given point in time, the entire organization will collapse.
Okay. So, you had in the past piggybacked on MTN. I get. Was MTN an option when you decided to extend Vodacom?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
It was a case of which either way, if you look at it, if you want to go the MTN route, was going to be an irregularity as well.
So you'd rather have one irregularity?
Irregularity that will not even hamper the transition of the process because you don't want lapses. With a very strict condition that the tender for the new service provider must be in with the loss control with consequences management in place.
Okay.
So those are the strict conditions.
Did you knock on the doors of any other CETA, ICT, to say, hi, we have a problem? Do you have an ICT system that works that we can contract that we can piggyback on in the meantime?
When we were considering this latest extension and deviation, yes, we did consider that. Yeah.
And then why did you not? So you couldn't find anybody of your
Yes.
counterparts?
Yes, that will offer similar typology of infrastructure within the contract that it's ideal.
What do they lack that you need?
For example, when I was briefed, the number of connection firewalls, presence in all the provinces, security, volume of data per person, and the number of users. So those things because you have to match pound for pound.
So you are saying on record that of all other CETAs that exist in the Republic of South Africa, there isn't a single one of them that has an ICT infrastructure that that passes the muster of security and competence that you as administrators are saying you would need for your administration?
Yeah, the ICT briefing was that, Chairperson. Yeah, thank you.
DG, I asked that question deliberately because when I listened to Metaje explain the cautions and risks that were provided around the MTN contract, those listings of risks would have been risks that CETA would have in any case lived with and operated under, which as a precaution are reasonable reason to not want to continue with a contract, yeah, MTN, because it does not serve our interests. My worry is when now in 2026 we knock onto the doors of other CETAs and ask to say, hello, we have an irregular contract. It would be irregular of us to want to continue with this relationship. Please, can you help? And everybody next door says, we can't help you because we are also in the same problem. It means you have a bigger problem. So it means the entire skills branch, how, DG, is operating with outdated ICT that is unable to safeguard not only state information, which when captured and used incorrectly constitutes treason. Number two, it explains why your department does not have a database that is able to retrieve who's being trained by who, for what, at what costs, where, for how long, and where they are right now, since the inception of CETAs, which speaks to the heart of the collapse of the investment of CETAs that has been identified. So there is no way, DG Gondwe, DM Gondwe, that the ministry is able to justify why CETAs are still an investment worthy of the Republic's money. Absolutely no reason. You can't tell us because I'll say, but I'll park it there. Let's deal with your accredited service provided versus those that are out there. I want us for it to be clear. So you said there are 1,000, how many? 1,120 service training agencies that fall under construction CETA alone.
Yeah, those that have CETA accredited skills provision, yes.
No, that. We said there is 400. 460 are accredited. And then 1,120 exist out there. Explain what you mean.
460 that are accredited, existing, registered on our system. But then you have manually those that don't exist on a system, about 1,200 of them.
That you are in service with.
That we are in service. It's accredited, so they can do, it's a license to operate. So any other municipalities, they can use them.
Mamelantat, I want us to be, language is very simplistic. I also am also multilingual, so I'm happy for you to speak any other language if you want to be more clear. So you have 1,120. That's one number.
Yes.
You have 460.
Yes.
According to your system, 460 in your database is accredited to do work with construction CETA.
Absolutely.
1,000, and that 460 is 460 of the 1,120, right?
Yes.
It's a portion of the 1,120. Yeah. The remainder balance, you are doing business with them, but they are not accredited.
Potentially, we could be doing business with them. That's the investigation that the chairperson does say we need to do.
So where did you get the 1,120? In which database did you find them?
On the manual submissions
that exist on as records of your but what's
verification processes.
Yes, okay. Likes, yeah. So then that means, DG, we have a even bigger problem. So you have a manual system that says we have people we're doing work with. There are 1,120 of them. But when we look at the verified or accredited people, only 460 of the 1,120 is accredited. That's not even 50%. I want to do maths quickly. 1,120 minus 460 is 660. So majority. So 660 Oh, divided by 1,120, 58.9%. 58.9% of the training entities that that construction CETA doing business with are not accredited. They exist somewhere, but nobody's clear about what's going on with them. And this is just construction CETA. I would love to know what's happening in local government CETA and the rest of South Africa, our land. Because I can almost bet that this is one story that is replicated times 21. That is a problem. Mema Imela asked a question about the Auditor General flagging of the Vodacom contract to say who was responsible for it at the time. And Ntate Mabuzanguban was at pains to try to clutch at straws. The bottom line is the person who was responsible for oversight directly of the skills branch, which is CETAs, is Ntate Zukile Mvalo. Throughout that whole tenure, for 8 years, Kaufela, that was his job. Who accounted to you? Ntate Zukile Mvalo now is the current administrator of the local government CETA. So he failed to correct what's wrong with all these CETAs, including the one that we are talking about today. And Deputy Minister Kondwe, your minister decided it made sense to take that human being and make him an administrator of a CETA that he had already failed to conduct oversight of. You have a problem. Nothing works. Yes.
I think I trust my response is not a defensive thing, but I wish to state that the president, having declared a direction regarding CETAs and the future, and the minister having, pronounced on, and even went to appoint a steering committee that looks into reforms in the CETA environment, is an admission that that some of the issues you've raised needs to be addressed, and so, but some kind of recognition that we are on track towards dealing with these matters.
Thank you, DG. The recognition is there, the remedy does not work. The steering committee on deliberating what is already obvious and has already proven to be fact by Auditor General and multiple investigations and disclosure reports across the years are evidence enough for us to know what needs to happen next. So my view is you don't need the steering committee to tell you whether you must amalgamate and how many you must amalgamate together. You must just scrap the whole system. They are a waste of money for the Republic. But that's a different conversation for another day. Let's go to the salary package. Salary package, metaje. Who was responsible for designing the initial salary, the 3 million salary package before the 2.5 approved, 2.5 million approved salary administrator?
I think the administrator came to me when he had received the recommended salary from DHED, and they were asking them to either accept or make a counter proposal.
When was this?
I think it was in, I can check. I think it was it in September?
Yes.
I think it was September. I can find the date.
Yeah.
And he indicated that he was not entirely happy with the proposal. And then we started discussing what the previous CEO earned. And he...
Pause. Agara, before the department came with you with recommendations of the proposal of the salary, there had already been a determination at 3 million agar. You had already started paying him from August till October.
No.
What is the truth?
So we only started paying him in November.
Yeah.
I think at that stage he had already submitted his proposal to DHED, and I think they were still considering it. but then we had no response from them. So he had not earned
So
a
you
salary.
started, so Ntate Nkwane had been administrator from August up until November
Yes.
without pay.
Yes.
And then the department gave you what they agreed to be what is his salary in September. She just said now.
No.
That you just said, Metaj, that the administrator came to you after the department had said this is what they wanted to pay him because he was not happy. And I asked you, when was that? Over September.
So there was a communication that came from DHEAD to say this is the proposed salary. Do you accept it, or do you want to make that's where the negotiation started. The negotiation started after DHEAD had
In September.
communicated. I think it was in September.
This is before the final 2.5 million.
Yes.
What was their proposed?
I think it was 2.4 million.
2.4.
Yes.
And then the administrator then said he's not happy.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
And
he
then
needed to respond to DHEAD on whether he was accepting this proposed or if he was making.
how did we get to 3 million?
Yeah, we discussed what the previous CEO earned and the fact that he was there without a board. So he then said, because there's no board fees that have been paid and he's doing the work of the board, he's doing the work of the CEO, he thought that 3 million rand was a fair.
Administrate.
Yes.
Fair.
Yeah. And then that is the I think the proposal that he then sent to DHEAD to say, in response to whether he was accepting the salary or not, he then they didn't respond.
And then when did you start paying him?
In November.
In November.
Yes.
When did DHEAD come back to you with the final salary proposal?
I think it was the 21st of January or 23rd.
So between November and January, kima uleletseng hore o patale 3 million?
No one. We wanted to ensure that he was getting a salary because he had not been paid.
Who authorized the payment of that salary?
I did.
Why? Like on what grounds did you do that?
On the grounds that we had written to DHEAD to say that we would like to implement this while you're still considering what to pay him, and that if there's any changes, we will then make we do a recon.
Did DHEAD agree?
No, they didn't.
So you decided to give DHEAD an instruction of a decision you had taken about a salary of a person you are not responsible for appointing, even with an amount that surpasses the proposal baseline of the negotiation. I'd be having a different conversation with you if, given that you were still negotiating, you would have paid him 2.4 that DHEAD was saying, in the meantime, this is what we want, you negotiate to say, okay, fine, right, we take your 2.4, this is the package, and then but you ignored that completely and you went a whole entire 600,000 rand on top of that without authorization. Where do you get the authority to do that?
We just made a determination. Yes, we could have handled it better, but I think because we were in communication with DHEAD, I think the administrator and I had agreed that it would be okay.
So it was a conversation between the two of you alone. Nobody else was involved.
The letter had been sent to DHEAD. With his
Forget DHEAD. Okay. Let's isolate. There's DHEAD and there's you.
Yes.
So in this side, it was just the two of you.
Yes.
Listen, because you are operating in absolute disregard of not only the department but also the person who appointed you. Unless Minister knew yena since I appointed wena le Metajele batla patalana 3 million.
I think one thing that was picked up is that there were the delays on the side of the department really compromised me and put me in a different position.
Sure. Granted.
Yeah, granted. So, first, second, and third month without a salary, and I had to burn my reserves. So I had to decide based on on the proposal that I've offered and on the proposal that I've sent to the department. When the department was not responding, I considered it, even in the letter, we're very clear that if the final determination goes up or north, we'll
When
deal
the
with that.
department did not respond, you considered it? Finish that sentence.
Because we had pressures. I mean, you.
When the
department
department
has
did not respond, I considered it. That's
as
your
a
word.
yes. Yes.
As a yes.
Yeah, then.
Ke kopa ho stop-a mo ntate.
Yes.
We have a former deputy minister of trade and industry that was fired by the president of the republic from my political party, Andrew Whitfield, today. The president said he had not answered to say he must go. And on that basis, wena, I'm sure, so if anybody under your administration right now writes to you and you don't respond, are you saying they must assume you're saying yes? Since when is silence yes? No. I understand and respect fully well that nobody must be expected to do work without pay. It's wrong. You should have never been in that situation. But that does not give you the right to go determine your own salary without authority. And in fact, even go as far as giving an instruction of notice to say, Luna, Hanselili busy le batla mpha 2.4, I've decided 3 million. That's arrogance. It is a complete disregard of authority. It's wrong. In conclusion, Chair, on this point, I have 3 minutes left. Because there's no way you can get out of it. And I'm sure there's no way you can get out of it. You should not have done that. It's wrong. You have no authority to have done and decided that. You actually owe not only the DG, but the minister an apology for taking over their jobs and authorizing things that they never gave you the responsibility to do. You don't do that. In the Republic of South Africa, we have hierarchies and they must be respected. Certainly, if I were the Minister of Higher Education, blind or so that's very, very wrong. So let me say this. We had meetings. The last meeting we had with you was last year. You made undertakings. Yes, it was last year. 6 months ago, we had a meeting with you at the beginning of your tenure. Time does fly. So we had a conversation about your implementation of all sorts of reports, your DUJA, the whole shebang. I asked you deliberately whether you are going to use those reports to press charges. You said yes. How many charges have you pressed to date stemming from those investigations, outside of the investigations you've started from scratch when you arrived? Giving in mind that you have 98 days left in office.
Yes, we did. We have open charges at Midrand Police Station on the implementation of the abacus and also the Kobodo reports. And then we just finalized another report almost 2 weeks ago. It's clear, it's recommending also the opening of a case. No, we haven't opened a case on Duja.
Yes. Because
Yes,
you know the work, the beauty, Chairperson, of being a third administrator is that you don't really have to do much. Because you've had 2 administrators that have done the job for you, provided they did their job correctly. Yours is to just resume where people left off and move, and maybe just freshen up investigations. So I think there's a lot of things that you really, in 6 months, could have done, but you have 98 days left. As far as the protected disclosure is concerned, and we're not Chairperson, immediately when I saw this thing, I thought of one famous South African joke. We all have our smallanyana skeletons, said by former Minister Batabile Dlamini. Because here, the person who wrote that thing was here before committee 6 months ago, guilty of a whole lot of things as far as financial conduct and integrity is concerned, both when he was financial manager and both when he was acting CFO. So I don't have a problem with the fact that that person is suspended. I'm very elated. That's not an issue. My problem then becomes hore. So because he's suspended, nna ke really dealing with my skeletons. Lilo na ke tlo ntsha your smaller nyana skeletons so that I don't burn alone. And that's what worries me about how we are conducting the affairs of the state. That you have people that sit with information that is incriminating, that stifles the effective governance of the state. They do nothing about it because they are also guilty. So it's a case of who's shooting the first shot. And then depending on who shot first, I'm going to shoot next. That's a problem. That's a problem for me and it must be guarded against. But otherwise, it looks like Wazama. But no, we daulo habaloka. Thank you.
Yeah, earlier on, after the deputy minister spoke about the identity of the person who wrote this thing, I did indicate that we have responsibility, whether known or unknown. We have responsibilities not to disclose the identity of the person, the whistleblower. And you went on again to indicate who he is. And I did indicate after the deputy minister made this point, you asked the question and I responded and I said, whether known or unknown, we have a responsibility to protect because we are lawmakers. We've got the Whistleblowers Act that prohibits us from doing what we've just done. And I want you to withdraw that part so that we're able to then apply to remove this part from the records. I want you to withdraw that part.
Just, I can have a tata chair. I just want clarity on the consistency because the reason why I did what I did right now is because
No, he's not a member of parliament. I said, I raised it with the deputy minister. Well, she's a member of parliament. We've got a responsibility
to protect
ourselves.
Yes.
I'm going to make concluding remarks about him, but I spoke to you
Can I
earlier
finish
on.
my sentence, Chair?
No, you are pointing at him as
No,
if.
I guess I got a sentence. That's
Okay,
the
but
problem
you
for
can't
me.
compare yourselves to.
No, that's not what I was trying
Okay.
to do. I was leading you to how I ended up here. So you can disagree, I don't mind. Please just allow me to finish my sentence to get to that conclusion. I was going to say, when the administrator made those submissions, I remembered what you said. And I did my homework to go because the first time I learned about the report was not with the submission. Yeah, rona on a whistleblower basis. I learned of the thing, Wargigai, Sunday World. And a Sunday World, if I negali bito. So, nna, ha ke a ya ke lo fuputsa hore na motho ona ke mang and then be ke bua out of 10.
It's fine. Close the mic.
So,
I
but
spoke on this matter.
as
No, I
Chairperson, I
spoke of
withdraw.
this matter in this meeting, and therefore you can't make reference to something else, and you don't even know the processes. In fact, if I was him, I would have. My lawyers would be in court now, and I'm saying to you, because I've spoke about it in this meeting, you can't then come and say, I've read it somewhere. No, it's wrong, because we are making a mockery of this act that we have lost people. I made an example about Tembisa Hospital. There's a lady there who was killed, whose children now are growing up without a mother. So this issue of protecting whistleblowers is extremely important. So we must not make a mockery of it. And especially from us as lawmakers, we can't. We can't. It's a very serious matter, this one. Honorable Souls.
Chairperson, I want to begin with the department. DG, was it lawful for the department not to pay the administrator for 2 months? Was it lawful?
Not acceptable, Honorable Chair.
DJ, was it lawful?
The premise for the law is justice, and this is an injustice. So I will gravitate towards looking at it as not consistent with those principles. But because, and I hope you understand why I'm going around it, we had said earlier on in our submission, we did not have an instrument. So that's why I'm saying that. But we regret this, honorable Sauls.
But I'm very slow. Are you saying it is not lawful?
Allow me to think about it, Chair, but I think I may agree with you.
What are you agreeing with, DJ? Because I'm saying it is not lawful. Are you agreeing that it's not lawful?
I agree.
You know why I'm doing that, DJ? Because as I'm reading what's going on here, it seems to me like the attempt is to make the administrator take the blame. So I want to probe that. So I'm interested in looking at the other side, because we've now dealt in depth with the side of what the allegations is in the disclosure. But I want to test the other side so that there's a balance. That's what our committee is known for. We have no side. We test both sides. So I want to interrogate the other side. So if it was not lawful, what was the lawful thing for the CETA to do in this instance?
To request for or propose for an approval of a transitional arrangement.
Did they do that?
They didn't.
What did that letter that they sent to you mean?
Yeah. That letter was merely a response from our indication of what we were prepared to pay. And so they responded. I earlier indicated the date in which this was done, and that the discussion internally that led to the determination of a transitional amount to be paid still needed to be approved by the department.
Yes, but then they sent you a letter indicating the action they're going to take. That is them saying, this is my understanding, if we look at it from a human perspective, DJ.
Okay.
The administrator is appointed in August. He doesn't get paid. He works every day. He doesn't get paid for 2 months. It's now November. The letter approving the remuneration comes in January. So in reality, the expectation here is that the administrator should have gone without pay even during the festive season. So December, he should not be paid because he's waiting for the department to approve. Is that right?
I agree, it wasn't right, Chair. May I just indicate, just for clarity, that the submission by the administrator responding on a proposal for his salary expectation was received by us on the 11th of November.
Yes, either way, he's been waiting for 2 months. No pay. He doesn't take no money home. His wife doesn't know how much he pays, but she did know for that 2 months he's coming home with nothing. And then she's asking him, are you not working? Now it's festive season that's coming, December. The expectation here is that he has to now not say anything. He must just wait for the department. That's doing an illegal thing to him. He must do the work, wake up every day, go to work, pay for whatever he has to pay for to get there, go back, and he must not get a salary. I feel that is unfair, not just only illegal. Then the expectation is, shut your mouth, don't ask, don't say nothing, just wait. Then he needs to go to December, festive period, no pay. Come back January, finally this letter comes. My understanding of what I'm hearing the CETA explaining is because of the silence, no action from the department. They then take it upon themselves to say, we can't let the administrator go without a salary. Do you consider the fact that they informed the department, do you consider it an act of transparency from their side? They were not trying to hide it. We will deal with whether they did the right thing or not. But what they were planning to do, given the circumstance, do you consider the fact that they wrote to you and say, we are going to do this, as an act of transparency from their side?
No, I wouldn't say that, Honorable Sals, because what they were writing to me about wasn't a plea on accepting an interim arrangement they then decided upon. It was merely a response regarding their salary expectation. I have to take responsibility for the fact that since the 11th of November when they did so, it took almost a month for the department to process the submission that they've received. That's the first thing, and another month for the minister to approve. During that period, we already had all the information that we needed for the determination to be made.
That is such a huge step to accountability, DJ. And I want to pause and say thank you for that, because you're taking responsibility. Now they make that call. There's a legal concept called necessity. They did that, in my view, as I read the evidence, out of necessity. What else must they do? We can question the act. We can question the conduct. But in the circumstance, it necessitated that action. We can question the action, but there was now necessity. They then take this action, they are open about it. Then they do something further to say that if, when the minister decides, and the amount is more than what we've given you, we will pay you back. If it is less, you must pay back. Here now is intention. Intention is not, we are clear here that the intention here is not to defraud the department. It's not to enrich themselves. It is to say, out of necessity, we need to take this action. They take the action and then put systems in place to say, when the department finally responds, you will have to take responsibility, administrator. If it comes back and we have given you more, you must pay back the difference. It comes back. It ends up that it was more, what they have determined. Whether right or wrong, it was more. I want to know, did they commit to paying back the difference, and has that repayment already started?
Chairperson, I can confirm the answer is a yes.
You have started to repay back. So under the PFMA, when an error has occurred, an irregularity has occurred, and you show action and conduct to correct the error, the PFMA considers that legal. Am I correct, DG?
There is a process that needs to happen, Chairperson. I'm sorry, Honorable Souls. That process, it's an initiative, an initiation, either by our own branch that is doing oversight, or the administrator himself and the CEO writing to the department requesting regularization of the.
Yes, but the department is not responding. The department has not confirmed the remuneration. You have caused delay. You have just taken accountability for that. Now, under the circumstance, that was the action. Under the PFMA, their response to that delay is not outside of the law, especially because they can show that they are actually correcting based on that decision.
Agreed.
So, then we must ask, in my time, the allegation is that that was mismanagement of funds. Was it mismanagement of funds in your view, or an act out of the legal definition of necessity?
The latter.
You must now speak proper English with me, DJ. What is the letter? In so many words, what is the letter?
In fact, I agree with your last statement.
What was my statement? I just want to test your 40 years of experience. What was my last statement?
Indulge me, Chair. I'm prepared to repeat myself.
Okay, what you are saying is it was not an act of financial misconduct as alleged. It was out of legal necessity.
Firstly, I think I'm unhappy that at this level of administration, the simple thing to do would have been simple to write a submission to request condonation of what would have happened. If not, to request.
DG, you said you agree with me. It's just my time.
Okay.
You agree with me?
Okay. All right. That's fine.
It is not as alleged. It's legal necessity. You agree?
Yeah.
Hold on. I've paused your time now. I want DG to confirm what you have just confirmed to you. You are saying, DG, the entity, without having an approval from the department, and paid the administrator without the approval from the minister, is not a financial misconduct. That's what you're saying in answering Honorable Soul's question.
I was answering a yes or no answer with no option to.
No, it was a multiple choice actually.
Yes. So
It was either it's a financial misconduct or a necessity.
irregularity.
But you said to him, you agree with him that's a necessity.
Because I've got I had two options in the answer,
And,
I chose the best one of the two.
The best one of the
The
two,
closest one to what I would have said. But it wasn't my words, it was his words.
okay, so the necessity is closer to irregularity.
Now, you had said earlier, you will allow us to explain ourselves a little later. But
Of
you must
course.
answer questions directly.
Yes.
So I've done exactly what you've said. Now I have a chance
Yes.
to explain myself.
That's why I wanted to give you a chance now.
And my response is, it's an irregular practice for me.
Okay. Now, you are then saying irregular practice is closer to a necessity than a financial irregularity.
Yeah.
Financial misconduct.
With respect, Chair. Yeah. With respect, I had two options in Honorable Saul's, and I chose the one that is better for me to explain later, the better of the two. And I'm now saying to you, I consider this to have been irregular, and therefore, when that happens administratively, there is a process for regularizing. And the process for regularizing would be an entity writing to the minister, indicating what has happened during that period and requesting a condonation for the action that would have taken place. And that then depends on whether the reasons are acceptable or not acceptable. Under those circumstances, consequence management also gets to be considered in terms of who, for example, I've already said there were delays in the finalization and so on. So that's my full answer to
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm asking, you are given two options. I've noted you in my head. I'll come to you now. I'm agreeing with you that you are given two options. And two options were, one, this was a financial misconduct, or two, it was a necessity, right? And you are saying it was two. And that is Honorable Souls asks you, so you agree with him that it was not a financial misconduct? And then you said, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah,
And
now.
that's what I said.
Yeah, now. When you're explaining, you're saying it's an irregularity. Now you're explaining. So now I'm asking you, so you are saying to me, this irregularity, so there's A and B that we're given. You have chosen this one here, called irregularity. You are saying this irregularity is closer to necessity in this case. Well, that's what you are saying. Closer to necessity than a financial misconduct.
Where you come from. There's context in the questions Honorable Stars was asking. That context was a previous question. Previous question was about, is it justifiable for someone not to be paid for this time? So
Yeah.
when I responded, it was based on that context.
I've been here, I've been listening, and I've heard what he asked. We've actually asked you with Honorable Msazan earlier on, and you said it was not illegal. Now you said here, no, it was illegal. So we've been listening but to even the context. My worry is that the department's Director General is saying an entity can pay some board, and it's not, by the way, I can ask you a question. If it's a necessity, you are saying to me that Services CETA also should have done it. The Services CETA, because they were also going to December and all of that, the Services CETA administrator You are saying should have also done the same, irregular something, because the department was not moving. And I disagree. LG CETA should have done the same. So when we put things into context, it must be full context. That this irregularity, I don't think there's anybody in South Africa who believes that this thing was regular. Somebody paying, in fact, AG, I can guarantee you is going to have a problem. Because there's no contract. You're paying the money of the state to somebody when you don't have a financial contract. So they will ask you, how did you pay this thing? And I can tell you, this is a financial misconduct. It's a chargeable offense. So there's no consequence management on this thing. And I don't have confidence that there will be, after listening to what you said as the department, that this thing, it means tomorrow somebody can do it. And you will not do anything. A principal of a college can pay somebody tomorrow without a contract. And you can't charge them. Because you would have said, this thing is not a financial misconduct. Noting what PMFA says. Because this thing should not be about feelings and people getting, children getting Christmas clothes. These are public funds that are governed by Public Finance Management Act. And if you break it, there's consequences on it. Honorable my man, or you want to respond? It was not really, does not need a response. You can just close your mic. Honorable my man.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the questions that have been asked by Honorable Saul and the responses which you are dealing with, I want to hear from the DG. You know, I was a union shop steward at some stage. There would be instances where an employee does not receive an income from the employer based on your 40 years experience. What are the options? What are the lawful options in the hands of an employee who does not? Because there's a Labor Relations Act that determines what an employee does when they don't receive a salary. They declare a dispute. That's the first, from what I know. Because what about employees that don't have access to the PESAL or to the PES? Because in this instance, it's because the employee that paid themselves had access to the PES. So what about an employee that does not have access to the PES? Because I understand, I fully agree that it is unlawful not to pay an employee. It's unlawful. That one we know, it's labor law 101. But what happens when an employee, what are the available avenues in the hands of an employee when they don't get a salary, when they are not paid by the employer come end of the month? That's the part I want to hear, because you've got 40 years. I take it the administrator has many other years. The HR is even worse than expert. The HR would have even advised the administrator even much better on, you know, what are you've got actually avenues on how to deal with this issue of you not getting a salary. Lawful ones, lawful in terms of the Labor Relations Act and all other basic conditions of Employment Act. Those provisions. I just want to hear from the DG.
I think that I will repeat myself many times, that the non-payment of salaries to our employees on time is unacceptable, but notwithstanding the point that I've made, the non-regularization of an administrative decision makes it irregular. And up until it is regularized, And at this point in time, as the accounting officer, I have not received any of such a request. And so it is considered by me as irregular up until I've considered the reasons that are submitted in terms of our own procedures. So this is a matter that will be dealt with, properly, a matter which I regret it has happened as a result of something that's unacceptable, non-payment of employees on time. And I think that some of the proposed, mitigation would include, ensuring that instead of running the system through DPSA circulars and guidelines, we actually write regulations that make a determination that ensures that even on the side of the employer, when such action would have happened, there is consequence management.
Thank you. Switch off the mic. DG likes giving political answers. So, Honorable Lonzi, you had a follow-up here?
No, I'm captured by Honorable Joyce.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Sazana, you're fine.
But I just wanted to point out the inconsistency of the DG's responses, which I think you would have covered. Because I asked and I said, was it irregular or unlawful, that particular act that was done by the CETA to pay the administrator? And DG, you said, I think more than once, that they did nothing unlawful. So they did nothing irregular, which you have later now changed your response, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Law. Honorable Sols.
Yeah, no. It's very interesting that if we're going to be fair, let's look at it from both sides. We talk about, sorry, Chair, how much time do I have left? Just so that I manage, because I lost track. Sorry? 10 minutes. It's true, Chair. I need you. I think that one was 15, and I have 15 left. Or
You have 15 seconds.
no, 15 minutes left.
No, it's 10 minutes.
Ten minutes. You said 10 minutes. How many seconds?
Time is going, Honorable Sols.
It shouldn't have started yet, Chair. Yeah, it's very interesting that we don't consider the fact that what department did to the administrator was unlawful. That is point blank. The issue of irregularity must be tested, and it should be tested. And the instruments employed will either put them in the wrong or in the right. But the point is, I'm testing what the allegations are, and we need to confirm whether it is financial misconduct or not. So, DG, I'm satisfied with your response. Chair, the Vodacom issue, Ms. Taje, for the record, at the time of the Vodacom contract, when it started, was Mr. Sheze the chairperson of the BAC?
Thank you, Chair. We've got a memo that this Mr. Shezi was referring to himself as the chairperson of the BAC during the procurement process of the MPLS, which ended up appointing Vodacom. So there is a memo that he has authored, and in it he refers to himself as the BAC chairperson.
So your answer is yes?
Yes.
Chair, I come from Eldos. What the street has taught me is you don't just listen to what someone says, you also check the demeanor. Because where I come from, the movements of a person can often be a matter of life and death. Earlier, when I asked the question, and I didn't have sight of the report, so obviously I trust your judgment. So when you said he was not, Mr. Shezi was not the BAC chairperson, I took it, but then you laughed and you looked, and we only received the report at 2:30 today. Now, then that street kicked in, and I went to read quickly the report. Chair, that report you were referring to, the Abacus forensic report, page number 6 of the very same report that you referred to. On page number 6, under abbreviations and description, it says there's Shezi. Then it says Malusi Shezi, CEO and former finance advisor, BAC chairperson, CETA. Very same report. So the report you were referring to, Chair, calls Mr. Shezi the BAC chairperson. I just want to state that for the record. My time, Chair.
Chair, I was just getting clarity from Honorable Souls on whether that's a point of order on the chairperson. I don't know what's going on right now.
No, Honorable Souls is making a point which is on page 6. And on the same report, Honorable Souls, I referred you to 8.5, which should be on page 38. That speaks about employees responsible for irregular expenditure. That's where I referred to. When I read that part. But I'll still come in, I think, after we've spoken. Yeah.
That's fine, Chair. I'm just clarifying for the record that Ms. Tajia was not wrong if we go by the document you produced that Mr. Shezi was the BAC chairperson. That was my interest. Administrator, I don't have much time. Are you familiar with the case of Mr. Vincent Namane?
Not familiar.
I am, Chair.
Yes. You may continue, sir.
Yes, I am familiar with the case.
Are you familiar with the case of Mr. Mongani, Sibanyoni, and Mr. Bernard Mavangira?
Yes, Chair, I'm familiar with the cases.
One of the responsibilities of the administrator is to look into the irregular suspensions. Have you looked into it?
We did discuss the issue of what we call old cases. The cases that you've mentioned are all in the labor court, and the decision that we had discussed was around because there are people that were dismissed in the past for wrongdoing. And the issue was, which ones are you bringing back based on those dismissals, and which ones do you not bring back? So the ones that were in the labor court, we said, let them all follow the due process, and based on the outcome when they come out. All these people that you've mentioned have taken the CETA to the labor court, and we are obviously waiting for the cases to happen at the labor court and to pronounce. That's the posture that was ultimately decided around those cases.
Yes, and because of time, we can't look deep into it, but I'll put it to you that when I studied the documentation before me and the cases that was made, nothing precludes or stopped the administrator from looking into the matters raised there. Some of it has to do with forgery, And there are certain employees that are still at CETA whilst they are gone because of what they have done to protect the CETA. There are certain employees that are still there that has done the opposite. Now, because I don't have time, I want to put it for the record that I'm going to push more deeper and in depth on the issues of those three gentlemen. And administrator, I know the people that advises you. I would urge you, when you do go back, look into those cases. Nothing stops you from doing so. Do I have a commitment from you?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I said absolutely.
I'm almost done. I am losing track of time. Administrator, you have postured yourself through the presentation as this disclosure as being some sort of a retaliation to actions that you've taken. In 1 minute, give me the things that you have done to turn around CETA from August to now that makes you say this is a retaliation.
Governance, controls, internal controls, implementation of consequences management, financial controls.
Give me specifics. What have you done? What have you done that makes you believe that, hey, this might be the thing that makes people come after me?
Consequences management and, basically not honoring plethora of invoices that just don't make sense, that one is rejecting almost every day.
Such as?
Gee, I even said at some point that we're going to go to court to apply what is called a declaratory order. Because we consistently being flooded with invoices that for the work that it's difficult to track what's being done.
Earlier you mentioned something about the discretionary grants. Tell me about that quickly.
Absolutely, the discretionary grant. Which part of it? I mean, like I said, that when I landed, there was a report to approve and to commit CETA to the tune of about 1.4 billion. I didn't approve that.
Are you saying that you saved the CETA from 1.2 billion?
I saved the CETA's potential liability of 1.4 billion rands that is unfunded.
And that is part of what you are meant to go do there?
Absolutely. If you look at the Gazette, it's very clear in terms of that responsibility.
I'm going to finish, Administrator, because my time is up. I wish I could go deeper. Seeing that the church wants me to go deeper, I'm going to make an analogy with scripture. Can I get an amen? Administrator, hear me very carefully. If you are claiming that somebody is seeking to crucify you for wanting to do the right thing, the last person I know and respect that actually was crucified for doing the right thing, he had wolves in sheepskin around him. And out of every 12 people closest to him, one knew who he was by revelation. One denied him out of fear. Another betrayed him. I want you to use that model. Out of every 12 people closest to you, you are playing. The next time I see you on Golgotha, remember this day. If you don't take what I'm saying to you serious, there's not going to be a rich man taking your body because they bought you a grave. Think carefully around you. when you get technical advice, use this thing that you want to show us, that you are committed to turning around CETA. Use wisdom. Apply wisdom. Because not everyone close to you wants to protect you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You want to make a comment, Administrator? You want to make a comment?
You know, we're running a risk of praying here after.
Okay.
I'll close with a prayer.
Okay. Ms. Taje, just one clarity. You said there's a memo that said the former CEO was a BAC chair. Was it on this Vodacom issue?
It was on the procurement process that ended up appointing Vodacom. So yes.
It was on this.
Yes, sir.
You will also share it with us.
Yes, I will.
I really appreciate. A DG, on the salary thing, want to close it, the issue of the salary. So the CETA wrote to you on the 11th and said we are proposing X amount of money, right? Just on the record, DG, you know, we want you to, I can see you are agreeing, but I want you on the record.
That's correct, Chair.
And they were responding to your letter of the 23rd of October. That's correct? Which is some 13, 14 days later. Right? Then they wrote to you on the 11th with an offer. Right? And because they also took 13, 14 days, you will not be wrong to think you're also applying your mind, because they also took 2 weeks to process this thing. But the assumption that the department did not respond, I want to dispel it, because on the 28th, which is 14 days later, on the 21st, 10 days later, the CETA, whilst awaiting the department, the CETA HR, the director, Ms. Taji, you director, what is it? Executive Manager, Strategic Support, did not wait for the department. 10 days later, including the weekends, she then wrote to the administrator to say, Administrator, I'm giving you a salary of total cost to company of 3 million. So the assumption that maybe it's the department's role or fault, I want to dispel it. Because you wrote to them on the 23rd, you are responded to on the 23rd by LG CETA, and on the 24th by Services CETA. Right? They waited for 2 weeks. They responded to you on the 11th of November to counter offer. They give you a counter offer on the 11th of November. 10 days later, and we are including the weekends, on the 21st of November, the strategic support executive manager writes to the administrator, say, Administrator, we'll implement the salary in line with what we proposed, and not what, because the sensible thing to have done here, if they had proposed, they would have said, if she would have said to the administrator, we are going to give you a salary from this month end, based on what the department proposed, even though we have proposed something different. Now, there no one has a defense, but no. they decide to propose their own. And whilst awaiting for the proof or for the approval, they don't wait actually for that. They immediately, so she writes to the administrator, I don't know, on the 21st. The administrator himself, who knows better, signs his own increase. Highly regular. In essence, yeah. And I don't know when the administrator was paid because he signed on the 28th of November, his own increase. So in the world as we speak currently, you are the only person who has ever increased his own salary. I don't know if there's anyone who has ever done so. So you have made history and Guinness because you have increased your own salary, which, but DG, there is absolutely no way. You know, by the way, that any payment of this thing should have went to National Treasury through the minister. So this thing is highly irregular. So when somebody says it's a financial misconduct, it's not far from the truth. It can be, because you have this thing is I don't know, it's too bad. Because the person that the administrator reports to says to the administrator, I'm giving you a salary here, increase or whatever, to 3 million. That can't be. There's no way you can defend that thing. And you are saying here, when you are answering Honorable Souls, of course, there's a way of regularizing it. But there's a process of consequence management. It's May now. This thing happened in November. There's no consequence management that has even been attempted here. Because the CETA does not think this thing is wrong. And on this one, I'm going to say, when we close DG, we'll have to write ourselves to National Treasury to ask them, National Treasury, what is this thing? Because it can't be. The second thing is that the minister writes to you, administrator, in January, and say your salary will be this much in January, on the 21st of January. Maybe it was too late for January to deal with your payroll and everything. But how much were you paid in February? Was it in line with the minister's directive, or was it in line with what you Metaj had given you? Is it A or B? Don't say how much you earned. But was it in line with the new directive of the minister? Or was it in line with the previous one?
I think I'll have to check the salary bill of that particular month.
So you don't know how much you earned in February. You don't know how much you earned in March.
Yeah.
And Metaj, in January, because of the payroll, I'm assuming the late running of the payroll, you might have paid him according to the previous month. Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
In February?
Same.
So why was it not changed in February?
I think he maybe was making arrangements.
No. Metaj, you are HR. You have a letter that comes from the minister that says, from 21, that I've determined that you must earn this much. So whether he's making an arrangement for what? Because you must adjust the salary. It's you guys who must do so. You must adjust the salary, and you don't do it. Then you say you're assuming he was making an arrangement. What is that?
So we did write to him with the amount that needed to be deducted.
No, let's leave the deduction. That's a second process. We're talking about the money. So this month, are you saying he's still going to earn the same amount as before the minister signed? Have you not made reconciliations there?
No, we've done that.
When?
We've started
Yeah.
it was last month that we started deducting from his salary.
No, you are answering something else. I don't know, maybe it's my English. A re tlohele deduction from the salary. Re botsa hore salary e kenang ko yene, it's in line with what? With the 3 million or the 2.5 million?
No, with the minister's determination, 2.5.
Since when?
Since April.
Since April?
Yes.
So you got the letter of the minister in January, and you have only effected it in April. So why did you not effect it immediately for payroll of February, March, April, and Jalunja?
I think what the process that we followed was for him to approve the amount that we were proposing to deduct on a monthly basis. But I also think that there must have been a miscommunication between my office, his office, and HR, because I was informed that the deduction was done in March, but it actually wasn't done in March. So we corrected that in April.
It will not have been done in March because he signed acknowledgement of that after that. So you know this.
I was informed that the deduction was done in March. So I thought that he had submitted the letter that had been signed.
Yeah, Honorable Maime.
Maybe just I think I nearly said comrade. I'm sorry. Just tell the truth, because deduction is another issue. Paying the correct amount of a salary is another issue. Here you are given a final determination of the salary of the administrator in January. It's a final determination you are given by the minister. So issues of deductions come after. The expectation is that when you next time you release a salary, you pay that determination, that final determination. You might not deduct, but you pay 2.5 because that's the determination of the remuneration. Why do you continue paying 3 million? I think that's the question, because deduction comes afterwards. The first thing is that you pay the determined amount. Then you say we're still negotiating on exactly how much we can deduct. But you pay the exact amount. Why did we not pay the amount that was determined immediately after we received that determination?
Chair, can I please request Brian to assist with the payroll process on how this happened?
Colleagues, I think the fact is it took longer than what it should have. I think that's the bottom
question
line.
is why?
Trying the administrator took long to sign the letter.
What letter?
The letter that changed the salary. It's an administrative process that when we sent it to Mabo, check it, whatever.
So it's administrator's fault that he did not sign the change of salary letter.
I would put it this way, that we played a role, all of us. We took time to really agree on the numbers. She had a different view of how we can structure it, because colleagues, I think, Chair, I just want to put it this way.
No,
it is,
hold on.
We are turning a victim into a villain.
Brian, press the mic on. Brian, what numbers did you have to agree on when the minister has given a letter indicating you are going to earn this much as a total cost to company? So what numbers did you disagree on?
We had put a proposal to say, based on this is the deduction. I think it was coming to almost something like...
The deduction will come after.
That's your proposal. I'm saying our approach was... No, I'm being serious. Our proposal was the first month when we changed the salary, we also deduct. However, there was a feeling that you're going to deduct a lot of money, and there was different approaches of how can we assist that minister so that the impact is... That was an administrative issue between my office, her office, and ultimately the administrator signed.
Yeah, well...
it was not a question that... it was a question of the model of how to do the deduction. Do we do it?
Brian,
and I hear what you're saying, to say
Brian,
we should have just changed the salary
Brian,
and not did the deduction the same month. Yes, Chair?
So you are saying to these members that you, with your international experience and Mabo's experience, you guys sat down and we did not know how to implement the directive of the minister because you were worried that the deductions, which is a different process, but you said you wanted to make it the same process, no problem. You were worried that the deductions will be more from the administrator's salary.
With due respect, Chairperson, the answer is yes.
Okay.
When we
No,
use,
it's fine.
as an HR professional, I'd like to give context. As an HR professional, whenever there's a deduction from an employee, you take into account that the person has been earning a certain salary, and you want to make sure that how do you ease the pain in terms of the process. So there were different proposals that Mabo sent. Listen, maybe let's deduct it over 6 months. Let's deduct it over. How do we ensure that within that period, when his term ends, we've covered everything? If the deduction comes to 50-something thousand, you think a person has been earning 50-something thousand a month, all of a sudden you are going to be cutting it. Who created this situation? We are here because of DHEAD did not do what it had to do.
No,
And we
that's
now
not
had to
where
deal
we are
with the
going.
fact that somebody
No, Brian.
who was a victim ended
Brian.
up now being impacted.
Brian.
I'm just telling you my honest
Yeah,
truth.
but I can't tell you the same thing that when you come in, you stop talking. Because you're going to have a big problem. It's not their fault. They may be at fault, but it's you who decided on the 3 million. And I said at the beginning, if they had given him the amount that Diet had proposed at first, we would not be in this mess. So it's not Diet's fault. Don't try and push the ball there and hope somebody is going to score. It's the CETA's fault. You, without any guidance from nowhere, except what you guys had proposed to Diet, you decided to bring us into this mess. And Mamtaje, which is highly irregular, I repeat it, wrote a proposal of a salary to the administrator, to her boss. Highly irregular. Her boss himself signs his own salary. His boss has not agreed to that day. So don't try and tell us about, no, you are a victim here. No, you are not. And actually, you are now pushing us to believe the narrative about why it was not done immediately. And I'm going to come in quickly. You have a follow-up on this quickly?
Yeah,
before
Chair,
Honorable
I wanted to close it. Ntate Braine Sefansai Kimang, I'm very Kebileyo. Yes, I'm not comfortable with this first name thing. So, no, sir, I do not want to call you Brian. I'll call you Ntate Kebileyo. So, here's the problem. Maybe it will assist. At the heart of this mess is one clarity. These officials are more loyal and committed and scared of the administrator than they are of the minister and DHEAD. Full stop. They rate you zero. Zero. This is the God they recognize. And it's because of that after the final determination, you had a very clear option. You could have just paid him the final determination and then fixed the other deduction issues on the side. Particularly because you know that you are the one that decided to increase the salary pay package by 600,000 rand more than the baseline negotiated offer, the baseline negotiation offer. Mine is here. Administrator Nkwan, jale wena o baneng o no sa sign agreement all the way from, when was it? January up until April. Because your people are saying they were ready to negotiate with you for the deductions of how much they've overpaid you. What I think, why? Because I mean, you have access to these people, they have access to you. what were you, I don't understand. La tsebana le ka officing kaofela, re na le WhatsApp, maar ha ba kgone hore o sign a letter. Who created it reg?
I can't exactly recall the delay, but it was finally done. Thank you.
Ntate Nkwali. See, this is the problem, Chairperson. There's a lot that you recall. You recall a lot of things about your administration. You even recall the fact how pained you are that you did not have a salary and how much you were spending every month out of your own pocket. All of those things you recall. It makes no sense that you cannot recall what was happening between January and April that caused a delay. You have 4 months ago, fella, for you to sign a simple, I agree, this is how much you will deduct from my payment.
The administrative delays largely coming from HR could have been that delay, Chairperson.
So HR is to blame. It sounds like it's funny right now because Ntate Kebilayo Ntate Kebilayo is in HR. He's saying they have been running after you for 4 months for you to sign, to agree that this is how much you're going to be. It's running after you, Vele, because for 4 months without you signing, it's really running after you. So are you saying he is lying by saying they've been trying since January to April to get you to sign an agreement of how much you're going to be deducted?
No, it's not.
To be fair, it was 3 months, not 4 months. Yeah, 2 months, yeah. Okay, legal. What was your role in this thing of? No. No, I'll come to you. What was your role here in did you play any role? Mabo two some more. Okay.
It's on.
Testing.
Come here. I'll email it on it. There's something like legal as food.
Chair, oh, no. Chair, I was saying there is no role that legal played, but there was a discussion where I was involved in, and I did mention that since this is an HR matter, I would advise that HR deals with it as they are the specialist.
So HR legal enters nowhere with the contracting by law. You don't play any role as far as this is concerned.
Not with the contracts that are for employees, but I only assist whenever I'm asked to.
Legal plays no role with contracts of employees.
Yes, during the time of the preparation of the contracts and the negotiations of the remunerations, legal does not play any role.
But legal plays a role when an employee takes the CETA to court.
Yes, Chair.
On a process they did not play a role in at the beginning. That sounds like a structural problem, because then legal must go defend something they did not draft at the beginning.
Chair, we are aware of the contracts of employment and what is contained on those contracts. But the issues like salaries, we are not directly involved into the negotiations with the employees.
No, I'm not talking about negotiations of salaries. I'm talking about drafting of such a thing. Like, for an example, you get a directive from the minister saying Tebogo must earn 2.5 million. You don't draft and say, this is how much Tebogo. So, okay, let me be practical. When the administration ends in 4 months, he's expected to have appointed a CEO, right? Which, well, not him, but it's the minister, according to the act, he's going to bargain, suggest, what do you call that thing? Recommend to the minister. Then the minister will say, no, we're hiring Joy My Man, right? Who drafts that contract of this CEO? And is legal playing a role there?
Chair, the contracts of the CEO will be drafted by the Human Resource Department, and then they will send it to the Legal Department for us to review.
That's what I was asking. What role did you play in this one? So on this one, you did not play any role.
I did not play any role.
But by law, you are supposed to play a role because they are supposed to draft a contract and give it to you for review.
Yes, Chair.
And that did not happen,
Not
which is another irregularity we're noting, DG, that this thing should have been done this way. This is what the policy there dictates, but it was not done this way. Honorable Lonzi, I'm going to come to you. Honorable Sols, you wanted, no, he raised his hand first. Let's hear what is the point of order or intervention. Sit where there's a mic.
I think two things that's important, Chair. To the administrator, you laughed earlier. I'm just hoping, I'm helping you to interpret what is happening. I hope you can hear the voices. Crucify him.
I'm going to stop you because you are now, hold on. You are now casting aspersion on members of parliament.
No, Chair.
No.
I'm not doing so.
You are pointing, you say, you are hearing voices pointing at members of parliament. And I've asked you, I thought you were coming on a point of order.
It's not it's.
No, but you can't cast aspersion.
I'm not casting aspersion.
We are allowed to differ with you.
Yes, and I'm making a statement
but
based on
don't
fact.
say, no, so there are no facts.
No, but you can't,
when
you can't say
insinuate, no, you are insinuating that these members are crucifying the administrator. I'm not going to allow you to do that.
What I'm saying, administrator, I'm in disagreement that the department has no role here. What the department has done not to pay you is illegal. What yourself and your executive has done
is legal.
Is irregular and must be tested. And I'm talking about the fact that, remember, when I had the conversation, Chair.
Honorable Souls, you've made the point. In fact, you've made that point during your time. So let's give other members the time to...
Yes, but I must be clear because the other point of order is that we
no, this one was not a point of order. You wanted to emphasize your point from earlier, which is okay. So what is the point of order?
That there's no side here, Chair. It is what the officials has done wrong.
Yes.
But we must not say the department has not done anything.
Yeah.
It was illegal.
Yes.
Yes. And then the point of order, the point of order is that when we say 3 million, we must be clear when we say 3 million, we're talking about annual. Because we keep on saying you've been paid 3 million. There's not a monthly payment of 3 million.
Yeah, but don't, no,
It
what?
gives the impression.
No, no.
So let's be
No,
clear.
no, no, you are now
It's
abusing
per
us. No,
annum.
close our mic. Honorable Nguban.
It's per annum
No, no, no.
and not
No,
monthly.
Honorable Souls, no, don't
No,
do
you
that.
must be clear.
No, don't do that.
What am I doing?
No, you are, please close our mic.
But what am I doing,
No,
Chair?
please close our mic. Honorable Souls.
Be clear, it's
Honorable
not, it's
Souls.
per annum, not monthly.
Honorable Souls, please close our mic. Don't do that.
But what am I doing, Chair?
Honorable, you are speaking when I've told you to close the mic. That's what you are doing.
Because I'm trying to understand why you say,
No.
what am I doing? That is
You-
wrong. Or the mic.
You are
Or my
creating an
statement.
impression that these members don't understand.
No, I'm not saying the members don't understand. I
No.
say what the members understand,
No,
the
but
public must understand.
They have not created
I'm
the
saying
impression that the administrator and
It can be understood when we say 3 million.
Yeah, when you
That he's
get a
been paid
chance,
3
when you
million.
get a chance, we'll give you, or you had your chance. You should have indicated
Yes,
at that
but
point.
Chep, you
Now,
mustn't
that's
say that
allowed.
I'm
No,
wrong.
don't.
You mustn't say that I'm wrong. I wasn't out of order.
No, you are out of order.
No, I'm not, Chair.
Honorable Ngubane, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, Chair, I was listening. You know, I'm so fortunate because I know what's going on in this thing, all of it. And administrator, I told you.
Yeah, you know why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
When we went to Mfolozi TVET College in Kandla, Honorable Ngubane came with 2 files. He came with 2 files and he said to me, Chair, I've got files. So when he starts speaking and he says, I know what's going on, I'm just assuming he's going to do the same.
Chair, administrator, about managing Limchan from the beginning. Yeah. You remember when we start, we said an administrator, when I said he's a God, who, when he must come, he must not rely on the existing people because they're going to manage you to their side. That's what happened. And what I will ask now is, there were many reports with construction CETA. There were Abacus, Bowman, a lot of reports, and you've put green on 2 that you said. I don't know whether that green it means its implementation has been completed. All the consequence management requested on that report were implemented. So that's what I don't know. Why I'm saying that, you were between the, what do they call it? A hard and a rock, what do they say? Yes, yes. And you had to choose one. So you choose one. And now the question is, probably 4 of these employees that you choose at Construction CETA Executive, they were mentioned on other report, right? On many other reports. What I will ask from you is, have you implemented whatever allegations on the other report that implicates some of these executive and staff that is here? And if you've implemented it, which one have you implemented it? How far it is, the implementation? Or if you haven't implemented it, where it is in the scheme of things of implementation? Or all of them, probably they've been exonerated on those allegations, if there were allegations, just to get that feel, because I can see now where we're going. I think when you see an administrator that was appointed by the department for a certain amount, and boom, you can see the staff now where they were making sure that you sit comfortably, administrator. You sit comfortably, I'm sure I saw on another writing, even the benefits, there were other benefits, and I'm sure even when we can say pay back the money, there will be a justification not to pay back. So we are managing, so that you don't bite hard on this side, but you carry on biting hard on the other side. So my question is, if there were allegations involving these executives that are sitting here from construction, all 4 of them, how far has the implementation gone, where it is, allegations or not, exoneration or not? How far have you done with it? Where are you? Because I get the picture. That's the question, the answers I want question on. Before, the main question I wanted to ask about protected disclosure, but I said, let me start there because I get the story now with what happened there. And you are in trouble. You know the administrators who come like you, Mr. Nkwane, they normally did not succeed with their job of being administration. Who immediately come into a company, choose a side, and then roll with the softer one and decide on the others. But hopefully you will succeed.
Chairperson, your flaw, the mistake you're making is that I'm captured. I belong to some groupings, and I would love to dispel that. I'm a nobody's person. But obviously, you know, in my career, I've been deployed a few times as an administrator. Administration by itself, by its nature, it's very intrusive. You create enemies day one, and you learn to live with that reality. And there will be those that are aligning with your vision. There will be those don't like you because you're going to cover and realize things that are doing that your mandate is to decisively confront them. I did that. And I have a very simple decision-making model. If 60% of the people that are working with are pro-aligned with me, it's a win. 20% I can convince. 20% that remains, if they don't like me for life, I can live with that. So that is the psychosocial environment at work. So coming to consequences management, we've just started. Remember, an average organizational finding takes 6 months, Chairperson. Get to understand the dynamics, get to understand the processes, get to understand the whole issues. So we are now implementing consequences management. We've started with, like I said, about even consequences management on the colleagues that were on suspension. Can debate the merits and the demerit of the suspension, but I'm not a pro leader who wants colleagues to enjoy their salaries at home for long. There must be a decision. You must be disciplined. Either you are clean or not, or you onboarded, re-onboarded back or not. So yes, we are applying consequences management. In terms of the executives, we've started with the first one, but also the other consequences management that we are applying on the colleagues that we were spoken about. So, and we are resolute, and I'm not buying any face towards this particular process. I've got 98 days left. And in these 98 days, the priority is to get all the governance processes in time. But I think the advocates of 98 days forget that there's a line there that can be extended. The Gazette is clear. If you read it properly, it says, if I can present my facts right to the decision makers, if the job is not done according to Ntatengubane, it's within my own right to convince the minister of the the job is not done. A consequences management process is not done. Ill discipline, accountability, mischievousness, certain strategic projects that we are executing are not done. Therefore, I would request an extension. But we remain resolute, and Honorable Member Ngubane, on the issues around them. They know. In fact, we have one executive here. It's only Taj, the rest is senior manager, the rest is the advisors and the chairperson of audit. So because I want to bring it, you know, like you said, a team that is fairly new, except the two, the rest of the 1, 2, 3, we are the core leadership that is running this organization, and we are new in this organization and we have not been captured, as you say, by any faction. It's just that naturally I'm aligned to, and I have an open door type of an office. So when people frequent and see me engaging, they assume that I'm belonging to so-called factions. We have not even seen the so-called factions. I don't believe in factions. They are not progressive, especially in a working environment.
All right, thanks a lot, Administrator, for clarifying that. And then the next question, the facts I want to ascertain here, it's important, Administrator. in this country, we have a tendency of losing whistleblowers. So it's very critical on this question to all of us here make us comfortable with the situation that we've been busy with of this whistleblower. What I would like to ask, which one came first, according to your understanding, with the advice of your legal person or the institution? Which one came first, the whistleblowing or the suspension? And the dates there too. Because there is on the writing of the whistleblower, there's been a notion that he's been being threatened and all those stuff and intimidated and all the stuff. The question I'm trying to get here is between the suspension and the whistleblowing, which one came first? And then according to your look of these things, you're not going to put the institution construction CETA into trouble of breaching the PDA of Act of 26 of 2000 with this scenario that we are in as an administrator?
You know, we're gravitating towards individualizing the conversation about the PDA. And I thought the chairperson was moving us away from that, because I didn't want to talk about the person per se. We better talk about the merits and the demerits of the issues that.
Yeah, I'm moving out of talking about the person. I'm trying to ascertain this the sequence so that we know that with this protected disclosure we have, no one is gonna be killed or no one is gonna die, and no one here. You know, we're trying to get whether this is a correct protected disclosure, or by ascertaining which one came first, so that we know, okay, this is how things unfolded.
Absolutely.
Without getting into facts,
Yeah.
to say someone did this, we already have it
Yeah.
on the documents that you guys gave to us.
Absolutely. But the sequence of events is that the suspension was first, and then subsequently the disclosure. But again, we've created a conducive working environment in CETAs for free engagement. If there was those kind of issues, and I'm very honest. I mean, I got it from the department. Some of the issues is raising, I was not even aware of them. I thought I know that's it, because they're historical, 2021, 2022, and then if it was fair enough, we could have just engaged me on some of them as a senior manager, senior executive, because there's a structure called extended management, where it's senior managers and above. We meet, we converse, and it's a robust conversation that we've been having. What I'm seeing, it's a retaliation or a, not a retaliation, but a preemptive strike to say, no, let's not proceed with all other interventions that we're trying to make on finances. I can give, just that some matters are in courts, I'm reluctant to engage on them, Chairperson.
Do you have the date on when was the suspension happened and when was the disclosure happened? If you can give me the date so that I can know the sequence.
I can't exactly remember the dates. I'll get them from HR at the back. Yeah.
Yeah. You said you've created a conducive environment. I'm still trying to check. Members, I'm sure you saw that there were a number of interns who wrote an email this morning. What's funny, Brian? What is funny? Oh, I hear when I'm talking about this email that we received, which I'm searching here, and you looked at Metaj and said, oh, and smiled. I thought you are responding to what I'm talking about. Yeah, we received an email. I can't find it. Daniel will find it this morning from a number of interns who are saying they don't want to be known, because if they are known, they are going to be fired. They know. And I was saying it's funny because you are saying you've created this environment. and they don't see it that way. They are complaining that about many other issues, that they are overworked, they only paid overtime, I think, until 8 or 9, I can't remember, but they are overworked. They do a work of other people. And I'm saying if this environment that we are creating was correct there, they would have came to you or somebody in your office to say, Administrator man, Metaj is not treating us well. We don't want you to tell her because she's going to fire us. But they also don't see it that way. That's the point I wanted to enter on. Honorable Mgubane, you can continue.
Maybe on that one, it will be greatly appreciated if we can, it could be forwarded to me. I'll personally take it upon myself, Chairperson, to engage them. Exploitation of labor, it's one thing that I would not tolerate in that organization. Thank you very much.
Problem is that you won't know them. It's protected disclosure. These ones, they decided not to put their names. So maybe you can go back
and deal with
and look at all interns so that we protect their identity here. Because
We'll do that, Chairperson. Thank you.
If we don't, then even us in the meeting here, we refer to people directly, so which creates a problem. Honorable Mgubane.
Yeah, Chair. Okay, the next question, Administrator, based on your presentation, you specifically mentioned that the construction CETA has no contract with JDA. Can you confirm if there was no consideration for the appointment of JDA to manage your infrastructure project? Was there MOU or contract signed in this regard prior to contracting the TBSA?
No, we don't have any agreement with JDA.
There's no agreement with JDA?
Nope.
Okay, so currently what I understand, I think you said the construction CETA appointed a panel of infrastructure project management companies through your process. What was the process followed to appoint the TBSA thereafter? Was there cost-benefit factor consideration for the appointment of TBSA? What are the cost implications for appointing TBSA to the construction CETA, taking into consideration that you already had your panel?
DBSA will be bringing a whole suite of infrastructure specialists that are going to make sure that we realize value for money, turnaround times, and a quicker implementation of our infrastructure program, because they are the specialists in their own right in that space. So one applied the mind to say, CETA is not necessarily a program infrastructure implementing agency. Therefore, you need a credible strategic partner that has all the capability to do that. Yeah, so that's why we opted for the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and we signed the MOU. We're complying with all the National Treasury regulations, and we even presented the approach to the Auditor General. There's an in-principle agreement with the TBSA to execute the works. To date, we have not even paid them a cent. We're still in the final stages of onboarding them fully.
Okay, back again to that CETA, MTN, Vodacom, back and forth. You said those contracts were running parallel, or there was a sequence. There was the first one immediately when the other one was terminated. Chairperson, you are disturbing me. I just want to understand, Agoti. They didn't run. As I hear you saying they were running in parallel. If they were running in parallel, it's impossible that there could be two companies that does the same thing and then run in parallel. MTN on this other side, Vodacom on this other side. I know that probably you're trying to avoid not having a service. But somewhere along the line, there's supposed to be a sequence, one after the other. Let's terminate this one and hang on this one temporarily, right up until we have this one right. So were they running in parallel? Which one was which? And at the end, with all that chaos created in procurement, in going out on tenders, in the usual explanation of non-award that has been reached, who was the consequence management? Were they applied, and who were they applied to, and what was the outcome? Who was taken to account with that mess of there is a whole lot of irregular expenditure and all of it? If you can explain that as well.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Ngoban. I'm glad that you're raising this question again, so that I wanted us to neatly clean it up as well. If Chairperson indicated earlier that when you invoke Regulation 16A, 16AC 6.6 of the Treasury Regulations, that refers to the fact that the accounting officer may participate in another organ of state. However, that accounting officer must first advise the contractor. So in other words, before that contractor has been onboarded, the accounting officer of that entity must agree in the participation. That process started, and I think Honorable Hago indicated that. That process started between the two. However, the regulation also has got an expectation that when it is concluded, the CETA must say to MTN, I am appointing you using this regulation that I have gotten that contract from CETA. That was not done. However, on the 15th of May, remember we said, Chair, the contract of CETA expired on the 31st of May. On the 16th of May, the acting CFO, who was Mr. Sanele Khadebe, signed a purchase order with MTN for 36 months. I can share that purchase order, which created an impression that MTN, I am already onboarded. And that was not necessarily the correct way. So MTN went and installed their infrastructure through that purchase order for 36 months. Remember, that contract was expiring on the 31st of May. And also, MTN subsequently later on advised CETA. So CETA advised CETA that, by the way, the contract that is expiring on the 31st of May, I've extended for 6 months. However, the acting CFO, Mr. Sanele Khadebe, committed the CETA through a purchase order of 36 months. Hence, there was a Vodacom contract that was not cancelled. They ran parallel. But due to technicalities, I'm not an IT person, they could not structurally, because of those complications regarding, they could not take that thing up on board. Therefore, those contracts that ran parallel. And Chairperson, hence I've indicated earlier on, Honorable Nguban, that while Vodacom currently is an irregular expenditure, through discoveries now, so not now, when we were doing a deep dive in terms of doing a completeness of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we discovered that, by the way, we have a commitment for 36 months based on the purchase order that was signed by the acting CFO on the 15th in June that committed the CETA while that contract expired. However, that must be declared fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So that is where I wanted to explain in terms of how they run parallel. It is it is a macrocosm
it's
of
fine.
the
It's fine.
irregularity within that
Yeah.
environment.
Now, what I would like to understand, is so that you don't explain in a long cycle. So, are you apportioning that irregular expenditure and those two contracts that you said ran parallel to the acting CFO?
Chairperson, the acting CFO, according to, through you, Chair, the acting CFO, according to their roles and responsibilities, responsible for financial management and supply chain management.
Yeah,
However,
but you are explaining the role of the CFO,
Yes,
and I'm
I'm
asking a
getting to
simple
that, Chair.
things. All of us we know the role.
However,
No,
Chair,
all of us we know the role of the CEO. Good, he is responsible for what. I'm gonna ask again. Simple answer: are you apportioning the running of parallel contracts of both MTN and the CETA one and the Vodacom one to the acting CFO? That's the first question, which only needs a yes or no. The second one is the acting CFO on his disciplinary cases that have been given to him, that one as well, if it is a yes or whatever answer, including that as part of the charges that you guys are going to put on him?
through your chair, unfortunately, I cannot give a yes or no answer. The Vodacom process is subjected to the Loss Control Committee as part of consequence management. Loss Control Committee will determine who is the person.
He's not asking about the Vodacom. He's asking about the MTN.
I was going to get there, Chair.
No, answer his question. Don't tell us the history. We know.
On the MTN one as well, as I said, as part of the year-end function, we've established that also the MTN is not necessarily irregular. However, it's a fruitless and wasteful expenditure that also we are subjecting it to the Loss Control Committee.
Okay. So earlier on, I asked if there was a contract with MTN. And you guys said no, there was none. Now you are saying before the contract ended on the 31st of May, there was a purchase order released on the 16th of May. All right? So you did not know about that 16th of May purchase order. Press the button.
Just want to, there's the purchase order, Chair.
No, you said it was on the 16th. It's
No,
fine.
no, I didn't say it was on the 16th of May, Chair. I said the purchase order was signed on the 15th of May.
Okay.
It's not on the
Yeah, so there was a purchase order on
Yes.
the 15th of May.
Yes.
So there was a purchase order already that time. What is the legal status of that purchase order that is signed on the 15th of May?
At this point in time, Chairperson, a purchase order is
At that time.
At that time, there was supposed to be a contract that will follow that purchase order. At our disposal, there is no contract, but there's a purchase order. So, Chair, it's a subject for investigation.
But you said earlier on there should not have been any contract because we're piggybacking on CETA. That's what you said to us. So what contract are you looking for?
No, Chair, remember, when you piggy bank, as Honorable Khabo indicated, there must be an agreement, and that agreement will be converted into a contract.
That's
And
what
that
we had
agreement
said
is not
earlier
there.
on, but you guys said no.
That agreement is not there, Chair.
No, but that's what we were arguing earlier on. To say even though you are piggybacking, you must have an agreement. And you guys said no.
No, Chair, we didn't say no. I said there was no contract, there was no agreement, and I still stand by it, Chair.
So you are saying you did not say there was no need to have a contract.
I said, Chair, there was no contract, and
Hold on, I'm asking you a specific question. Are you saying there was no need? Are you saying you did not say there was no need for a specific contract?
if you recall, Chair, I said I can confirm
No.
there was no contract.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. And I know what I'm not mad. I'm asking you what I know you are hearing. I'm asking you for the third time. Are you then saying you did not say there was no need for a contract?
I did not say that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. No problem. We'll deal with it at the later stage. Honorable Nguban.
Chairperson, on the next question, the administrator, the CETA you are trying to pull out of the mud that the minister has sent you to do has a tendency of disagreeing with AG on audit finding of the AG. This tendency is on Solu Growth, on Vodacom, on Pulo Consulting, on Kumalo, Masondo Attorneys Incorporation, on Corner, Lift Solutions, where AG always says it's an audit finding, your deviations are wrong, you did not report them to me. He said that there is a period we must report the deviations, but the AG says on Solo Growth it was 19 days, on Vodacom it was 68 days, on Pulo Consulting 53, on another one 94, 77, but he stipulated, it says there's a certain days you must report them, but there's a tendency of not reporting them. When the AG said it's a finding, you did not report it. And there is some, trying to be genius on financials to say no, but PFMA says, and this one says. So what do you say about that? It's a list of audit finding by AG that says, by National Treasurer and AG, that says you did not comply on reporting your deviations to me.
I'll get the finance advisor to take that one.
Sorry, thank you very much to you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. That communication of audit finding came with the interim report now. We engaged with the AG in terms of the timing. We gave the AG the proof in terms of the timing, and the AG in terms, indeed, on certain of them, they agreed with us, Chair. And we had a deliberation with the AG in terms of the fact that, for example, the AG wanted us to give proof from National Treasury that the one with the threshold below 1 million, we don't have to report. We have submitted that to the AG. So the disagreement was not necessary to say that we don't agree totally on the deviation. We said that on the timing. So that was part of the interim audit that we've cleared.
The AG says there's no deviation that you don't have to report to National Treasury and AG. You cannot. As long as it is a deviation, you have to. We can then agree on whether you need to concur. But the AG said you have to report any deviation to me. There's none that needs not to be reported. We can move further and say maybe on concurrence, it's another story. But according to the report here, you did not report them on a qualifying day.
Through you, Chair. Yes, indeed, AG indicated that, and AG wanted us to give them proof from the National Treasury, and of course, that currently we are still engaging with them on that one. And I think that was that misunderstanding between us and AG and National Treasury, and that communication of audit findings that we're just going to submit that information to AG.
So again, Administrator, note that your people that are working with you, they have a lot of misunderstandings on many things. They even have a misunderstanding with the people who handles finances of the country's audit, all companies. It's not a misunderstanding. They always want to create that bona, they know what the compliance is until they are being told that no, the compliance is this one, and then they come back and say, we did not understand them. So this is the institution you are running. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done.
Yeah, I just want, for record purposes, to clarify. You are saying, DG, or you are just in and out, no? Maybe in 2 minutes, I want you to confirm something before you leave. No, you can go out. Okay. I want you to confirm. What are you saying? You are saying the AG has agreed with you that you don't have to declare anything above below $1 million.
That communication of audit finding is still open. We are still engaging with the AG on that one.
So AG has not agreed.
At this point in time, yes.
Okay, because earlier on, you guys said something different. And again, I'll go on hindsight, because that's not what you said earlier on. You said you don't have to declare anything above $1 million. I actually wrote it on my notes on my iPad, because I found that to be, that was totally, I know you don't like this, it was a lie. I know you don't like this way. But I wrote it on the side, and I said, when my time comes, I'm going to start there. But I'm glad you finished with it. So what are you saying? Are you saying it is true or it's not true that you have to report every deviation to the DG? Come through.
Chair, I was not lying at that point in time, and I'm still not lying. According to the Treasury instructions, you don't have to, the threshold for reporting deviation is 1 million. I can also, Chair, submit that information as well. So I still indicate. But the AG has a different interpretation, Chair. That is where we were just arguing on the interpretation. So I still maintain, according to the instructions, you don't declare anything. You declare something more than 1 million rand.
Okay, it's fine. We'll get to that. The material irregularities, when we're talking about AG. AG spoke to you in September, October, whatever the case may be, and said there's material irregularities here, act on them. I don't want to waste time, so I'm going to tell you what happened there quickly, because I want, before the DG goes out. You made an undertaking that you are going to finish it by February 17th, right? How far are you with that one?
We requested an extension, it was granted. We need to resubmit a report on the 17th. I think it's on Friday.
What happened? Why did you not finish? What were the cause of what happened? And let's be honest on this one. What steps did you take even before asking for an extension? I want to know if was there any work done on this thing?
Yes. I was basically familiarizing myself with that serious material irregularity of SAWIC. So by February, I was still not in the know. I engaged the AG because it's complicated, sensitive issue. What did we do? We reactivated the case with the Hawks. We reactivated the forensic report that was done. We even wrote a letter.
What do you mean you reactivated the forensic?
Remember, there was a report that was done.
Yes.
And then we've realized that it had its own fundamental errors. So we're relooking at it. And then
By relooking at it, what are you saying? Are you doing a review of that report, or you are re-auditing what do you mean?
We are reviewing that report because there was a principal differences in terms of the materiality that needed to be declared.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's on the part of the forensic.
Yeah.
The AG
Yes.
says they see the AG did not rely on the forensic.
Yeah.
The AG relied on the forensic.
Yes, as well.
Not on the auditing. Because the AG said you paid these people, you had given them, what was it, 58 million, something like that.
It's about 82 million or so.
Yeah,
The
and
life
then-
of the contract was 82 million.
Yeah, and then you've paid them just under 16 million. That's audited by the AG. So the AG says this 16 million, we did not derive any fruits. So you are not acting on this report of the AG on the basis that you have material challenges with the forensic, which is not the same as what the AG said. That's what you are saying to us.
Basically, I had confronted with two figures. The first figure that I was confronted with was 4 million. The second figure was 16 million. The 4 million was an internally derived figure, um, which could be treated differently. But then the AGs, we agreed that we are now dealing with the fact that the materiality is talking about 16 million here. Even when you look at the case that was opened, it's not even talking about the amount of 16 million. It's talking of about 140, about the 40,000 by 5. I don't know it's how much. So even the case, because we had to recalibrate the case, represent the material facts of the case to the Hawks. So now they are fully on board and fully appreciating and understanding the context of this materiality. And part of that, as part of legal, we wrote a letter of demand to the company that is owing us to say we want our money back. I think they responded last week or so.
So when you
with
say
that.
you wrote to them, how much did you want? 200,000, 82 million, 100 and mama?
16 million.
Yeah, so you agree with AG?
Yeah, we agree with
Now,
AG.
why did you not act on, because you agree with the AG, why did you not act on getting the MI investigated, dealt with, because you have promised the AG?
Yes.
So all these other issues that you are raising
Hmm.
are immaterial because you agree with the AG.
Yeah.
So the principal point is that you agree with the AG and you've said to the AG, I'm going to act by this time. I want to give you a report. But you don't act because now you are bringing these other issues of case with the Hawks that speaks about this. Those are not related to...
No, Chairperson, they are, if you look at the sequence of events and on how best we need to approach
So when you
this
are
issue.
asked the AG to extend, what do you say to the AG?
We needed to look at the legal implications, the approach, the companies that were involved. I mean, basically to familiarize myself with the whole contractual issues. I'm now understanding what happened in this contract. To be very
Yeah,
now.
but you are given this thing. When did you engage the AG?
We engaged the AG in. Can I say? Let me give you a report on this one because I'm slightly
Now, let
worried.
me tell you, we had an engagement in October.
Yeah.
And you said to the AG, 17 February, I'm giving you something. Now, 17 February was 6 months into your, or 5 months, or whatever, September, October, November, December, yeah, into your tenure. Now you are left with 4 months. You have asked for an extension. And we are not going to finish. And that's the worry, that what your SLA says, or what is written there on the, what do you call it, the Gazette, many of them you have not dealt with them. I heard you were talking about, to Honorable Souls, that you think you are being targeted because of consequence management that you are pushing there. How many people have went through DC since you came in? You have a round figure.
11.
11 people.
Absolutely.
How many of those are coming from the forensics reports that are before you?
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
Because the charges are stemming from the forensic reports that were conducted previously by my predecessors and the current ones that I'm doing.
How many of them are from Abacus?
Brian, you're going to have to help me. You're running the process.
Press up button, Brian.
In the Abacus report that I have, we had 2 names.
2?
Yeah.
Kobodo?
In the Kobodo report, it's 4.
Tuja?
Tuja, none.
Bowman?
Bowman, it's 1.
So others, but okay. Which other forensic? Because all of them are coming from this forensics. We have counted 2, 1, 4. So where are the other 4 coming from? Is there any, well, I'll ask you when I get there. DG, I'm going to give Honorable Loans, Honorable Governor, I'll come back to you. Now, DG, I'm going to excuse the DG because he's got to go to Pretoria tonight. So, because he held Sundowns to a draw, which made sure that I'm in pole position. I must defend him, even though sometimes he get emotional. But DG, who pays the salary of Mvalo? Is it LG CETA or the department? Press the mic.
Because Mvalo is essentially an employee of the department. He's paid by the department. It's expected that the difference of the determinate salary of the administrator and his own salary in the department would then be paid by the CETA.
So why would you then have wanted his documents, which is submitted late, of how much is being paid at the time in September, if you remember that conversation, in September and October?
Yeah, I think it's just process because we don't treat him different to the
Why is the department not paying the difference of his salary versus where he is now? Why are you not paying that difference?
Well, we've made a determination of salaries of all administrators. And it's not expected that Mvalo will be treated differently and that his salary will be different from what the minister has approved to be. Now, in the same way as today, we have established that the administrator was paid through a determination by himself and the CEO. I'm not so sure of the circumstances around the LG CETA, if there is any difference. So
Yeah.
I remain advised by the...
No, my question is slightly different.
Okay.
You are saying, and I agree with you, that the CETA must pay the difference from, because it's a DDG at the department.
Yes.
So the department will pay him his DDG arrangement.
Absolutely.
And the remainder will be paid for by the CETA. Sure. Now, what is this construction CETA? They've seconded their ICT person to work in the department. You know that, right?
Yes, I know.
Sorry?
I know.
Why are you not paying? Why is the CETA, or is it correct for the CETA to pay him an acting allowance, not from the coffers of the CETA and not from the department? Why are you allowing? Because it's an anomaly from what you've just... So the CETA pays him his salary, right? Which again we'll get to on a legal point because it's seconded somewhere. But over and above that, the CETA pays him an acting allowance in another entity. And it's not small change. Why is that allowed?
I need information about that, Honorable Chair, and definitely I will investigate it.
I really appreciate it. But you agree that it doesn't sound right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. The rest I'm going to ask them. But I want members who are low-head his end up, Lonzi, and I want, if only, other questions to the DG before I allow him to leave, because I'm going to allow him to leave so that he catches his flight. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thanks, Chair. I've just got a few questions to the DG, and then I'm going to place the questions to the CETA.
Yeah, later.
Later.
After, yeah.
On the remuneration, DG, I know we've been laboring this thing for quite some time now, but it's an important point because if you remember the meeting we had in Good Hope, part of the biggest fight we had with the minister was around the so-called head hunting policy of the department. Now, one would expect that after the minister headhunts whom he wants to be an administrator of an entity, a remuneration package ought to be discussed, even informally. Like, would I be incorrect to make that proposition? I mean, someone is employed elsewhere. I think that's what you were talking about. Someone is employed elsewhere. They're saying, look, we need your skill set. Part of the things you speak about, even before maybe you formalize it, is that this is the likelihood of how much you'd be paid if you were to come and give service to our department.
It's definitely the decision of the minister, but the minister would be informed by a process that would have started with a negotiation, of which the minister would not be involved. Instead, officials who are in the branch would be collecting information from the administrators, checking the background, and proposing based on previous payment, previous salaries. And then by the time the minister makes a determination, there would be that kind of information, which then will inform the final decision. Because what would have happened is that we will recommend a figure that's informed by policy. But generally, people who are appointed would like to argue that they are of bigger value than the standards we set.
So sorry to cut you, DJ, I'm also trying to save your time. So if you look at it, an ordinary South African who's applying for a job, salary negotiation would come before, because the employer would say, this is what we've got to offer, then the person says no, and then it's a back and forth. But then when you make the substantive appointment, at least by then, there ought to have been an agreement between the potential employer and the employer. And the reason I'm saying this, what happens if you and the administrator never found each other? Because you've already appointed this person now, he's here, he's appointed, you've done the appointment. What if he disagrees, says, no, I don't agree with this 2.5 million. Actually, I want 4 million. What then happens? Because you've appointed him before finalizing the remuneration package.
Yeah, definitely the appointment will collapse.
Oh, sorry, the chair was the chair was reminding me of a different. So what happens? Because you've appointed them, and then you want to negotiate payment after. Then they say to you, no, we don't want 2.5 million. We want 3 million, which is what happened.
Okay, I just need to indicate that there are certain predetermined. Okay, if I were to answer the question directly, obviously it will collapse.
Okay.
The agreements, because it's the basis of the agreement. It will collapse. I accept that it's awkward that you start the process of appointment before you conclude. I accept that.
Okay. No, thanks, teacher. And then my last question before I go, because I think there are other members who want to ask you, then I'll deal with the CETA when they are done, is that I just want us to be clear that you have, after going back and forth with the committee, have now accepted, or considered rather, that it was irregular for Construction CETA to continue paying the salary of the administrator without an approval from the minister and the department.
Agreed.
And then, in your view, who should be held responsible for that irregularity?
Where I'm sitting, I do not have all the information, but I can assure you now that now I have that information. And with the benefit of that information, it should be expected that consequence management will happen. It doesn't matter who's responsible. everyone who's responsible for non-compliance will have to account.
Okay. No, Chair, you can pause my time and allow the.
Honorable Khaba, it's on the DG. Okay, excuse Honorable Young, I'll come to you after. This one will bully me, so let me rather finish with the bullies. I'll come to you later.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm happy that your relation is not being strengthened at our expense. Let me go, DG. Would I be correct to conclude that the minister made a pronouncement of the new administrator without the finalization of the remuneration package?
That's correct. And
No, I was just a bit disturbed by the honorable member. The second thing, DG, apart from the pronouncement by the minister, we'll get to that part.
We're not saying don't speak, but you are very close to Honorable Khabo. He's just complained that you have disturbed him. You are continuing. No, please, man. Let's not speak. I've always said this thing. When a member is speaking, it's not only disrespectful, but it deals with what he's trying to say. And let's not have that behavior because we're going to have problems. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the defense. In line with the first question that the minister has made a pronouncement without the finalization of the remuneration package. It was later found out that the administrator concluded the process without the approval of the minister. And you says that for obvious reasons, consequence management must be applied in that relation. And I want to check with you, I believe that matter has been dragging for the past 3 months, whereby the administrator had taken a decision without the approval of the minister. So when you speak of consequence management, specifically and directly, who has been held accountable? Is there an official specifically that has been held accountable? And what? The last part that I wanted to bring to your attention, that I would wanted clarity on, is just the figure. I'll deal with the nitty-gritties. I know Duja report, we have spent a lot of money for forensic investigation. And for now, I think I've been counting 4, if not 5, forensic investigation in less than 6, if not 7 years. And this is the 3rd administrator being appointed in less than 10, if I'm right. Just want to get clarity from you, Ngqongqoshe Jikelele, if I'm calling you right. Mzansi Jikelele, as you have called yourself last week, and I respect that. How much have we spent on the 4 or 5 forensic reports as a way of trying to remedy the situation? That will be my last question. We'll then deal with the administrator, because from where I'm sitting, the administrator must also take us into confidence as to why would he take a Duja report, for argument's sake, on review? What would be the basis? And I think legal will have to provide clarity as to what was their advice, and the auditor, the administrator will also explain what was the basis. Was it informed by legal advice, or was it based on his face value analysis of those misrepresentation of facts? But my area of interest from your side is how much have we spent on forensic reports, specifically on CETA? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you. The first question, DG has answered now, Honorable Lonzi, that the DG said, irrespective of who, there will be consequence management because he did not have information before. So let's give him that space. So answer the second question of, no, he had responded to Honorable Lonzi, said he's gathering information, and I think let's be fair to him because he's going to answer something and then tomorrow we'll pursue him for perjury. So when he says, I don't have this, I did not have this information, so let's protect him. That's only on the first part. The second part, the second part, how many? And by the way, to add to that one, how much, and did the CETA tell you that they are taking the Duja report for a review?
No, at this point in time, at this point in time, I'm not aware of it, but it's in my terms of reference. So anyway, I would know through the normal processes, and at that point, obviously interrogate the reasons for the CETA to do so. But I can assure you, Honorable Khabu, that the Tucha report is important to us, to the point that we specifically name the report in the terms of reference for the administrator, so that it does not escape accountability. I wouldn't.
So you did not hear him yet, DG, saying that it's taken for review?
No, I heard what they said. Obviously, I need to understand what that means and why will that happen. I've got people who must do that work. I've got legal people who must interrogate and check the legality of this, tell me and make recommendations. And definitely the Duja report is not going to disappear.
Yeah.
We are going to know about it.
But you are supposed to be reporting to you every quarter, weekly. What is the reporting format?
The reporting format is quarterly.
And then now it's been there for 8 months, so you should have reported to you at least 2 quarters.
Yeah, but on this matter, I have not.
So they've not given you any report about
on this matter, yeah,
on Duja, yes. And that does not raise an alarm to you.
Yes, absolutely.
That has not raised an alarm to you.
Alarm?
That there's a problem with the Duja report.
No, absolutely not. If I have, I would have intervened
because that's the problem.
Because to me, that's what is. It's one of the key things. You know.
In the previous meeting, we hinted to you that this Duja report will not be implemented, because we said if it was being implemented, one of the advisors of the administrator is named in the Duja report. He's the former COO of the construction CETA. So if there was genuine intention to implement, why would you bring somebody who's named, not by name only, by name and position, in the Duja report? So at the time we hinted to you that this Duja report, actually Honorable Khabo was at pain saying we've paid 18.9 million. And you guys are not implementing this thing. And the colleagues said, no, we are going to implement it. And we hinted to you that they are not going to implement. Because if they were, they would not have went and fetched the former COO, who is mentioned in the same report as a person of interest in that report. The reason why I'm not surprised that they are saying they are taking it for review, I asked the administrator intentional, are you reviewing this part, or he says, no, I've got fundamental problems with the report. And I knew we will get to that point already from last year. Now, before you answer, because you should have picked up this thing, DG. You should have had 2. Next month in June, you should be getting the 3rd update report. And there's nothing mentioned on Duja, which you mentioned on the Gazette, on the terms of, it's a problem. Honorable Law, and then I'll come back this way.
Chair, my apologies. I don't know. I want to submit that you excuse me in the meeting because I do have a meeting. And I'm getting excused because I think one must take action. On the 14th of May, everything was speaking about it, we spoke about. The department, the CETA has made commitments, and we are repeatedly asking the similar, and we are getting misled. So I'm begging you to say, we'll now not proceed with such. I've got a report that is proof, and I think I must be excused. I'll take further action with regard to this, because we can't be playing games here. I mean, for almost 9 hours, one thing, and we've got the 14th of May, we are short of Dujwa, we are short of government failures, we are short of financial mismanagement and the consequence management. And again, yet we are repeating ourselves, our chairman. Let's be serious about this committee now, because we're going to call and repeat ourselves. So I want to submit that I can't be sitting here when we're misled. We made observation on May 2025. with regard to all of these issues. We're again asking since 9 o'clock, we're repeating and repeating and repeating. Thanks, Chair.
Now, your point is taken, Honorable Governor, on this one. Honorable Lonzo on this one.
Hey, Chair, you shocked me. Maybe it's because I arrived a little bit after the time. Because, and maybe I'll put this question to you, DG. When we met again, I'll keep referencing Good Hope because I remember that's when we had that long meeting until very late at night. At the center of putting construction CETA under administration, the department or you cited the Duja report, saying that the Duja report has revealed that there are so many irregularities, there's this, there's that, and I mean, I won't go into that details. Therefore, we're deciding to place the CETA under administration. Of course, we disagreed with you then, but after some time, we just accepted it, that, okay, this decision has been taken. Now, the person you have sent to go and sort of implement the Duja report is coming back to committee and saying they're taking the Duja report for review. What is your take on that, TG? I mean, it appears to me very, I'm trying to look for a soft word, maybe let me say problematic. Like I'm shocked. That's why I thought I must jump in when the chair mentioned that. Well, I didn't hear it in the presentation.
When we gazetted the terms of reference and made it public and made and included particularly this report in it, we were not only committing the CETA, but we were committing ourselves as well in terms of ensuring that this happens. And if the CETA take a decision to review this report, definitely it will not find acceptance from our side, because it's clearly is a commitment that we've made. And at this point in time, this is a verbal input that has been made, and I expect that there will be a follow-through on it, and a decision will be taken in terms of that. I expect, for example, that we will write to the CETA to request, full detail on it, so that we understand where they come from and properly respond to their issues. But this must not suggest that our commitment is lesser, and our determination to recall that fundamental to the Duja report is the issue that when the administrator was appointed, they meddled with the report. They changed and that is the, I'm not talking about this administration, I'm talking about because the Duja is for quite,
Hold on, DG.
Yeah.
I want you to put it on record. You are saying the Duja report was changed by the former CEO.
No.
What are you saying?
No, I'm saying one of the contentions about the report was that the original report was later interfered with.
By who?
I would be specific. At the moment, I cannot recall, but I can assure you that this is an important matter to me.
Okay.
Actually, the reason I'm raising this is
No, it's fine. Let's do this. Yeah. So, you, as the accounting office of the department,
right,
and who's responsible for the 18.9 million we paid Duja on this thing, did we write to Duja to give us an original? How did it get about for that? It's Duja who said so. Duja said the original report is not this one. It's not my report. How did we get to a point, firstly, that it was meddled with?
The point I'm making is I'm emphasizing the importance of my position that the review, to me, I cannot understand
I agree with you.
And therefore, in
But
saying
there's a
so,
point you've just said.
I've tried to lift from my understanding of the evolution of that report that in its evolution from the time it was, officially handed, there had been allegations of interference.
Did we test them?
No, that's why it is part of the terms of reference, so that that all those issues are interrogated.
What is the terms of reference saying on Duja? Does it not say go implement? What is your terms of reference to the administrator on Duja report? Was it to investigate the authenticity of this report, or was it to implement the Duja report recommendations?
Yeah, I will have to check the specifics.
Yeah, because I don't want us to come to the meeting and make allegations. Tomorrow I can write to Duja and say, give me your
Chair,
original
with
report.
due respect, you do need to give me the benefit of the doubt.
No.
Right now.
No, hold on, DJ.
Yes.
Hold on. You brought this matter which was not on the table. And then you can't want us, I'll give you an honorable comment. You can't then want us to brush it as, it's a very serious, it speaks to fraud. It's a very serious issue that somebody changed the report that does not belong to them. If that is the allegation that you are making, then we can't brush it aside. It's a very serious allegation. And I will be held accountable as the chair who brushed aside such a serious allegation. And you brought it unprovoked. And that is why I wanted us to finish it whilst we're answering.
I'm happy I've done so.
Yeah, whilst we are answering the question of Honorable Loans.
Yeah,
Because
Chair, I don't know if it's wrong for me to.
it's right, but I don't know why are you disrupting me when I'm speaking.
Yeah, it's because I feel that the more you speak, the more I'm misunderstood.
Yeah.
My original statement is actually no longer, the discussion now.
What was your original statement?
My original statement is that the Duja report review, as indicated, does not meet my approval, but I will wait up until this is tabled to me, and all the issues that I'm raising around it are the issues that I will table when that happens.
Yeah, but then you then said there were many issues around the Duja report itself, around about mending of the report or changing of whatever the case may be. And that is why I entered. This first part, I agree with you. I've said so before. But you've mentioned this part, that is fraud. There's allegations of fraud. And I was making statements around that because it's a very serious allegation.
I agree when you say allegations. And
yeah, that's what you've put to me.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why, to me, it is of interest that we get to the bottom of the issues around this report.
You want because...
In fact, it informed my decision to include it in the terms of reference.
I hear you, DG. But 9 months down the line, you have not received the report. 3/4 of the period is done. You have not received the report. He's left with 1/4. So you expect him to give you a report in a quarter when he fails to give you in 3/4. So, and it's not, look, I don't want to blame you. Like I've told you, that not having a DDG there is going to compromise you. It's not necessarily your problem, but it's the departmental problem. That if you don't have certain aspects, you are unable to monitor certain things. I'll be crazy to think you must monitor 135 institutions, like that, hands-on yourself. You can't. I'll be crazy. Myself, I can't do it. These members can't do it. But my worry is that there's this statement you've made, and it has not been tested, of this allegation, and I'm worried about it, but I'll test it. Because you must have been given information from somebody and we'll test it. Don't worry, we'll continue. Honorable Sazana, we had Honorable Khabo had a hand. But before I give him, Tatenkwana, you want to switch off the mic there, DJ? You want to answer something?
I'm hearing some insinuations that I reviewed the Tuja report. No, I haven't. No, not me. I haven't touched it. Yes, I think the process was attempted to review by the previous administration, not me. Thank you.
No. What was, no, we asked a question in this meeting. And I asked you, are you looking to review this one? And you said yes. Okay.
There's a misunderstanding therefore.
So you've just not acted on it?
I'll talk to it. If it, yeah. I thought when we were talking about the review, we were talking about specifically about the one that led to material irregularity that was done by Abacus. So let's differentiate the issues. I've not reviewed the Tuja report.
You have just not acted on it?
I can explain what I've done with the Tuja report.
Okay.
Yes. Quite familiar with the Tuja report.
Yeah, explain. Explain. Yeah. Is there anybody who wants to ask the DG something? Honorable, that's fine. Oba, please switch off the mic.
Yes.
Please switch off the mic. Bra Oba, yeah, switch off. No. Bra Oba, switch it off. We want to allow the DG to go. So let's just finish quickly there. Yeah.
Mine is simple, DG, according to the terms of references. My apology, DG.
DG, please, you see this thing of minister or deputy minister whispering to your ear. I don't like it because it's not the first time it happened. So deputy minister, please don't disrupt. Don't disrupt my DG. Come on.
Thank you very much, Chair. DG, mine is a straightforward question. Terms of references of the administrator under duties of the administrator shall include the following, specifically D, ensure the monthly submissions of progress reports regarding the effective functioning of the CETA, in line with one of your clear instructions on the DUJA. In the reports that you have received, in the last 6 months, is there any report that indicates the implementation of DUJA? That is my only question in relation to the issue of DUJA. But the second to that, I maybe wanted to remind Chairman and maybe remind you, in one meeting where we had to call for security to intervene, if you remember correctly, in one of the meetings where we had to call the security to intervene, part of the issues that were at hand, DG, was that there were intentions from the department to review the DUJA report. And that was the bone of contention in that discussion. And I would like you to go back and look into this thing, because I agree with construction CETA administrator that this matter was dealt with even before his introduction. Now, I remember in our meeting, and I posed that question to your good selves, why would you decide to put a report of investigation when we have spent more than 15 million on a review? If you remember that. So I thought that, Chair, we must not come into this meeting and play gymnastics unnecessarily, because others will be exposed of their fitness in the process. Thank you very much.
DG, just your closing remarks before I allow you to. I don't want you
I
to.
just wish to assure you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity, that the DUJA report remains an important part of what the administration currently needs to engage and report on. We expect this, and I really am now going to interrogate the issues around it, because this issue that has emerged today of a possibility of review, I need to understand it better, and I'll give the colleagues at the CETA the opportunity to explain this, and I will respond to it. But it doesn't change my commitments to this committee and my determination in terms of what is the scope of work. I have also noted that the issue of the possible interference with the report, which I made, a statement that I made, has resulted in me having to, elaborate on that. And I think that I'm ready, if you choose, to provide you with an explanation around that point, so that there's no issues around it. I have noted that in terms of the question of Honorable Khabo, is actually insisting that it's been time already that the administration has been in place. By now, we should have, had better, report in terms of the progress in this area. And I've noted this, and I take it seriously.
Honorable Susan.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, if perhaps through you, Chair, if we could have in writing the explanations of the DG, why he continues to say that the report was tampered with, because it doesn't allege that it was tampered with. The DG said that it's the second time. If it was not Good Hope, it was M46, when the DG said it, he was adamant that the report was tampered with, this Tuja report. And now this is the terms of reference for the administrator to implement. Even yourself, Chair, you've asked which version, and we really want to know which version of it must be implemented by the administration. Was it the one, is it the one that you say is tampered with, or is the original report that came to the department? And Chair, you asked if the department asked for the original report, that would then mean that the current one is the one that has been tampered with. So I don't think we should really brush off this matter. Chair. We should get it in writing to confirm what is right, what is wrong, because we cannot take lightly that the accounting office of the department says that a critical report is being tampered with, and we just brush it off. So I think we should get that in writing, so that we interrogate what the report coming from the accounting officer says, and then we can take it from there, Chair. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Khakha.
Chairperson, for me, I think what I want two clarities there, but because we're dealing with the DG, Nsezana has covered the question I wanted to understand.
No, thank you very much, DG. I'll give you in writing what we expect from you.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And if you'd want to leave now, I think I'll allow you secretly to leave. No? Thanks very much. So, Mr. J, what is the role of Brian, Nadia, or say name Chebilayo? What is the role of Tata Chebilayo in the city?
He's the Senior Manager, Human Resources.
Does he have a contract?
He has a letter of appointment. No, he doesn't have a contract.
He does not have a contract.
No.
So, how is he? He's been there for about 4 years now, Tate Brian, 5, but he doesn't have a contract. 3 years, 4 years. So, how are you paying the senior manager of HR without a contract? Because the advisor to the administrator said the PO was there, but there was no contract, and therefore it was going to be irregular. Noting that part that he says, contract is a very serious thing. Now, how do you pay a salary without a contract?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a situation that we tried to remedy when he was reinstated by the CCMA last year. The advice that we received was that we should finalize the structure and then advertise the position.
So we have not given him a contract because the structure is not finalized.
That was the advice that we received. We were informed that the situation could remain as it is until the structure has been finalized and we advertise the position.
And this is from a legal firm. Advised by who?
The legal advisor to the administrator.
The legal advisor to the administrator. So the legal, it's an advisor of legal.
Yes.
The person or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's very interesting. But you're saying, no, I'll give you. No, I'll give you. No, I will wait for you. And you are saying it's after the situation of the CCMA. Maybe remind us. No, maybe remind us, what did you tell this committee about, because I had interest in the matter last year when we met with you, and I asked you specifically if this matter was a default judgment that the CCMA said no. The CETA defended and the CETA lost. Just remind us what happened in that instance.
Yes, indeed. At the CCMA, the CETA was represented by the Senior Manager Legal, Ms. Chungo, and the case did not go the CETA's way. The Commissioner reinstated Mr. Jubilee.
When you say the case did not go the CETA's way, was there a possibility that it could go the CETA's way when the CETA did not defend? Because I told you in the meeting that you did not defend the case. And I said to you, that is strange because of the legal opinion that the director or whatever would have written. Because I told you in the meeting that the CETA did not defend, so it's a default judgment. You said, no, it's not default. The CETA was there, defended, and you lost, it went the other way. And I said, it's not true. Hence I said to you, send me the CCMA case, which you did after. And I wrote to you guys and I said, this is what you said, which the CCMA case proves that you did not tell us the truth. And I'm giving you another chance now to help us. Are you saying that was not a default judgment? Are you still sticking to that? That you defended and lost at the CCMA?
Chair, can we ask Ms. Tungo to please explain?
No, I'll get to her. I'm asking you based on what you said. I'll get to her now. But I'm asking you to rectify your statement if you think probably you may have said something that is not right, or stick to your guns. And then I'll get to her. But I'm asking, she was not there when we asked. I'm asking you to say whether you are sticking to what you said, which I disagreed with you, that it's not true. You did not defend the matter at the CCMA. And then I'll get to a role. I'm still trying to even open it. Very strong legal opinion. Yeah, trying to open it. Then when I get to her. So just answer your part.
Chair, my understanding of a default judgment is that the CETA would not have been represented at the CCMA and therefore the CCMA would have just given a default judgment.
What is your understanding of represented?
That the CETA would not have been there in terms of being present.
No, I told you in that meeting that that is not a true reflection. A default judgment is a judgment that is given against you because you did not defend. So you sent the legal person to go to court and said, court, we are not opposing. Actually, that's what she did. She said, I have instruction to say that I'm not opposing. So that is a default judgment. You said no. And I'm asking you if you are still sticking to that part.
Chair, it's not my intention to stubbornly stick to something that is incorrect. My understanding of a default judgment was what I explained previously.
And it's still the same today.
I'm not entirely convinced, Chair, that it's inaccurate. But if it's inaccurate and it can be
You are not
proven
convinced that it's inaccurate.
that my understanding is inaccurate.
So if I go to court to represent the CETA and I get here and say, Judge, we are no longer opposing. You are saying the judge has an option to rule in my favor. That's what you're saying.
No, Chair, that's not what I'm saying.
Now, what is your, so what do you call that judgment? If you are
It
saying
was
it's
my
not
understanding
default,
that arguments were advanced, Chair.
no, but that's not true. And I told you it's not true. And I'm telling you it's not true. There were no arguments advanced. There were no arguments advanced. What arguments? Because, okay, I'll come back to you. Legal. I don't know why I can't get this thing now. Legal, help us. What happened at that CCMA?
Chairperson, the CCMA matter was set down for conciliation stroke arbitration for the 25th of August, 2025, which was on a Monday. On the 19th of August, CETA had been placed under administration and a government gazette was published, which was then giving the administrator in paragraph F and G the powers to assume the function of suspension, institution of proceedings, or replace when necessary. At the time when the matter was set down at the CCMA on the 25th of August, I appeared, but I did not have instructions to oppose the matter at the CCMA. And according to my understanding in the reading of the Government Gazette, I was supposed to take instructions from the administrator. At that time, we were not introduced to him, and we did, the Government Gazette was mentioning his name, but we did not have his contact to take, I did not have his contact to take instructions. And that is what I presented to the commissioner at the CCMA before the matter started. What I said to the commissioner was that I do not have instructions because the person who is supposed to give me instructions has not assumed his role as an administrator as yet. I recall that I even had to produce the Government Gazette to the commissioner for him to see that indeed the administrator is the one who is now supposed to give me instruction on how to proceed with this matter. So the proceedings went on with me not having instructions, and I was present at the CCMA on that day.
What does your presence mean? It means, so, okay, maybe before we get there, is this judgment a default judgment or not?
Chairperson, I would not call it a default judgment because a default judgment is taken if the other party is not present at court or at court. And in this case, we are dealing with the CCMA matter. And my submission to the commissioner was that I do not have instructions, but I was present during the proceedings of a conciliation, which then the matter went for arbitration.
Okay. So your understanding as a legal person is that a default judgment is if you are not present, and it's not on the basis of you opposing the judgment, the case. That's what you are saying to me.
Yes, Chair. I understand that lawyers are creatures of instructions. So if I don't have instructions, I was supposed to be honest to the commissioner.
No, that's a
and
different point.
So
The
it was
point-
not a default judgment because I was present representing the other party, which is the respondent, which is the CETA in this instance.
No, so you just went to court because you had no instruction. So you being present there is immaterial. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make the judgment contested. It was not contested. The case was not contested.
Chair, I had a duty to appear on behalf of the construction sector, especially understanding the circumstances at that time, because I needed to report to the administrator when he assumes office that there is this matter and this is what has happened. And
Okay.
that is what I did on the 16th of September 2025.
So this is when you met the administrator.
Yes.
And then what was the instruction there? The administrator, so you said to the administrator went to court. I could not defend because I had no mandate from you. But I had given a legal opinion, a strongly worded legal opinion that suggested that Brian is actually irregular. And what does the administrator say?
Okay, on the 16th of September, there were reports that I forwarded to, or I presented to the administrator, which was all the matters that were disciplinary.
Let's talk about this one. We don't have the whole
including
night.
this-
We must close. No. Let's talk
including
about
this
this one.
matter.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the law, CETA had 6 weeks from the date of the arbitration reports or the award to review the CCMA decision if we were not, if we were given instructions to do so. So when the case was presented, along with all the other cases, we were not given an instruction to review this CCMA award.
And so since the administrator was there with the former CEO, did you present this to the former CEO?
Chair, I remember that the arbitration award was issued on the 5th of September. And yes, it is correct that the former CEO was still at the construction sector. But then again, going back to the duties and the powers that have been given to the administrator by the Government Gazette, my understanding of paragraph G was that he is now the person that we are now supposed to report to when
And
it
your
comes to all
understanding of
these
why
matters.
Shezi was there? What did you think Shezi is doing there after the appointment of the administrator? You thought he was just there to doing what?
Chair, it was not my place to think Uguti, what is Shezi doing there? But at that time, my understanding is that whatever that we were doing as the CETA, we were now guided by the Government Gazette.
What was the government? Did the Government Gazette not talk about the powers that the administrator has, including the CEO? I read it earlier. Honorable Khabo just read it here.
It was saying it says that the administrator is taking the powers of the accounting authority, and then it details his duties. And one of his duties is that he assumes the function of suspending, instituting proceedings, or replacing proceedings where necessary. So that was my guide.
I want to read it to you because I don't want us to, like I'm saying, this thing is going to be a very long process. Powers and duties of the administrator. The powers of the administrator are as follows. A, assume the role of and perform all functions and duties of the accounting authority of the CETA as prescribed in the Skills Development Act, facilitate the appointment process of the CEO in accordance with Skills Development Act, establish if necessary the ministerial approval chambers, review the terms of conditions of employment of CEO, CFO, and other employees in the CETA, and this is D. So you did not, you read G, which says process report emanating from forensic investigation conducted, if any, investigate, reported, so which G did you say you want to duties? No.
Paragraph F, which suspend, institutes disciplinary proceedings or replace when necessary any of the officials of the CETA in compliance with any relevant legislation.
So what does this mean?
It means that
He was the CEO.
no, Chairperson, I'm not saying he was the CEO.
No, that's what you said. He will be an accounting office. Or because I told you you are the CEO in the system.
Chairperson, my understanding of the powers and duties of the administrator in terms of paragraph F also meant that I needed to take instructions from him if there are any disciplinary proceedings that are being faced by any CETA
So
officials.
in your current position, you take instructions from the board.
No, Chair, I do not.
Then why would you have an ambiguity on this one? Because there's no way that it says it's an accounting officer. And by the way, you had an accounting officer in the office.
Chairperson, the roles, some of the roles of the accounting officer, which was the CEO at the time, are also mentioned here as the powers and duties of the administrator.
Really?
And according to my understanding, at that time, the government gazette supersedes all the other DOAs or any other reporting, because it was issued for us to follow it. As
But the
CETA.
government gazette did not say that you don't have a CEO.
But then the specific role or the specific instruction that I needed at
It
that
could have
time.
said here, all managers must report to the accounting authority. Yeah, it could have said so. So you assume that it says you must respond, you must account there without it being written.
That was my interpretation of the government gazette when it says powers and duties of the administrator.
Yeah, powers and duties, there are many here, but there's nothing that specifically speaks. It's okay. It is my view that you guys did not do your job because it's clear you went to court. By the way, we're very serious about accountability. As a legal person, are you registered with any of these bodies that we want to, Honorable Lonzi want to fight, these LPCs and all of that? Are you obliged to register with them?
Yes, I am.
Okay. No, it's fine. We'll take your testimony there that your understanding of a default judgment is only if you are not present, because that's what you said, which I believe it's not true, and I believe you know it's not true, because you had written a legal opinion on this matter, and you went to court to tell the court that you are not opposing, because you are now saying it's because you did not have instruction. You could have given a report to the administrator. If you are serious about the irregularities, you could have written to the administrator and said, the administrator, I've got these 10 matters. But because this one is time bound, I've got 6 weeks to finalize it. I went to court. I've got 6 weeks to challenge it. I went to court, but I did not oppose. But here's my view on the irregularity of this thing. You did not do so.
I did, Chair.
You wrote to the administrator and
Yeah.
said, Administrator, this thing is expiring in 6 weeks, and I did not oppose. But here's my view. My view is that this thing is irregular.
The reports were submitted to the
That's
administrator.
what I'm asking you. Said this report that I'm talking about, it was submitted that you said these things.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, and then administrator, what did you do about it? Because if she sent this report like this, then administrator, you are guilty on this one. Because you then overruled. Then I want to hear, maybe you got another legal advice. What was the story, administrator?
I'll need to recalibrate my thinking on this one, Chairperson. But if I remember, the material facts at hand is the fact that I was still fairly new when these matters were presented. The first advancement was the fact that you have a CCMA report that proposes reinstatement, and I sincerely complied with it. Thanks. I'll need to check my facts on it later.
Yeah.
I wasn't prepared for that, Chairperson.
Yeah, in October when you appeared here, you said the report that you got there told you that it was wrong to cancel his contract, and therefore you have reinstated. So what she's saying is different to what you said in our meeting. Recalibrate, Honorable Lonzi.
No, thanks, Chair. Just want to close this issue of the salary. Administrator, when the Minister of Higher Education, Butimana Mela, approached you about you being an administrator, he told us that he had hunted you. When he had hunted you, did he discuss with you how much you'll be paid by the CETA or by the department? Oh.
Indeed, he gave a indicative figure that the figure is hovering around the maximum notch of the Director General, subject to negotiations.
How much is that?
If you look at the highest notch of a Director General, it's about 3 million. Yeah.
And then when he was talking to you about this, he didn't say by when he hopes to finalize the remuneration package.
No, sir. The administration took over, and that's what the DG thoroughly explained, the sequence of events.
So you went in on the first day of the job without knowing how much you'll be paid by the CETA?
Yes, Chairperson.
And you passed the first month still without knowing?
Yes.
And the second month still without knowing?
Yes, Chairperson.
Until you became so frustrated that you had a meeting with it's the head of HR. A meeting with corporate services.
Yes, Chairperson.
About writing to the department and informing them that you intend to pay yourself the salary.
You're correct, yeah.
I can't hear you, sorry.
You're correct.
So you're saying after the 11th, after you asked them, you counter-offered, you did write to them again between the 21st and the 28th. You wrote to the department.
Yeah, I might not necessarily remember the sequence of the dates, but indeed we did.
That because you are waiting for them and they are not responding, you are going to pay yourself.
Yes, because we had pressing financial pressures.
Okay. We'll want you to send us that letter, the one that you sent to the department, because the DG would have mentioned that letter if indeed it was there. On this issue, what is it now?
So when I was questioning Metaje on the matter, Metaje said she wrote to inform the DG or the department that they have made a decision that they are going to pay them 3 million. They're going to pay him 3 million, and that communication happened, and that's the communication that the department, neither the department nor the minister responded to.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I understood them to have said, from what the DG said, which they did not fight, is that the department wrote to them on the 23rd of October, saying, "Ke tlo le patala bokana." Others responded same day and the following day. Constructions, I'm telling you, 23 and 24. Constructions, CETA wrote on the 11th of November, saying, "This is what we have looked at your offer. We are happy, but we don't agree with it. We are proposing that we pay 3 million." Right? The department, so that's the response, because I asked the DG, they wrote to you, said no. Honorable Souls asked the same. They said, DG said no, they were responding. It was a counter offer. And then we waited to process this thing, which we processed in December. That's what the DG said, which we processed in December, and we wrote to them in January. So from what the DG said, in between the counter offer and the payment in November, there was no communication between the two. Ms. Taj, did you hear what the DG said?
So, Chair,
I'll give you, let her respond. She's just here, she can respond.
Yes, I heard what the DG said.
And you don't agree with his timelines?
I don't disagree with his timelines, no.
Okay, so you, between the 11th of November and whichever date you paid the administrator, you wrote again. So you wrote on the 11th, counter offering, and then you wrote again.
Can I please check that? Because I think Mr. Nkubani and I have been trying to recalibrate the dates and we haven't been able to do so. So I think, can I come back to you on that one? Thank you.
Okay.
So, Chair, the reason why I interjected is because when I was doing my questions, you had left the room and you came in towards the tail end of my submissions. Within the stomach of my engagement is exactly this part. Metaje says, September, so August, the department says, we're looking. So, Metaje, so I'm saying this so that you are on the same page with because then I need to know where the truth is on the matter. Metaje says, August, Ntatengwane arrives. September, department says 2.4. This is the base offer. Ba romella molaetsa hore no, after they consulted each other, which is Metaje and Ntatengwane, that no, 2.4 is too little. And
in
then,
September?
But this is the conversation. So the first letter went to September, and then they decided amongst each other, no, 2.4 is too little, we want 3 million. And then Metaje wrote to the department to say, we have decided that 3 million, kiena, re tlo patala 3 million.
When was this?
This is before the final submission of 2.5 in January.
Yeah.
So you see, this is why I thought
No,
it was important, because this is what they said on record earlier on in your absence.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that, because the DG is giving us his speaking notes. On the 1st of September, for an example, or on the 10th of September, they could not have given an offer of 2 million because they've asked for the last package of the administrator, right? Which was submitted on the 10th of September. That's what the DG said on his letter that he was reading here. So if that is, are you able to confirm the dates there? Because I don't want us, I know my members, they will make you believe that you said something that you did not say. No, let's give her a chance. Is there? Metaji.
Chair, I was not involved in that process. I did not know about it. But what I have here is a letter on the 23rd of October
Yeah.
that Mr. Mabuza had sent to Mr. Ngwani with the proposal of the salary,
Yes.
which was then brought to my attention by the administrator.
That's the part. That's what I was saying. That's the part that you are agreeing to, because Honorable Kakao was saying in September already, you guys refused the 2.4, which I don't think the timeline makes sense. To your defense. Now maybe we'll check hindsight, Honorable Kakao, but she when I asked her, she could not have said that because her timelines are aligned to what the DG is saying around the October, November, not September. You see, I want to get fair. I'll defend her when you are right. I don't think no, but I'm saying we'll check hindsight. She's refusing now. She says 23 October, and I'm saying we'll check hindsight. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 points of clarity. Number one, am I understanding correctly your response to Honorable Lonzi, Administrator, that the minister headhunted you and you had a conversation and an expectation given by him to you that your remuneration would be 3 million per annum? Yes, and then when the chair asked you, what is it? And then you said around 3 million. So essentially, I'm trying to understand was your understanding from the get-go that you are going in and that's what you're going to earn.
No, just also to be said, the highest notch at the DG level is around 3 million. It did not say the salary of a DG. It's around, it says the highest notch. So we've got a low, middle, and top.
Noted, Chair. Can I then have an understanding of what was his interpretation at that point? Was he understanding how much did he think the minister is saying he can expect to earn? And then for legal, when you went to court, ma'am, are you saying that you actually told the commissioner that you are not opposing? Did you say that, or did you say you are neither opposing or not opposing? I want to understand that. Thanks, Chair.
So, legal, let's start with you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, the matter was not in court, but it was at the CCMA. And what I told the commissioner was that I do not have instructions whether to oppose or not to oppose on the matter. Yes, and it's
Okay.
on record at the CCMA.
Administrator, what was your understanding? I know it's an unfair question. What was your understanding of what the minister would have meant by DG level?
Yes, that's exactly that I've said, that I expected a salary of a DG level.
Okay. Now, Lonzi.
Not
Oh, sorry. Now, Mr. Zan had a follow-up.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to follow up. I'm going to apologize for not being able to pronounce your surname. On the order of events, I think somewhere we are missing each other. The DG, I just want to establish that, did the DG respond to your letter that you then later sent after the department was not responding? Okay, on the 11th, you would have responded to the department with the counter proposal of the remuneration of the administrator. And a bit later, about 2 weeks later, you would have then wrote again to the department telling them that you are proceeding with paying the administrator, which the DG considered too. However, he then said there should have been regulatory request, if I captured him correctly. So he meant that it should have been regulated by them but they had not responded. So I just want to gather that to say you did inform them before you proceeded that we are now proceeding because you are not responding. Because he said it was a mere informing them that you are going to do it, regardless of their authority.
Okay. You want to answer, Mr. Tash?
Yes, can I be given an opportunity to go back and look at the actual dates of what happened and when? I was not privy to those discussions between the administrator and the DG. I only became aware of this matter when the administrator brought it to my attention, when the offer was made to him.
That's a fair request that we'll grant you. Go look at it and then you'll give it to us. Honorable Lons?
Administrator, have you ever in your life started work anywhere without a remuneration contract?
Nope, I've never.
Have you ever in your life got into a work position and the person who was supposed to approve how much you must be paid doesn't send any approval, but maybe the financial officer or any office in that particular line of work decides that it's going to pay you salary? Let's say it needed a signature of a CEO, and then the CEO doesn't give a signature, then you get paid for something that is not approved.
It's never happened, but this context is exceptional, Chairperson.
All right. So when you then engaged with corporate services and said that the department is taking long to send us a contract on how much we ought to be paid, therefore we're going to start paying ourselves, which legislation were you relying on?
Obviously, I was benchmarking against the public remuneration and a salary scale.
No, not on the amount. I'm not on the amount yet. I'm on the actual, the paying yourself without the approval of the minister or the department. Which legislation did you and corporate service rely on? We'll come to the amount. Let's say you were paying yourself R1. The mere fact that you took a decision that you are now going to take money out of the CETA and deposit it into your bank account without the approval of the minister, which legislation did you and the corporate service rely on before you took that decision?
I'm not necessarily an expert on labor relations, but I will assume that the Basic Employment Act would then say if you are working, you must be remunerated.
Corporate service, did you rely on any legislation?
We considered the BCEA to say that if you work, then you need to be remunerated. But can I just state that we do not intend to defend what is wrong. We know that what we did could have been done better, and we concede on that one.
Do you consider it to be financial misconduct?
I'm not sure if I would call it a misconduct. An irregularity, yes. I'm not sure if I would call it a misconduct.
Are there any payments that require your signature in the CETA? Any payments?
Yes, I think there's a delegation to a certain amount.
Yeah, that require your signature?
Yes.
If that payment were to happen in the CETA without your signature, what would you consider that? If someone at the lower level than you would make a payment that requires your signature as corporate services without your approval, what would you consider that to be?
I would call it a misconduct.
Administrator, if someone at a lower level than you would make a payment that requires your signature and goes on to make that payment without your signature, what would you consider that to be?
It would require intervention as considered a misconduct.
So do you agree that what you did is financial misconduct?
You know, like I said, it's the exceptional circumstances warranted some unique intervention.
What exceptional circumstance, because the legislation is clear on who ought to approve this payment. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to bring it to your space. I'm saying you now as an administrator, there are certain payments that can't be made in that CETA without your approval.
Absolutely.
You can't find out tomorrow that 500,000 has went out to pay for whatever without your signature. And then when you ask that employee at a lower level, they say to you, no, administrator, there were exceptional circumstances which require. Don't you think those circumstances should first be placed before you as the person who has to sign off this payment?
You are very correct.
So it would be misconduct to make a payment without an approval.
Context and circumstances will matter. Thank you, Chairperson.
So you don't think it's misconduct that it needs the minister's approval for you to pay yourself a salary of 3 million? You then go ahead to pay yourself the salary of 3 million without the approval of the minister. You don't consider that to be misconduct?
I'm driving the narrative of the fact that the context and the situation is exceptional.
So why do you believe that you have to pay back some of that money if you don't think there was anything wrong with what you did?
Primarily because the ministerial determination it's different from what we gathered.
But if you don't see anything wrong, you just continue from now moving forward with what the minister is saying. You shouldn't feel the need to say, perhaps I need to pay back this money because the circumstances were so exceptional that they required you to take that decision.
Correct, Chairperson.
So the mere fact that you hold the view together with corporate services that perhaps this money must be paid back is in itself a concession that you are making that what we did here was incorrect.
No, Chairperson. I don't necessarily agree with you on that one. Like I said, that when we said it could have been offset, let's say it was less. Would it have been a problem if the government was to top up? So I think the argument is that it's more than what the ministerial determination is.
So the only thing you see wrong is that the amount is different, but you don't see anything wrong with you paying yourself a salary that requires ministerial approval without ministerial approval. You don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, like I'm saying, and I'm repeating once more and frequently, the circumstances were different and it warranted interventions. I wish you could have a sense of the pressure that one was putting on Ntate Ngubane. And at some point, he was not even in an office because one was gravitating towards being desperate and without necessarily getting an indication of, say, how am I going to meet my financial obligations?
Ntate Ngubane, maybe let me ask this question differently. If the AG comes and says this was an irregular or a financial misconduct, you approved something that you are not empowered by legislation to do, would you accept that this was a financial?
I would certainly, because AG, before he arrives at that, will be preceded by structured engagement and on a contextual presentation of material facts. If AG arrives at that, I'll concede.
So, do you believe in the principle of PFMA?
Absolutely. Thank you.
You don't sound like it because you are saying material conditions or context matter to PFMA, which is a very worrying statement. Because PFMA is a principle document that must guide what you do. There will be a company, for an example. You see what you are saying to me? It says to me, tomorrow you'll pay stipends to learners because the company that was supposed to pay, they ate the money. So you pay the stipend to learners because the material conditions suggested that you must pay, even though it will be a double payment. Now that's a very worrying statement. The correct statement here, and I think Ms. Tajir closed this matter right, that, look, in retrospect, I believe that we could have done things better, which for me was a better closing of the matter. But you go and say, no, it can't be financial misconduct. And it can be, and we know, you know, it is a financial misconduct. Because you have accepted that if Mr. Aje has up to 3 million to pay invoices, she pays 5 million. You know you'll charge her for financial misconduct. Because that's you who must then approve that part. You know it's financial. You can't say it's because she could not find me on the phone. Or she says to you, no, I could not find the administrator on the phone. Therefore, it was exception. It can be. The PFMA says, even if it's on day 30 and you have 30 days to pay, you know you'll be able to explain to the AG that I had to jump by 1 day because the person who was supposed to approve was not here. So now maybe answer him with that context. Let's not be defensive. This one doesn't want us to be defensive. It's about principle, the laws that we have, which is PFMA, that tells us what to do and what not to do, and that describes or defines what becomes a financial misconduct and irregularity. There's no such a thing that says exceptional circumstances in PFMA. So answer Honorable Lonzi. Honorable Lonzi.
And I think that's where I was going, Chair, that what you are trying to suggest to me, Administrator, and it's very worrying, is that if, for argument's sake, let's say Construction CETA was leasing a building somewhere as your headquarters, and then the landlord of the building then approaches one of your employees, maybe in the finance section, and says, "Eish, the bank is harassing me, I'm struggling to pay my rates." You want to suggest to me that because of those exceptional circumstances where this person is saying, if I don't get a payment now, I'm likely to even lose this building that I'm in now. You are then suggesting to me that that person can process a payment even without your signature when that payment needs your signature.
Obviously, no, Chairperson.
So you'd agree with me that there are no exceptional circumstances which would require one to do something that is outside the legislation that is there, in this case PFMA and the legislation in the department, unless you were to write to the minister or the DG and they give you something like a condonement or concurrence. I mean, they've got all these technical terms.
Correct, Chair.
So that decision simply cannot be made by yourself or the corporate service. Even worse, by yourself, because you are directly affected by this, because you are the one, immediately after you sign, you are the one who receives the notification on your cell phone. All right. No, I think we just wanted to make those points on this, Chair. The last thing I just want to understand, because there's a group of students who are always complaining to us. I think they say the name of the institution is IET or something like that. You're aware of it, yeah. So it's students who are taking electricity and plumbing learnerships. It's a 3-year program. They say they began the program 2025, is due to end in 2027. Now, they keep having problems of the stipends not coming in. So I just wanted to understand from construction center point of view, what usually leads to this? Is it that you guys are paying the money to these institutes and they are the ones who are not paying the students, or is the delay on your side? Because even now, the last time I interacted with them, there were some allowances and stipends which were not paid. And I committed to them that, no, luckily I'm meeting you on Wednesday.
I must say, Yeti is one of our best skills provider, and we've never had challenges. I've not been privy to this one, but I must put on record that we changed the payment regime process at CETA for the past 3 months or so. One of the conditions that we have added before we pay any invoices, it's a contract. We never had contract at CETA. Payment were just made as and when you want. and the like. So we added a layer of protection of a contract.
Just on a light note, I'm very surprised that the administrator is saying we brought in a progressive thing now. At CETA, people used to just pay without a contract, but now we're demanding a contract. But he was paid without a contract. So, so clearly the administrator knows that it's very problematic to make payments without contracts because he's saying he's introducing a new regime.
Yes,
anyway,
yeah,
but
yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
So EAT is one of, like I said, of one of our key service providers. I must say it's credible. I'll be very much disturbed, and I'm interested to know which branch of EAT, the Cape Town, Randburg, or the I don't know which branch. I would want to have those kind of details. And then
no, I will share those details with you. I'm not sure of the branch because we just get emails, so I never know where in the country is it. So can I please share those details with you, and then you are able to follow up on that case?
Please, yeah, you can WhatsApp them to me.
I don't have your number, administrator.
My number is public. 082.
No, it's okay, administrator. He will WhatsApp to you.
Maybe the chair will send it to me. No, thank you. My last question is that we once had a very problematic system with manufacturing and engineering CETA of the tranche system. I was wondering if you guys are utilizing the same thing, because we found that to be so problematic because essentially these training centers could be paid up to 50% of the money without doing any work. And we found that to be very problematic.
Absolutely. I think even in, because I largely spent the better part of my career in MFMA, this thing of pre-loading, pre-funding, it doesn't exist. So in the construction CETA, it doesn't. We pay per successful milestone. That's why we are strengthening the contract management, but also it's part of the DG policy. You start a contract, you perform. I need to tell you will start, and then you will do good, and then we evaluate, and we perform. But there's been those pressures coming from the sector, I must say, that are pushing for the tranche payment. Some proposal of tranche payment that have been proposed are largely coming from the TVETs. So you might want to treat them differently. But the principle is performance-based payment system monthly. So that's why we even paying almost weekly. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thanks. No, I think I'm happy with that. Thanks.
Now, we're about to close now. What if I? So, you said in your presentation, there was no contract when you're answering Tatenguban, there's no contract with JDA. Yeah. I have minutes here of one of your exco that indicated that on the 18th of November, you announced to staff that you have partnered with JDA to do these things of housing what. Is that true?
I must say the intention was there, but it couldn't work out. Then we opted for DBSA. These are government project management entities, so we just did not buy into their proposal. Then we opted for DBSA. Honestly, they were an option. So with that's why I'm saying we don't have a contract with them.
When you respond next time, at least put that into context, especially if I give you time. Because we don't want a situation where people will say, no, Mara, I work at this CETA. Administrator personally said this. Said, well, we're going to work with JDA, we're going to work with this and that to do these things. All right? Before I go to the last one, audit and risk. Did you, are you the independent audit and risk? That independent?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, very much independent, Chair.
Where do you work? Where are you based?
I'm currently based in Joburg,
Or which institution?
doing some work for Buffalo City Metro.
So you are
Independent,
a consultant.
sort of, yes.
Okay. So did you get hold of this salary? Did you audit it?
Chair, since we started in November, we've had a couple of meetings. We've established the Loss Control Committee, and there are reports that have come our way. We've interacted with a number of issues, but the ones that are being ventilated here today have not as yet been brought to our attention or have not been presented in any of our meetings. We were sort of taken aback when we read the newspaper, and we got a copy of the letter as the team. And we agreed with my colleagues that I must be part of this interaction today to get a better sense of the issues so that we can interact with them. Part of what I deal with is the whistleblower hotline. You know, this disclosure has not come via that line. There's a couple of reports that, you know, I've interacted with, nor have they been raised in the sessions that we've had with internal audit. Even the person who made the disclosures, you know, never raised them with the audit committee, audit and risk committee, so to say.
So this hotline of yours, you've received some complaints from there.
Yes, we have, Chair.
How many do you know?
I'm sitting currently with 2 reports.
And how many, when was the first one?
Because we're a new committee, so these were the first submissions.
When was this first one?
It was, must have been about 2 weeks ago.
So so in 6 months, you've been there for 6 months, you said you arrived in November.
Yes.
So in 6 months, no one utilizes that hotline except 2 weeks ago.
When we inquired, Chair, we're told that sometimes there are reports that are not relevant or reports that management would deal with.
Who gives you these reports, the complaints from the hotline?
So previously the arrangement was that the risk manager would deal with the hotline. So I've had to discuss with her to say there could be sensitivities because she's part of management. Shouldn't the reports come directly to me, right, to preserve the independence? And therefore there must be a particular code or access arrangement between the system and the service provider and myself. And then I can, you know, share them with colleagues and see what exactly needs to be escalated or channeled via management if it has to go to that, you know, level.
Would you agree that it's possible that before you made that arrangement and when you came in, there may have been cases reported to the risk manager which they did not give to you?
Anything is possible, Chair.
Okay.
That's why I said, personally, I prefer that the reports come to me so that there's no management interference. And that's the
I'll
arrangement.
give you the allegations, all of them. Because of time, I did not ask the CETA to respond to all of them. But I'll give you all of them. I'm sure you have them, but I'm going to give you official.
Okay.
Ask your audit and risk to look at them and
Sure.
give us a response, because there are serious allegations that are thinked here. And I would like to believe that the independent audit and risk will be able to advise the CETA properly. So if, you know, I'm hoping that some of the things you have advised as they go to audit, because some of the issues that I'm afraid the AG will still come with the same issues. And the problem with that is that people, when they look at the CETAs, they look at them differently. They look at what the AG say, and then they make wild suggestions on the existence of the CETAs. The good things that they are doing on the ground, we're not able to speak about them because of these issues that we should not really speak about. But because and it's not a construction city problem. It's a sector problem. This thing of bull boy mentality. That when I'm in the strong faction, I can do whatever I want in this city and get rid of everybody else. I can pay somebody without a contract. And what are you going to do? Because I mean, I can go to court and not defend my own legal opinion on the basis that I'm in the faction that wants this person to be in the CETA. Right? I can do something, a serious financial misconduct, and give a pay to my boss that the department has not agreed to one, but the department has given us a guide. But because we're in charge here, I can do this thing. We are speaking about those things. But I can tell you that the artisans that have interacted with personally, that have been assisted by these entities, that have went on to become something, change their lives, left drugs, open small shops to do X, Y, and Z. Because now they are plumbers. In my township where I come from, people know if you want a proper plumber, that's the one. You know who certified them? Construction City. Right? But we must be here the whole day talking about things that we are doing and you know you should not be doing. These things are creating big problems for us. Because you are giving rise or legitimacy to calls that I think are very premature, personally. That CETAs should not exist. I don't think so. I think because I've seen what CETAs can do, I think that's premature. But you guys are not helping us to defend the existence of CETAs. You're not. You're not helping us. And I can count many people that I know that from level 2 till level 5 of your programs you have assisted. Many of them. But you're not helping us. I don't know how to drop this thing now. It went to, so I don't know how to help you. Because you're not helping yourselves. And that's not what we want. That's not what we want. I can tell you now, I'm not going to ask you to answer, but I can tell you, well, I did not ask my questions. Yeah, I'll give you. You've got your employee there. What's her name? Letabo. Right? You know her. She came to Cape Town on the 22nd of November. No, the 21st. The CETA hired a car for her. On Friday. On Saturday, she went to cycle. What is that cycle thing? The Cape cycling, what do you call it? Cape Town Cycle Tour. And then on Sunday, she went home. The CETA hired a car for her, paid a hotel for her, and bought her flight back home. She came with a flight, her own flight. I'm telling you, when I say this, I know the facts. Now, that's an abuse of state resources. That's an abuse of state resources. And then tomorrow you would want to accuse us of having agendas that we don't know with yourselves. And you want us to look at these things. It can be. Why? Because they are in the dominant faction of a seat. That is a serious misconduct. And she did not authorize that herself. You know you authorized it yourselves. So when you ask you, there's never been consequence management that happened there, the CETA. Okay, let me do this. How many advisors do you have administrate? How many? This one you can answer. You have 4. And do they have contracts? Open the mic.
Yes, they do have contracts, yes.
And
Linked to my time.
linked to your time.
Yes.
And this what is the guide? What is the guide? As no. What is this thing? The advice you are given on how much are they supposed to earn? Do you have such?
Yes, we do. We had a conversation with HR to look at the benchmarking of their salary levels.
You
Because
benchmarked where?
within the systems of advisory in the country.
Okay.
And
Because I'll tell you, and we'll deliberate on it. In 2021, there was a legal opinion done. I told you I'm a finisher of higher education. I've been here for long. We asked WASA the same question. We're asking to you because we've asked it. They went to do an opinion that guided them on how much they're supposed to be paid. You don't have that opinion with you.
no, I don't have. I would love
Legal.
to be subjected to it, yeah.
Okay, legal. Where is this legal opinion?
Chairperson, I'm hearing about it for the first time today.
HR. They would have been paid to those people based on that particular thing. Where is it? You also did not find it in the files of HR. Metaj, on record.
No, Chair, I don't have that legal opinion.
So no one in the system knows this thing.
Chair, I haven't heard about it.
Okay. No, you are not there. I don't want you to answer. Oh, you are the one who advised the administrator. Okay, tell us.
We don't determine salaries based on legal opinions. Salaries are determined by the job. What job is this person coming to play? The advisors come at the level of executive level. That's why they are even part of EXCO. So you would say an advisor is reporting to the administrator. They are at executive level. What grade is equivalent to the job that they do? Then you benchmark with the internal jobs that are at that level. Then you come up with a salary.
I'm going to disagree with you. So you treat advisors as employees.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, then
Not into
press.
when we determine the salaries and advise, we say the level of the job determines the grade and determines the salary because we've got a salary range.
Well, I have a PMFA document. I won't open it. That fully disagrees with you. But because this is not the last time we're engaging on this matter, we'll leave it for you at that level. We'll come back. I can guarantee you that if you had advised the administrator like that, then you have advised him wrong. But it's a matter that it's my opinion. I'm not making a ruling as if it's a general, but I'm saying I'll give you, because in government you don't just do things. You must be guided by documentation. Your advisors, administrator, they earning the same salaries.
Yeah, all of them, they're earning the same salary.
What is the total cost to company of administration? 4 plus 1.
I'll need to calculate that. I'm not sure.
Ms. Taje?
Chair, I think Brian can better answer this question.
Are you asking the total cost of the advisors?
The administration advisor and the administrator.
No, I didn't do the budget for the whole administration. I think finance did do something, but I haven't seen the full amount.
Let's leave the administration. What is the, you have advised him on the advisors.
Yeah.
What is the total cost?
The total cost of the advisors is about 1.2 million.
So the advisors earn about 300,000 per annum.
No, per annum, it will come to about 1.2 million.
Per advisor.
Per advisor.
Yeah, so that's not total cost of the advisor.
Yes. However, I want to qualify this. What had happened when we started, the advisors were not all full-time. They're almost part-time, you know. But there was one advisor who was full-time. So he has a different total cost to company because it was a full-time advisors on governance. But that's the difference that happened at the beginning. And
So-
it's something that we need to align.
So that one is what? Is earning 1.5?
1.7.
The others 1.2?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Kaka. I want to be an advisor.
I'll raise my hand for this one too. The hand you're recognizing is an older hand. There's a question I had asked, I think 2 hours or an hour ago, that is still not responded to. I asked the administrator to tell us what he said he has done a lot on the Duja report in implementation. And I asked him what exactly has he implemented. He was about to talk and then you shifted direction somewhere else. So I'm just asking,
I think I was 3 days old in the system when I was presented with the Duja report. So I'm hearing that there's versions and there's contestation, there's reviews. I worked on the strength of the Duja report that was presented to me. If you look at it, it proposes a whole number of institutional reforms, internal control mechanisms, as well as the development of policies and accountability metrics and issues of performance. If you look at the framework,
There's no consequence management.
I'm coming to that as well. Ujahile, Chairperson. So institutional reforms that we are implementing, part of them are drawing mandates from the Duja report. If you look at policies on SCM, policies on internal control, policies on accounting, reporting, and even the culture of SCM, it's a function of the Duja report. But also, if you look at consequences management, it has been implemented even prior me. I'm briefed that there are colleagues that were subjected to disciplinary processes even before I arrived as a function of Duja report. Thanks.
That Kwane spoke with absolute confidence that he has done a lot and that he can list it. So when you give a report on what you have done, I can say, one, this is what I've done, this is the result. 2, this is what I've done, this is the result. 3, it's really as simple as that.
I can do that presentation because of the monthly report that I submit is quite detailed in terms of the actions that we are embarking upon. For example, Chairperson, no, the DG made a mistake. We submit report monthly, not quarterly. I just want to put it on record.
Chair, but the DG says yena had it the report is that Dujwa. So also the issue is higher. Unless DM Gondwe knows if the ministry has been receiving these reports or not. No, I'm saying higher DG. And so when And the DG was saying, and the DG said, hore yena di reporto tsa hao tsa Duja ha di tsebe.
No, Chairperson. I think I must spend time on this one. I'm exhausted in the tiniwe ngoku. But again, the funu ikaza kakuhle ngesixhosa. Agree one chairperson who is picking. So I'm saying, if you look at the performance indicators and the monthly report that I submit, it gets informed by so many interventions that one is making. Duja report it is just part one. Having a functional bid committee system is a recommendation directly coming from Duja report. And we are implementing that in terms of the reforms. Competitive bidding, internal controls, cash management, reviews of. So I'm saying all these forensic policies and research and studies that some of them I didn't find them to be very progressive. I mean, some of the forensic guys were appointed via a phone, by the way. And those are the things that I'm dealing with, Chairperson. So these reports, they help to reform the systems. We are one. In terms of implementing the organizational redevelopment, organizational restructuring efforts. Duja report, it is just part one.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the report that we're implementing.
So these people who are appointed over the phone, they are appointed the same way you appointed Vodacom.
No, Chairperson.
There was competitive process.
No. I'm sitting with a service provider who wants to be paid here and was appointed with no evidence that he was appointed. He wants money now.
Yeah. The only thing you have not started doing on the Duja report, according to you, is consequence management. All right? Because there's no one on the Duja report that we are almost 9 months into your appointment. We're almost done. There's no consequence management you have done on anybody linked to Duja report. Now, the day Brian has already said so. Now, that is concerning. It is concerning especially because one of your advisors is named there in the Duja report as a person of interest. And we seated here, we have no confidence that we are going to implement any consequence management there. It's a worrying fact. It's a matter that we must deliberate on, members, because government can't spend so much money on investigations, and we spend so much money on putting people to implement these things, and nothing is done. So it can't be. The second issue is on the issue of abacus. We're told here that you want to take it for a review because we've got issues, but abacus is the one that speaks about accreditation. The certification. What is that? Abacus speaks about what?
Yeah, accreditation, SAWI.
Certification.
Yeah.
And accreditation.
It's Abacus occupied the space for some time.
So abacus speaks about what? Material irregularity. Okay. Abacus speaks about material irregularity, where Dr. Gonda, we've paid an arrangement of that is supposed to be progressive, South African women in construction. Yes. Something that is supposed to be, we've paid them close to 16 million. Okay. And the AG says that 16 million, it's as if we put it out of the window. And then you are saying you are reviewing that thing, which is a big worry for me.
Chairperson, maybe I must clarify that part of review.
Yeah.
I think the review's got two components that I look at it and I suspect there could be potential foul play. Number one, the people that were responsible, and it's only few people that are being held accountable that have been profiled and identified in that report. And I have a principal problem with that, with the principle of exoneration. That's principle number one. Principle number two, it doesn't necessarily agree with the AG's finding of 16 million. Remember? Yeah, so that's why I said it's pushing the fact that the material irregularity is 4 million, whilst AG says is 16 million. And I'm gravitating more towards AG because there's substantive amount of evidence, to that effect. I'm gunning for 16 million, not the 4 million that is being proposed, not the 150,000 rands that is being deposited with the Hawks. In my books, as per the Auditor General and as per the debt control and credit control measures that I'm undertaking, we are gunning for 16 million rands.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But you did not meet the deadline of the AG because you said you are busy with this. If they are so not connected, you would have met those things. So members might need to look at bringing this people who used to be in this seat. Last year I was written to by the former chair of the board after the meeting that said, no, our names were put there and were professionals. I want to come. I had a different view at the time, and I did not agree to the request. But I think from what we've just seen here, we might need to have, Honorable Lonzo, what we are, in the sixth parliament, we had an inquiry on the appointment of one of the vice chancellors. We had it for about 19 days, an inquiry. And this one, I think we might need to have an inquiry, bringing in different witnesses, including the former CEO, who, according to the presentation today, they've done, they must account for their sins, including the former board, because the documentations that I would have read would have given the approval of certain things to the board and not necessarily the CEO. We might even need to think about the former administrator himself to come and also explain some of these things, so that we get to the bottom of these things. But I want to leave you, colleagues, with a message that your core business is to skill, reskill, and upskill the workforce in South Africa. Yesterday, the Statistician General released the numbers of the unemployed, which went high. The number of those who are not in education, employment, or training is ridiculously high. And the CETAs were created specifically with that in mind. To those ones who are not, anyway, that we train them, we prepare them for the current and future jobs. When you get back to the office, I want you to reflect. Are we doing what we are supposed to be doing? I don't know what is your now preliminary numbers. What is your achievement in terms of performance or non-financial performance? Last year you had achieved 90, 80, 90, what was it? 90s, 97 last time. I do have a problem with how you measure performance, because your performance is how many can you recruit. I don't agree with that. Mina, I believe that it must be the output, not the input on the system. That's an issue we're having with the AG now. I was saying, AG, let's relook at this thing. But I'm interested with all these fightings that you are going through or you're doing. What is the impact you have made in the past financial year to our people? Indeed, we do have many of them who write to us and say, this CETA, you have given me a bursary, but you only contact learners or students at universities around June, July. So you think all along, for the first semester, what are they eating? You are reducing these young girls who have got no option to being led by other people who have money for bread. So they must go get these young girls because they can afford to buy. So we are reducing our people to being immoral creatures. Because this thing of yours of bursaries, you don't know what you are doing, not you only, the sitters. I've never met, and I've met many people, trust me, who are funded by you guys. Because I go look for them. I want to see if indeed they are alive. I've never met any of them in February when school opens and says, Chair, they've given me my allowance. Yes, you'll confirm with the university I'm funding this child. They get the residence. And they get there, they're exposed to badness, poverty. They can't eat, can't concentrate. As we're speaking, they're writing exams. They will fail because they've not had money to eat. So your core business is a big problem. There are people in villages who you can go and trade. There are people who build houses in villages, all corners of this country, who you must just go and RPL and say, when I RPL, hey, no, this thing was safe. In townships, you see, between construction and LG, I don't understand why we have so many potholes in our townships. Because you should be saying, LG, you bring your MOUs with municipalities. We are going to train people to surface, whatever you call it, tar surfacing, whatever the case may be. We want so many, so that in each and every township, we take about 5, 6, depending on how big it is. We train them for so long, and then we put them in. Their job when they wake up every morning is to go and close potholes. But they are your students. You pay for their stipends. Because in any case, as we are speaking, it will be a miracle if on the 31st of March, you utilized all your budget. It will be a miracle, I can tell you now. Now as we speak, we've got, I don't know how many millions of those who are in need. But you've got these programs that you can do. But you're not concentrating on those ones. You're concentrating on that thing doesn't work. You are left to 3 months administrator there. And I heard you earlier on saying to Honorable Ngubane, you believe you can convince the minister to extend. We must not push for that. We must push to finish our mandate. The minister must extend for you if he sees serious progress. Now, you have not done anything, consequence management on Duja. So when you go, when the minister comes and says, I've decided to extend the administrators by 6 months or a year, as this committee are going to have a problem, say, our minister, these are the problems we've encountered under this administration. The DG sat there and said, part of the instructions I've given is go and implement these things. 9 months later, you have not implemented anything on consequence. In fact, there's a special line there that says, go and do consequence management, suspend, or DC, what there's a line there that says so. And if you have not done it here, on at least one, or at least it's two now, because you're saying, Abacus, you have a problem with it. There was a case of the lady who sold certificates or promised to do certificates with 7,000 what. It was a Capitec account there on the screenshots. Last year we told you about it. You said 2 weeks from now I'm doing it. It's 6 months later. I can tell you now you have not done anything. You know why? Because they believe they form part of the faction, the dominant faction. People were knocked. Got 7,000. Imagine people wanting to lose their jobs for asking for 7,000. So you have not done the consequence management. I've heard you earlier, I'm being attacked because of consequence. It's not true. Consequence management has not been done. And I had said I was going to ask you guys to comment on why are you paying an acting allowance of about 49,000 rand to your ICT manager when he's not working at your place. I'm going to leave you with it. I'm not going to ask you to answer it. And I want you to go back home, having heard what the DG said, that it will be strange if that is true. But you and I, you know it's true. You are paying him. Just agreed now, recently, Metach, that you'll pay him. Something that you know PFMA doesn't agree. And I'll ask the AG to look at it. Because that is a clear material irregularity. We are taking money for no reason. That you know you are not supposed to. You can't pay an acting allowance to somebody who's not acting in your institution. What acting is that? You know it's not true. You know it's not supposed to happen. But you are doing it. And I'm going to look for the legal advice on what the, after getting the responses, because legal says they gave a true account of what happened in the CCMA. Even though I don't agree with her and her explanation of what is a, what is this uncontested, a default. We don't agree on that one. I can tell you now, I don't believe that you are correct. And I know, I have a strong feeling that you know you are not correct. But I'm going to ask for that report to come. And if it comes, and it does not show what you have said here, I'll be left in the best interest of accountability, be left with no choice but to report your conduct to the LPC and say, LPC, you have given this person a license to operate. She's a graduate in your field, but she misrepresents the entity that she's under your, because we must get to that point now, where we must defend the country's purse with everything we have. We can't have this thing of officials coming and brushing us off about things that they know it's not true. I was telling Honorable Msazana when we were coming here, Honorable Lonzi, I said, you know, on a weekly basis. I speak when I was driving here, one SC called me about something different. And I was telling him, "Hey, I'll see you weekend when I'm back home." But when I'm sitting with them, I utilize that space for my own benefit. I do say, listen, for free. Here's a matter. What do you think? And I've got access to about 9 of them. Senior counsel, many of them very prominent in South Africa. So when I sit with them, so when we come here and say, no, but this, it's not because we were bored, we just want to make, it's because we have spoken to these people in this. And then, I mean, I would not even know what is LPC. But I know because of this. And we're going to take matters now into our own hands to protect the purse of the state, because you can't have these things. The Director of Legal had written a very strong legal opinion on Honorable Loans. Very strong. And then, all of a sudden, he does not defend it at the CCMA. Then they go and try and build a case, or no, we will say we didn't know, we did not have a mandate. That's why we did not go to the the CEO at the time, because we didn't know whether he had mandate or not. The Gazette said something different. We could not get hold of the administrator, only met him after this thing. It's a cooked thing that they cooked. The Taje says, no, that thing was not developed. We would defend that last time. Last night I was listening to it, preparing for this meeting. I listened to it more than 3 times. Because that's what we do. It's our job. Prepare for our meetings. Right? Today she says, no, I don't think I'm wrong. But I said we're represented, but I never said, something. Kuru, you can tell or mara, but one banana rajala mo. Arjala. This is the state resources. This is public resources. We must account to the people of this country. We can't do as we please. Because we're a dominant faction. We want to protect our people. So we'll look at this matter. We'll have a conversation amongst ourselves about this thing of having an inquiry on this thing, but we'll also, Administrator, will look at the responses that we got today. I've already been notified about 7 inconsistencies on what has been said. We'll go look at it and we'll write to you to confirm if this was said or that was not said. But we have about 7 inconsistencies that I was made aware of during the course of today, which is a serious cause for concern. Honorable Khachao.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Taje said she was quickly looking at the dates, because there's nothing that throws off my brain like inconsistencies or things that do not make sense. And also, I do not like being made to feel like Yashan.
Yeah.
I really hate that.
Do you have the dates?
So we talk about the date in Taje. I even had to go listen again online to make sure I'm not crazy for real.
I don't have the dates yet. I have that one email, or that one letter that we sent to the department on the 11th of November. The memo that Mr. Ngubani mentioned, we're still talking about when it was actually sent, because I've been looking at my emails. I haven't been able to find it. He's also been looking at his emails and hasn't been able to find it. So that's why I said, can I just get some time to go check?
Okay, no, I'll grant you that part. She will give it to us and we'll write to you to confirm certain things. Honorable Khachao, you'll have your bite on this one when we write to them. Honorable Lonze.
No, just a quick one, Chair. I just wanted to check when the administrator is leaving Cape Town, because if he's still around, it would be nice if you would go to, because I've just got told this place I'm talking about is here in Cape Town. So that he can go and sort those issues there.
Yeah.
If he's around, but if he's leaving, we'll
No,
see.
you'll talk on WhatsApp. You can't leave tonight.
I don't have his number.
No, I'll give you. So members will close the meeting that way. Thank you very much, Administrator, for coming. I know it's been a very long day.